Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ryan Armani. It is Friday, June 20th. We are live from our Fox 2 Detroit studios.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Two Southgate police officers recovering after their shot in the legs. The suspected shooter captured after a multi-agency manhunt. Fox 2's Camila Mary has more on the suspect and the officer's conditions.
20-year-old Jeremiah Kemp behind bars after investigators say he shot two Southgate police officers on Thursday.
He clearly has no regard for human life.
It all happened at the reserve of Southgate apartment complex off North Line Road a little after 4 p.m. Police responded to a call at the property, a man waving a gun around, and then shots fired. Two officers hit by gunfire. The suspect jumping out of a second-floor window and running away, prompting a massive manhunt. Dozens of officers on the state and local level, federal agents and canine units all searching for the gunman. A few hours later, Jeremiah Kemp is taken into custody in the very same apartment complex where he allegedly shot those two officers.
We were just trying to zero in on him, and there was a apartment that was of interest to us, and you know, that's where we found him.
As far as the two wounded officers, both were shot in the leg, taken to an area hospital where they were treated and released.
They're angry, obviously. They both just got shot. They were at 4 o'clock. They were almost through their 12-hour shift. But they're good.
Now, we know that Kemp was apprehended in an apartment unit that was actually different from the unit where shots were fired. So what connection did he have to that unit where he was arrested? Police still trying to figure that out. Did he know the people there? Did he somehow barge his way in? Were people harboring him? That still has to be determined. Reporting in Southgate, Camila Mary, Fox 2 News.
All right, Camille, thank you. A family hoping you can help find their missing loved one. Tyra Bailey has not been seen since Wednesday morning. Dearborn police say she was sitting with 3 young children inside a McDonald's on Wyoming near Castle Street. She left the kids at the restaurant, telling them she had to run to the store. She never returned. Bailey's family says she suffers from a mental health condition and they're concerned for her safety. She was last seen wearing a black zip-up sweatshirt with gray sleeves, gray sweatpants, and pink shoes, and carrying a large black bag. If you have seen Tyra Bailey, please call Dearborn Police. A major blow to a popular bar in Taylor. The city's mayor has suspended the business license of Big League Brews for 60 days. The move follows a shooting last week in the parking lot. The victim in that case is in stable condition. Taylor police say they've responded to more calls at Big League Brews compared to other bars across the city. Employees at the bar say they're blindsided by the news. They're closing for 2 months.
I literally live across the street in the neighborhood, like a block into the neighborhood, and I've never in my life been afraid. They're making us out to be something that we're not because of people and their actions, grown men making these decisions.
The business license suspension starts next Friday. As for the shooting, police arrested the suspected teenage shooter and 2 others, but are looking for 1 more suspect. None of the 4 suspects is from Taylor. We have had a lot of rain over the last couple of days, causing some flooding problems. In Macomb County, one animal shelter suffered a huge setback when a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding their building. Now they're struggling to clean up, rebuild, and care for dozens of animals. Fox 2's Scott Walchek shows us the damage and how you can make a difference.
We're not going to survive this. We won't.
Rejoiceful Animal Rescue in Clinton Township needs your rescue.
Okay, this is bad, you guys.
After a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding the building with 50 animals still inside, like Patches and KJ, the cats who had to be rushed to safety.
It was unbelievably fast and terrifying in that we couldn't control it. There was nothing we could do. We're shoving towels in the walls.
But it was no use. Kennels flooded. Thousands of dollars worth of food and toys covered in muddy water need to be thrown away.
This is somebody's hard-earned money, and they gave it to us, and now it's ruined. Every dog toy that now nobody's going to play with, it's just It's really depressing. It's just really, really sad.
Rejoiceful has 300 animals in its care through foster families. These dogs, Barney and Nutmeg, and Crew, the puppy, need the food, support, and shelter from this main location in Clinton Township. But the damage is extensive, and they say the insurance company is denying their claim, saying it was a plumbing issue, not outside forces, despite the storm.
We have all these animals to care for, and no place to do it. We need help.
This is her baby. She built this rescue out of her house. Like, it started in an office in her house and grew to this huge, I mean, it's amazing what you have built here, and within 10 minutes, it's all at risk of being gone.
As the cleaning crews pick up the pieces and foster families scramble to take care of kittens and dogs, this rescue, which has helped thousands of animals for nearly 20 years, is asking for any kind of support. You can find information on how to donate at fox2detroit.com. Scott Walczek, Fox 2 News.
Toyota announcing 4 finalists today in a global sustainability challenge to clean up emissions at Eastern Market. Toyota picked Eastern Market because it's one of the largest open-air markets in the U.S. and is ready to expand. The idea here is to come up with new ways to reduce emissions from freight trucks that park and idle at the market.
Issues when these trucks are idling, and they started to kick things around, and all of a sudden somebody says we have this Toyota grant, and then Toyota steps in and they're looking at ways to do that. But this is what we want. We want to build the economy of the future, mobility of the future here in the city of Detroit. So I didn't necessarily wake up in the morning thinking about idling trucks being the biggest issue for Eastern Market, but that's why you have the people in charge making these kinds of decisions.
The 4 finalists are Civilized Cycles, Electrofish Energy, Neology, and Orange Sparkle Ball. One of these, yep, that's right. One of these companies will get a $3 million grant to implement their ideas at Eastern Market. Detroit is the only city in the U.S. to be selected for the program. 1:08 the time. The heat is on. Stephanie Mead is coming up next with a very hot weekend forecast. You're going to want to stick with us. Stay right there. We'll have that for you. Fox 2 Detroit Live just getting started. Say hi to Tom Carr. Hey. My man. You are looking live downtown Detroit. Boy, is it going to get hot this weekend. Stephanie Mead going to be alongside momentarily. But first, National Weather Service officials out in Fraser to inspect damage from Wednesday's tornado. Nearby in Mount Clemens, people are also busy cleaning up over there. People that live on Parkview Street say the heavy rain caused flooding, that water rushing into their basements, and they say this is not the first time.
When the tornado siren went off, I called my kids and we were heading to the basement. And as we were going to the basement, we heard water.
It backs up, backs up, backs up. They know because the city comes through here. They were here last night, driving through here.
The city of Mount Clemens says it's working to connect residents in need with available resources. Well, if you've been paying attention at all lately, it is going to get hot around here. It is the first day of summer, after all. Stephanie Mead, Weather Authority, with us now with a look at the forecast. Hey there, Steph.
Yeah, so it is officially, well, not quite yet, but we're getting there. The first day of summer, 10:42 is when we welcome summer in, and we're going to start off with very warm temperatures for a lot of us here. Low 90s tomorrow, and then mid 90s heading into this upcoming weekend. We have storm chances that we're tracking as well. This is a live look over the city. We had a few passing showers a bit earlier between 11 and 12. Now we're mainly dry, just cloud cover overhead. Temps too are warming as well. We're in the upper 70s at 79 degrees in the city. Now we do have an excessive heat watch out for the lower half of the state. It does include the thumb. That starts tomorrow, goes until Tuesday, because we are anticipating our feel-like temperatures to be in the lower 100s, between about 100 degrees and 105 for an extended period of time. So this isn't just like a one-off day where it's going to feel like it's 100 degrees. It's going to be like that Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So kind of oppressive weather out ahead of us. We have a few additional showers out near central parts of the state, approaching Lansing, exiting Grand Rapids. That will eventually move into our area too as we head through 4 or 5 o'clock. And then I think after that, we should remain relatively quiet. Now, early tomorrow morning between 6 and 10 o'clock, we have additional shower and thunderstorm chances. And we do have a severe weather risk tomorrow morning. So between 7 and 10 o'clock, we'll see a complex of storms move through from about Oakland County, Macomb County, St. Clair County, and Sanilac County, and points northward. I think if you live down near Lenawee County, Monroe County, you're not necessarily picking up on storm chances tomorrow morning. This is going to be a quick hitter, should be out of here by around 11, and then we salvage the rest of the day, and our temperatures should rebound relatively quickly as well. So there is a low and severe weather risk, marginal risk across much of our viewing area for tomorrow morning. 82 today. As we head through tonight, our temperatures will drop into the 70s, so we do cool off as we head through the overnight, and there's that rain chance with our HRRR model, says our high-res model, moving into tonight. 70 degrees tonight for an overnight low. We officially welcome in summer tonight at 10:42. It's the longest day of the year. We see about 15 hours and 20 minutes of actual daylight. And then after today, days start to get a little bit shorter. The next 7 days or so, numbers will be in the mid to upper 90s. That's crazy to say. Saturday, 91, 95. On Sunday, Monday, 96. We're in the mid 90s by Tuesday. The red numbers on top are the records for the day, so we could be flirting with maybe a few records Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Here are heat indices Sunday, Monday, Tuesday as well, anywhere between 100 to 105. So it's going to feel oppressively hot, oppressively humid. Those humidity levels are going to be sky high, so it's going to feel very much tropical outside. Once we get through Wednesday, Thursday, we see our next chance for showers. You notice our temps are going down, but I don't even think as we end off next week, we see much relief from this heat. I do think we're going to be teetering between the upper 80s to lower 90s, even well into next weekend.
Unbelievable. Stay cool as best you can.
For sure.
You know, we can use all the cliches we want, but
right. Well,
it's going to be hot.
It is going to be hot. And I'm just going to put this out here because I know you have a dog. I have a dog too. Just make sure they're hydrated, pavement's warm, concrete's warm. So when you're walking them, just avoid, peak daytime heating hours.
It's a great point. You had that graphic on earlier, on the 9 earlier about the pavement and concrete and the asphalt.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Temperature, that is wild.
Yeah, and they're not protected. They have their poor little paws. Just you try walking out there with no shoes. So just keep them in mind. Exactly. And the elderly, the kids,
Right.
This isn't our first rodeo with heat, but you just kind of need a refresher sometimes.
Kick my feet up, not put them down.
Exactly.
Hey, child drownings, thanks, Steph.
Yeah.
Child drownings in Detroit are a growing epidemic and a major concern this summer, but local groups are teaming up to help save lives. Yesterday, YMCA of Metro Detroit, Huron Clinton Metro Parks, and other local groups gave out 500 life jackets for free. This is all part of the Everyone in the Pool program. They're also teaching kids and adults how to swim for free. This initiative is going on all summer. For more, life jacket giveaways planned this month.
We're in an area where we have so much access to water, whether that be the lakes, our beaches, our parks, our pools, and it's just really, really important for them to be safe. What we see is that kids who learn really young grow up and teach their kids, so continuing to promote water safety.
According to the YMCA, 70% of youth in low-income households across Detroit have little to no swim experience. 1:16 the time, Tigers fans ejected from Comerica Park. What really riled up the Pirates players, security guards, and all that? We will look ahead. Fox 2 Detroit Live, back after the break.
I don't know if it's
All right, welcome back, Fox 2 Detroit Live. I'm Ryan Armani. Time now to break down today's rundown with Ronya. Ronya Shimona joins us now. Hey, Ronya.
Happy Friday, Ryan. Let's talk some sports today.
Let's talk some sports.
I know you already saw this clip, but I'm ready to hear your opinion. Game 2 of the Tigers and that little fight with the fan. Take a look.
Hey! Hey! What?
There you have it. Tensions flaring during Game 2 of the Pirates-Tigers doubleheader when Pittsburgh reliever Dennis Santana was caught on camera in an altercation with fans near the bullpen. Now, Santana appearing to take a swing before being pulled back by a teammate. The fan was ejected by security. Santana later calling himself a calm person and declining to share any further details, saying the fan crossed the line. Ryan, I know you are the sports person to talk to about this, because my thing is, a lot of fans get rowdy these days. Now, was he in the wrong for reacting, or do you think at this point he had to do something?
100%. I don't care what was said. I don't care what he said at all. Zero. You cannot fight a fan.
Never.
There is a barrier. It's not like a NBA either. NBA, you're sitting courtside. I could see how that could happen. There's a wall. There's a room that he could go to. He has to jump to get to him. Just remove yourself from the situation.
Right.
You're the pro. You go.
And imagine if he really did have some sort of physical contact. It could have escalated into, I don't know, charges.
Oh, God.
I mean, this could have been a lot worse.
You ever heard of the Malice at the Palace?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I still watch that on a regular basis.
Yeah.
It still shows up on my shorts.
Exactly.
And from that fan to another Wild fan on a baseball field, take a look at this one.
1-0, look out. Oh, boy. Churio out of the way. South Frelick. And it's stuck. Sir, be careful, please.
Easy now, fella.
Sir! Now he's a hero.
Yeah, he's a hero. He's a Spider-Man indeed. That baseball fan right there taking matters into his own hands at the Cubs game, scaling the netting behind home plate at Wrigley Field to retrieve a player's bat. And when this all happened, well, he thought he could keep it. The fan was briefly removed by security, later returned to cheer the team on, and was allowed to indeed keep the bat. All right. Thoughts here. Should he have done this, and should he have kept the bat?
Yes and yes, clearly by the result of the, to the victors go the spoils, right?
Nobody's going to sit there and watch that thing dangle.
No, I mean, and because he did that, the game moved along as it should have been. He didn't have to wait for anybody to come down the stairs, get the bat, do all this. Absolutely.
I guarantee you,
Look at
everyone
the Brewers
around
player
him
there, just kind of like chilling.
And everyone around him probably thought, I should have done it. I should have grabbed it.
The guy's got his golf shirt tucked into his khakis. I mean, he's, come on. I mean, he's fine.
Pretty clean cut.
Okay?
Pretty clean cut.
Like, he ain't gonna, he's fine. All right.
You never know what you see in sports. Okay.
Thanks, bro. You got a big weekend ahead, or?
Big weekend, yeah. I'm actually starting off today at 2 o'clock. I am talking to Mike Score from A Flock of Seagulls. If you're an 80s person, you know who I'm talking about. He's here in town, his band's in town, and I'm going to the concert. So
love it. Yes, you are. All right. Ronya Shimona. We'll be looking forward to that coming up later this hour. You've probably seen it, maybe you've done it, driving straight into high water, hoping you'll make it through. But a local fire chief and a seasoned mechanic have a simple message. Don't try it. Fox 2's Hillary Golston shows us why the summer hazard is more than just a puddle-sized problem.
It is a lousy look. Your ride wrecked in rising water. Right here on 14 Mile, not far from Coolidge. These folks caught in the crosshairs of a summer soaker. Why do people do it? It's like a big question, you know?
Yeah, I think people just really underestimate it, and they don't realize how deep the water might be.
Ferndale Fire Chief Teresa Robinson says it's not a guessing game. When skies open up and patience wears thin, just sit still.
If the curb is underwater, don't drive through it, because it could be an indication it's way too deep. Our cars are not made to go in water. They're not amphibious. As soon as your muffler gets underwater, you're in trouble.
Over at Den Auto Repair, they've seen it all. If your car's caught swimming, it might not be salvageable.
Depending on how bad it's damaged, we have to very much inspect the car and see what is the damage to the car. If it's a damage into the engine, you got to very much replace the engine. The moisture will enter into the computer and the electronic. Those are very sensitive. So they can be intermittent problem, and it could be the headache.
If you see a car that's previously flooded, run.
Yes.
So let's just say you're close to getting stuck in a street that's turned into a stream. Well, now what?
try to keep the car moving forward. As soon as you slow down and stop, that's when you're really going to be stuck and you can't move.
And if your engine gives out?
Try to see if you are able to get out of your car. And if you're able to safely get through the water and out of the water, then try to do that. If you can't, call us.
In this case, us means 911. Because when you wade into danger, first responders are the ones who can wade in to save you. Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
All right, Hillary, thank you for that. Bree Teamer with me now on a Friday, dancing into the weekend. How you doing, Bree?
I'm doing great, Ryan. I am so happy that it's Friday.
Friday.
Oh, yes. I cannot wait. Just, 3.5 hours?
Look at
until I'm out of here. Ryan, we got such an exciting couple hours here for our viewers that are watching us here on Fox 2 Detroit Live. We're going to be talking to Michael Seeger. He is doing great things in the community, helping upcoming artists become their best versions of themselves, really mastering their craft here. We're going to be talking to him about this program he's starting to help artists do this. And then also he's going to let our viewers know if they can't make it, what they should do and what they shouldn't do. If they're looking to become an artist in the industry. I mean, it's so much to navigate. You and I both know, just in this TV realm, there's so much to navigate on this. And imagine being an artist and having to push out songs every, month or 2 months, every quarter. So crazy. So he's going to be coming on and telling us all about that. I'm super excited to talk to him. Good friend. And yeah.
Awesome.
Super exciting.
We'll be looking forward to that, my friend. All right, stay cool as well. The heat is coming. Bree's coming up next as well. That's it for me, Tom Carr, sticking around. We will see you on the other side.
Ooh. What's up, Detroit? Happy Friday. It's 79 degrees on this beautiful Friday afternoon. We're live from our Fox 2 Detroit studios, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, on the top of the president's mind is Israel and Iran. He has given himself 2 more weeks to decide whether to intervene in the war between Israel and Iran. The administration is still hoping and holding out for a diplomatic resolution, but as Fox's Doug Luzader reports from Washington, the U.S. military is preparing for action.
After initially suggesting that some kind of action could be imminent, the president is now giving Iran a little more time as the war rages on. More Iranian missiles have slipped through Israeli defense systems. More Israeli attacks continue to degrade Iran's ability to fight back.
Good afternoon, everyone.
At the White House yesterday, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said that President Trump now wants perhaps another 2 weeks to decide whether to dispatch U.S. B-2 bombers armed with massive bunker buster bombs to take out the Iranian nuclear enrichment site known as Fordo.
The president is saying that he will make a decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. It's very clear and direct.
Back in Israel, residents routinely now crowd into shelters, minimizing casualties.
They're targeting a hospital.
Still, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu decried an Iranian attack on Israel's largest hospital. As for U.S. involvement, it is now a waiting game.
President Trump will do what's best for America. I trust his judgment.
Through it all, Iran's supreme leader remains defiant, although there will be talks this weekend with European leaders. In the meantime, despite some limitations, Israel could try to take out that Fordo facility on their own.
The Israelis are not going to telegraph that. They have options to do damage to Fordo, certainly, and set it back by months, but only the President of the United States has the ability to set that program back permanently.
And there have been new Israeli threats leveled at Iran's supreme leader, with Israel's defense secretary saying that he should not continue to exist. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Well, Russia stepping up attacks in Ukraine once again. Overnight, Russia launched a drone assault on 2 Ukrainian cities, killing at least 1 person. The strikes in Odessa and other surrounding areas damaged residential buildings and ignited fires. One building partially collapsed, almost 24 people, and they were injured in the attack, including several children. Ukraine's Air Force said Russia launched 80 drones, but were mostly intercepted or jammed. This attack comes just days following a strike that left 28 dead around Ukraine's capital. The Russians used more than 500 drones and missiles during the attack, which hit 27 separate, leading to strong criticism from the White House and other world leaders.
We condemn those strikes. The president in the recent past has made his thoughts clear about striking the civilian areas in that regard.
President Putin said that we are ready to do what we can to facilitate. That was said directly to President Trump.
Europe is under attack, and our continent sits in a world becoming more dangerous.
Ukraine's president says diplomatic efforts are now in crisis, with much of the world's attention focused on fighting in the Middle East. European leaders have vowed to step in to broker a new round of peace talks. Meanwhile, Russia is about to get more help. North Korea saying they'll send thousands of military construction workers to the front lines. Well, on Capitol Hill, senators have just 2 weeks to pass the big, beautiful budget bill. President Donald Trump has set forth a deadline of July 4th to get his signature legislation to his desk. Now, there appears to be a lot of work to do to get the support needed to approve the bill. Some Republicans are concerned that the tax breaks are too expensive. Meanwhile, others do not support the cuts to Medicaid. Meantime, Democrats are united against the bill. And in MoneyWorks, a new tax on tips proposal faces opposition from some members in the restaurant industry. The Independent Restaurant Coalition is calling on Congress to vote against Donald Trump's proposal to ban federal taxes on tips. The coalition, which represents about 100,000 restaurants and bars across the country, says the proposal only helps a small number of workers and does not address larger issues in the industry. The proposal is part of President Trump's big, beautiful bill, which is seeking passage through the Senate right now. And big changes could be coming to the recommended alcohol guidelines from the U.S. government. According to Reuters, the Department of Health and Human Services will revise the current guidance, which currently recommends having 2 or fewer drinks a day. The new guidelines haven't been released, but they are expected to be less specific and suggest people drink in moderation. The department has not confirmed the news. Well, in HealthWorks, some big-name companies making changes to their products when it comes to food dye. Fox's Alexandra Hoff with a closer look at the plans announced this week.
The vibrant colors that have made some of America's most iconic foods pop are being toned down. Both Kraft Heinz and General Mills announcing that no new products will contain synthetic color additives, with a 2.5-year goal of being completely dye-free. Schools serving General Mills cereals and foods will see the shift by next summer. The company did not specify which brands would be impacted. For Kraft Heinz, the change is poised to include items like Jell-O and Kool-Aid. Both companies say the vast majority of their U.S. products are already free of artificial colors. Efforts that are accelerating under pressure from the Make America Healthy Again agenda. In April, the FDA announced work towards a complete phase-out of petroleum-based synthetic dyes.
American children have increasingly been living in a toxic soup of synthetic chemicals.
We're going to get rid of every ingredient and additive in school in food that we can legally address.
There are still 8 artificial dyes approved for use by the FDA. In January, red dye 3 was removed from that list after studies linked it to cancer in rats. No link was found in human studies. Other research has suggested synthetic dyes could cause behavioral issues in children. According to the Mayo Clinic, there is no solid evidence to back that up. Quote, but there aren't any health benefits associated with artificial colors, so removing them from foods isn't a bad idea. Now, some common natural dyes include turmeric powder, beetroot, and paprika. They aren't quite as vibrant in foods, but if you're worried about your ketchup taking on a murkier hue, Kraft Heinz says don't be, stating that the red you see is from tomatoes alone. In Washington, Alexandra Hoff, Fox News.
Well, how about some good news for your wallet? The cheapest place to fill up your tank is in Allen Park. So how cheap are we talking? Because I need to go get some gas. Well, let's just listen to one man that we spoke to this morning at the gas station.
I just pulled up because I'm out here DoorDash and I seen the $1.99 gas and my eyes popped out my head. I had to come fill up, man.
What do you think of that, man? $1.99.
Man, it's unbelievable. I ain't seen prices like this in years.
Yeah, probably since COVID. That was probably the last time we saw prices this cheap for gas. Now, this BP gas station at the corner of Allen Road and Jonas Avenue in Allen Park just reopened for business under new management just a few days ago. So they're offering a special price of $1.99 per gallon of unleaded gas. Now, take a look at this video from last night. A long line of cars wrapped around the block. I mean, which makes sense considering that the gas is so affordable. According to AAA's price tracker, this might be the cheapest gas, not just in Metro Detroit, but in the entire country. The new manager tells us it's their way of introducing themselves to the neighborhood.
It's kind of our grand opening special, but we're known for pricing this cheap anyways. We're planning on coming here and being the cheapest in the area. This is just to welcome the neighborhood here, to get to know them. They get to know us, and have a good time with everyone here.
The manager also tells Fox 2 they're planning to keep offering this discount for the next couple of days. I'm trying to gauge if this is worth it for me, because if I drive out to Allen Park, that's going to take up some gas. So I'm not really getting a full tank by the time it's all said and done. So I'm trying to decide if it's worth it or not. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know. Hashtag Fox2 Detroit Live.
Should we go get gas in
Should we go get gas in Allen Park? We're in Southfield right now. Should we go get it? All right, well, the summer solstice is here, bringing the longest day and shortest night of 2025 in the Northern Hemisphere. That's right. But it also could bring several different deals from restaurants to celebrate the first day of summer. Let's take a look at some of them. Pizza Hut is offering a free large one-topping pizza. I haven't had Pizza Hut in so long.
For years.
Now, Hut Rewards members can pick up a free large pizza with one topping now through June 22nd. Then at White Castle, use code SUMMER to buy one shake and get another one free starting today through Sunday. And Kroger is also giving away 92,000 pints of free Kroger brand ice cream. You can redeem the offer by visiting freekrogericecream.com to download a single-use digital coupon available exclusively today. Yeah. All right, let's move on to weather with Stephanie Mead. She's got a little bit of an update for us. And Steph, I'm really loving this pink
sweater.
Oh, thanks. I got it in Holland.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. I was there a couple weekends ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But it is going to get hot. And we do have storm chances, too, that we're tracking. And then the heat. So we have a little bit of hurdles to hit before we actually get the big-time heat we've been talking about all week. This is a live look over the city of Detroit right now. Cloud cover overhead, but temps are also warming quickly, too. Outside of that rain chance we saw earlier in the, say, afternoon, late morning, 11 to about like 12:30, 1 o'clock, a lot of the activity is now starting to push out with additional showers in central Michigan. And we'll get to that here in a few seconds. Upper 70s right now. The excessive heat watch that starts Saturday goes until Tuesday. That's because our feel-like temps will be between 100 and 105. And we'll wait to see if they upgrade that to either a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. Here's our current sky tracker right now showing showers from the thumb extending into Lansing, now starting to jet into parts of Washtenaw, even Livingston County right now. So I think over the next hour or two, we'll increase our rain chances. This is our picture by 5:30, 6 o'clock. Most of it's out of here at that point. Now we're not going to rule out a stray shower overnight. And then early Saturday morning between 6 and 10 o'clock, we'll see an additional round of storms. And you notice up near parts of Traverse City and northern Michigan, there is a line of some severe thunderstorms that could potentially move through as we head through tomorrow morning. That'll pass by through about 7 to 10 o'clock, damaging wind, hail, isolated tornado, all severe weather modes basically in play at this point. But the higher of the four is going to be damaging wind and hail. Should be out of here by 11 o'clock. We salvage the afternoon, and it's going to be a hot one. We do have a severe weather outlook for Saturday, too. It is a level 1 out of 5, so it's a low-end severe weather risk, but it is still there, so something to keep in mind tomorrow morning. Otherwise, highs today, low 80s, 82. As we head through the next couple of hours, we'll see those storm chances begin to fade, especially later on tonight. They pick back up early tomorrow morning. Low temps will be at about 70 degrees. And we also welcome in the summer season. As we mentioned before, at 10:42, it is the longest day of the year. We have 15 hours and 20 minutes of daylight. And then we start to slowly cut back on that as early as tomorrow. Unfortunately, we will start to see those days get a little bit shorter. As we head through the next 7 days or so, numbers will be in the 90s, 91 tomorrow, 95 on Sunday, 96 Monday. And we're still in the 90s Tuesday and Wednesday. Feel like temps will be in the triple digits for the end of the weekend and into early next week. And this is what it's going to feel like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, lower 100. So it is going to be oppressively hot, oppressively humid, but at least it'll be dry for a good portion of it. Next chance of rain doesn't arrive until midweek next week, with storm chances Wednesday into Thursday. And we'll slowly start to see those numbers come down too.
So it looks like we got those storms potentially heading back our way next week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Well, at least we'll enjoy Sunday, Monday, Tuesday with those almost 100-degree temperatures. So
yeah, for those that have really wanted summer, this is summer arriving for us here, and you can enjoy it. Just enjoy it safely.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Steph.
Yep.
But all the pain is internal, the scars will never show. Whoa, sometimes I stare at my phone, somebody calling, I answer, they hit me like, yo.
Now, having the talent is only half the battle. You got to know how to move and when not to move, how to navigate the industry. Coming up, a conversation about music industry do's and don'ts with our good friend Michael Seeger. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. Well, tapping into your musical talents is something that may come naturally to some, but the job doesn't stop there. Having the talent is only one piece to the puzzle, and music artist and producer Michael Seeger joins us live here in studio to talk with us. Mike, welcome back.
What's up, Bree? Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this. Having the talent is so important. Having the interest is so important, the passion. But that's not going to get you to the top. So let's talk about it a little bit. What are some do's and don'ts that we need to know if we are new artists, maybe we're interested in becoming an artist? What do we need to know?
So I've been working in the music industry here in Detroit for 15 years with Get Fresh Studios. I get this question all the time. So first starters would be consistent. You have to release your music. You have to post on your social medias, behind the scenes videos, in the studio, showing people how your songs are made, just trying to connect with your fan base or soon-to-be fan base as much as possible. I'd highly recommend stop trying to chase trends and just be yourself, because people can spot fake from a mile away, and you won't really find the right fans just trying to follow things.
Yeah. And Mike, you've worked with so many incredible artists, Dage, Loaf, Cash Doll, so many great people have come into your studio. So you know firsthand like what works and what doesn't work. But how do you get over the hump of people saying, you're not that good?
So that's the thing here. Forget about them. Go out and find your fans. Go to events, networking. Go to Detroit Rising. It's an event that I throw here once a month on the last Saturday of the month. We network with these people. We have videographers, photographers, engineers, producers, agents, sync licensing people. They all come to this event, and you can talk to them, find your people, and just be yourself. You're going to have a million no's, and then you're going to get the yes that matters. And to me, like, it took me 15 years of doing this to realize it doesn't matter what people think about your music. There's going to be people that like it, and not everybody has to.
Let's talk a little bit about tapping into that authenticity. Everyone has it, right? Everyone is their own person. Some people, they put on this show, right? And they become someone that they aren't to attempt at getting more people to like them. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, there's a quick way to it, and that seems like it might be it. I personally feel like doing that might hinder you in the long run when people find out that's not really who you are. Because once you start getting all these followers and you try to start being yourself, I don't know, it just seems like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, you got to keep lying to cover up the lie, or keep putting on the mask to cover up that mask.
Exactly. It is show business, though, so you have to kind of put on something, but realistically, being yourself is the way to go.
Yeah, 1,000%. Now, you talked about Detroit Rising just a little bit. It's something that you've been doing for 5 months now, and you've been seeing a great turnout each time. Tell us, what can we expect this time around?
So our next Detroit Rising is tomorrow night. My business partner, Ethan, and I are putting on a crazy cool show. It starts at 8:30. It's at Get Fresh Studio in the Jefferson Chalmers district in Detroit. We're going to have around 14 different artists performing with our live band, our house band, which is comprised of the Ethan Mark Band. We're going to be playing all original music from these artists. It's all being recorded and filmed. It's just a really cool experience. We have all different walks of life, all different genres come through. I would recommend it for any up-and-coming artist who's looking to network and just be exposed to a different side of the industry than just going to a normal concert.
An emphasis on any, right? It doesn't have to be a specific genre.
No, exactly. We do rock bands, we do R&B singers, we do acoustic guitar singer-songwriters, rappers. We pretty much, it's just a safe place for all artists to come and be themselves and expose others to their music.
Let's talk about the prize, because that's a big part of this, right?
So we've been changing it up every week. So this weekend we're doing the winner, first winner gets free studio time, produced and co-engineered by Ethan, Mark, and myself at Get Fresh Studios. They're going to win a studio package, and the runner-up will receive a consultation for their music, kind of give them some advice on how to navigate the industry, how to release their music, kind of some do's and don'ts like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. And obviously someone has won this 4 times in a row, right? How have you seen this impact them?
So each time it's a little bit different. We still have yet to run some of the sessions for some of the winners. They we're trying to find that right song to record with us because Ethan and I have years, probably 25 years of knowledge combined that we can bring to the table in this industry, and people know that, so they want to bring their best work to us. But so far, every response we've been getting is just over the top, how excited they were after they got off the stage performing at Detroit Rising. I like to think that we're really trying to provide something special for the community.
Michael, tell us one more time where we can find out all the details, where artists can sign up, where if we just want to come and check it out, where we can do all of that at.
So Detroit Rising is located at Get Fresh Studios. If you want to apply to be a performer at Detroit Rising, you can go to getfreshstudios.com/Detroit Rising.
All right. So, Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bree.
Well, Disney Pixar has a new film out to kick off summer, and it's about a kid who wants to get abducted by aliens, and he is. Here's Fox 2's Lee Thomas with the preview.
Elio, skipping school. Elio? Elio. Elio. Elio.
Zoe Saldana is the voice of Elio's Aunt Olga in this new Disney Pixar film about a kid who loses his parents and wants to be abducted by aliens. And this star is happy to be in a Pixar film that is directed by 3 women.
Pixar has always been a childhood dream of mine to be a part of. And but never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that I was going to be directed in a Pixar movie by 3 incredible women. We had a blast from speaking Eliolese.
For once, tell me the truth. Shmipa de Gumiba. No, I'm not learning Elioese.
But it is easy to fall for the voice of Jonas Cabriab, a Disney Channel veteran from the show Pretty Freaking Scary.
He's very talented, he's so committed, and there's something really melodic about the sound of his voice.
All I ever wanted was to find a place to fit in.
Elio also features the voice of Brad Garrett with some vibrant, immersive colors. And this Oscar winner says the best place to see this one is in theaters.
How elaborately beautiful and colorful all of our animators made this film. It can only be appreciated in the big screen.
You will feel my wrath. Gordon?
Hi, Dad. I'm a bargaining chip. No, say the other thing. Oh, help me, Father. He overpowered me.
All right, Tom's over here cracking up. Must be a good one. Well, since we're talking about movies, let's talk about this one. All right, now this is the original trailer for what many call the first summer blockbuster and one of the highest grossing of all time, 1975's Steven Spielberg's shark epic Jaws, starring Roy Schneider and some other people. Now, today is the 50th anniversary of the film. You can watch Jaws for purchase on multiple platforms and for free with your Peacock subscription. And by the way, Jaws has been always rated PG, not PG-13 or rated R. Well, Beyonce fans in Paris were treated to a surprise performance last night during her Cowboy Carter tour.
No, it didn't get no pedal so heavy like a two most wanted and I don't know what you're doing tonight, but I'll be your shotgun rider till the day I die.
Well, Miley Cyrus took the stage for a live debut of their Grammy-winning duet, Two Most Wanted. Cyrus happened to be in Paris to perform for Spotify's Billions Club Live. Rumors started circulating earlier in the day when Cyrus was spotted sound checking with Beyonce. This is the first of 3 shows Beyonce is performing in France. That is not a duo you would expect to see. I love it. Well, NBA Finals last night, Thunder had a chance to win the title, but the Pacers had some other ideas.
Hartenstein throws it up. Holmgren misses it. There comes Toppin the other way. You rarely see that from Holmgren. Neesmith the 3, puts it in. Knocked out of his hands by Siakam. And Isaiah Joe gets it. Halliburton the steal.
Pacers with a blowout win, 108-91. That was the final score. That forces a winner to take the game on Game 7 on Saturday night in Oklahoma City. We'll see who wins. All right, well, there's still so much to come on Fox 2 Detroit Live. Stick with us. We'll be here until 5 o'clock. I will see you at 3.
Thanks for joining us on this Friday, June 20th. I'm your host, Ronya Shimona, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 2.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
2 Southgate police officers are recovering after being shot in the legs. The suspected shooter captured after a multi-agency manhunt. Fox 2's Camille Amiri has more on the suspect and the officer's conditions.
20-year-old Jeremiah Kemp behind bars after investigators say he shot 2 Southgate police officers on Thursday.
He clearly has no regard for human life.
It all happened at the Reserve of Southgate apartment complex off Northline Road a little after 4 p.m. Police responded to a call at the property, a man waving a gun around, and then shots fired. 2 officers hit by gunfire. The suspect jumping out of a second-floor window and running away, prompting a massive manhunt. Dozens of officers on the state and local level. Federal agents and canine units all searching for the gunman. A few hours later, Jeremiah Kemp is taken into custody in the very same apartment complex where he allegedly shot those 2 officers.
We were just trying to zero in on him, and there was a apartment that was of interest to us, and you know, that's where we found him.
As far as the 2 wounded officers, both were shot in the leg, taken to an area hospital where they were treated and released.
They're angry, obviously. They both just got shot. They were at 4 o'clock. They were almost through their 12-hour shift. But they're good.
Now, we know that Kemp was apprehended in an apartment unit that was actually different from the unit where shots were fired. So what connection did he have to that unit where he was arrested? Police still trying to figure that out. Did he know the people there? Did he somehow barge his way in? Were people harboring him? That still has to be determined. Reporting in Southgate, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
A major blow to a popular bar in Taylor. The city's mayor suspending the business license of Big League Brews for 60 days. The move follows a shooting last weekend in the parking lot. The victim, in this case, in stable condition. Taylor police say they've responded to more calls at Big League Brews compared to any other bars across the city. Employees at the bar say they're blindsided by the news of the bar having to close for 2 months.
I literally live across the street in the neighborhood, like a block into the neighborhood, and I've never in my life been afraid. They're making us out to be something that we're not because of people and their actions, grown men making these decisions.
The business license suspension starts next Friday, and as for the shooting, police have arrested the suspected teenage shooter and 2 others, but are still looking for 1 more suspect. None of the 4 suspects are from Taylor. We've had a lot of rain over the past couple of days, causing some flooding problems in Macomb County, especially at one animal shelter that has suffered a huge setback when it comes to a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms. Now, they're dealing with a lot. They're struggling with a lot of cleanup and rebuilding and caring for dozens of animals. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek shows us the damage and how you can make a difference.
We're not going to survive this. We won't.
Rejoiceful Animal Rescue in Clinton Township needs your rescue.
Okay, this is bad, you guys.
After a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding the building with 50 animals still inside, like Patches and KJ, the cats who had to be rushed to safety.
It was unbelievably fast and terrifying in that we couldn't control it. There was nothing we could do. We're shoving towels in the walls.
But it was no use. Kennels flooded. Thousands of dollars worth of food and toys covered in muddy water need to be thrown away.
This is somebody's hard-earned money, and they gave it to us, and now it's ruined. Every dog toy that now nobody's going to play with, it's really depressing. It's just really, really sad.
Rejoiceful has 300 animals in its care through foster families. These dogs, Barney and Nutmeg, and Crew, the puppy, need the food, support, and shelter from this main location in Clinton Township. But the damage is extensive, and they say the insurance company is denying their claim, saying it was a plumbing issue, not outside forces, despite the storm.
We have all these animals to care for, and no place to do it. This is her baby. She built this rescue out of her house. Like, it started in an office in her house and grew to this huge, it's amazing what you have built here. And within 10 minutes, it's all at risk of being gone.
As the cleaning crews pick up the pieces and foster families scramble to take care of kittens and dogs, this rescue, which has helped thousands of animals for nearly 20 years, is asking for any kind of support. You can find information on how to donate at fox2detroit.com. Scott Wolchek, Fox 2 News.
Toyota announcing 4 finalists today in a global sustainability challenge to clean up emissions at Eastern Market. Toyota picked Eastern Market because it's one of the largest open-air markets in the U.S., and it's obviously ready to expand. The idea here is to come up with new ways to reduce emissions from freight trucks that park and idle at the market.
You have fuel issues when these trucks are idling, and they started to kick things around, and all of a sudden somebody says we have this Toyota grant, and then Toyota steps in, and they're looking at ways to do that. But this is what we want. We want to build the economy of the future, mobility of the future here in the city of Detroit. So I didn't necessarily wake up in the morning thinking about idling trucks being the biggest issue for Eastern Market, but that's why you have the people in charge making these kinds of decisions.
The 4 finalists are Civilized Cycles, Electrofish Energy, Neology, and Orange Sparkle Ball. One of these companies will get a $3 million grant to implement their ideas at Eastern Market. Detroit is the only U.S. city to be selected for this program. With trade deadlines looming, Canada is preparing to retaliate against the U.S. with new tariffs. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Canada is gearing up to retaliate against the United States' looming tariffs.
The government is responding to the impact of the unjust U.S. tariffs with multiple tools.
Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Thursday he is set to impose new tariffs on U.S. steel and aluminum imports on July 21st. His announcement comes less than 3 weeks before a pause on President Trump's reciprocal tariffs is set to end. Carney is determined to protect Canadian businesses.
We're willing to sign a security and economic or commercial agreement with the United States that's in Canada's best interest, and only that.
But he's also emphasizing the benefits of U.S.-Canadian collaboration.
We need to have ready access to U.S. markets for Canadian companies and for Canadian companies, and not have our hands tied in terms of our dealings with the rest of the world.
Meantime, Japan's Nippon Steel has closed a deal to buy 100% of U.S. steel. Part of the agreement allows Trump to veto any decision to idle plants or reduce production or staffing levels. Some steel workers are celebrating the deal.
We're going to grow and compete with other steel plants, and we've been the number 3 steel producer in the world with the partnership with Nippon Steel. And then it's going to create 100,000 jobs in the steel industry and $1 million in investment to help us.
The president also announced earlier this week he signed a trade deal with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, slashing some tariffs on auto and aerospace imports. But steel production is still being negotiated. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
It's going to be one really hot weekend here in Metro Detroit, but just how hot is it going to get? And how long is this heat dome going to last for? We're going to hear from Stephanie Mead next. Fox 2 Detroit Live, just getting started. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit live at 2. A live look outside right now. It's looking nice. It's pretty hot out there, and it's only going to get hotter. Yes. So let's check in with Stephanie Mead to see just how much heat we're getting and for how long. Stephanie, good to see you.
Yeah, it's going to be a toasty one as we head into this weekend and especially into next week. We're talking possibly close to 100 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to feel different. But this is a lot of everyone's been wanting this heat. It's been so cool for the first week or two of June. So what better way to officially welcome in summer than with 90s, right?
Yeah,
So,
first day of summer.
Exactly, that's today.
Yeah.
And we officially welcome it in at like 10:42. So we still have a bit to go before it officially arrives. But I mean, we can all just celebrate now. I feel like temps are in the low 80s in the city, 83 Toledo, 79 degrees for those in Hillsdale, 76 Lansing, still in the upper 60s up near Bad Axe. So we have kind of a large gradient in terms of temperatures. It is humid though. Those numbers just keep going up. Most of our dew point readings are in the mid 60s, so it feels stuffy, uncomfortable, still very much thick outside. Now, over the next couple of hours, our temperatures, they'll cool through the 70s, but we are in store for some very hot days starting tomorrow. We have an excessive heat watch right now, so we'll see what the National Weather Service does with this. They could either transition it over into a heat advisory or an excessive heat warning. They'll probably end up doing a heat advisory, and they already have spots north of us in a heat advisory up near northern Michigan that does include Cadillac and Traverse City. But this goes from Saturday to Tuesday, so this is going to be a prolonged event for us here across southern Michigan. We have a few showers that are diminishing across central parts of the state, starting to move into parts of Flint, just south of Flint too, and far western Oakland County. Now, we're not completely finished up with our shower chance. There might be an isolated one that pops between about now and 4:30, 5 o'clock. But after that, our shower chances will continue to diminish. And I do think we have an okay evening. It's just going to be warm and humid. And then early Saturday morning's our next round of potential storms. Between 6 and 10 o'clock, we have those storm chances here. And this is our picture by 7:30. Might get a tad loud, especially north of the city. And then by around 9, 10 o'clock, we'll see that main complex move through. That could provide damaging wind, hail, maybe an isolated tornado. So just be aware of that early tomorrow morning. But then by 11 o'clock, we die down in terms of storm chances, and we should begin to see more sunshine during the day. Now that's going to give us warmer temperatures, and that's going to quickly warm us up through the day on Saturday. Our severe weather outlook for Saturday, it's a low level severe weather threats marginal risk level 1 out of 5 for Saturday morning. Otherwise today, daytime highs will be in the low 80s. We will be warming up with a spotty shower or thunder shower chance this afternoon. Early evening, lots of dry time, low 70s, and then our storm chances arrive early Saturday morning. We officially welcome in summer at 10:42. It is the longest day this year. 15 hours and 20 minutes of daylight, which is incredible to say. But unfortunately, we do start to see our days get shorter as early as tomorrow. Feel like temperatures moving forward Sunday, Monday, Tuesday will feel like the triple digits. We could be talking record-breaking territory too, just in terms of our actual air temperatures by Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday as well. And I do think Monday we could possibly be breaking records because we're forecasting a high of 96. The record high is 95. Our feel like temperatures too, triple digits Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, feeling like 100 to about 105. So that is oppressively hot, oppressively humid. We're dry though Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe late Tuesday. We have that storm chance and then a better chance of rain Wednesday into Thursday with our temperatures slowly starting to come down from the middle 90s. But it's not really much relief because we're still hovering around that 90-degree mark Wednesday and Thursday rather of next week.
You know, Stephanie, seeing these high temps.
Yeah.
In Vegas, it was 120, and it would be like, okay, I can handle this heat. We're here, 100 or close to. I just feel like, oh, it's brutal.
It is. It's so heavy out there. I mean, at least in Vegas, it's a dry heat. Now, 120 is still like, oh my god. I feel like you feel like your eyeballs are being microwaved at that point. Just like, ugh. But here, you're factoring in that humidity, and the way our bodies cool off is through sweat, and we already have a lot of moisture out there.
We don't need any more.
It's really hard to cool off, so that's why it feels so different. So when it's dry, you can easily sweat sweat, it evaporates and goes away.
Right.
We're here, like, it can't really go anywhere since it's already so humid outside.
Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be a tough one. So if you have those portable fans, now might be a good time to get those charged and ready to go.
Can I tell you, I've been seeing a lot of those on TikTok. They've just been feeding me that.
My
I'm like, do I
daughter
need
made
something?
me buy her one. So yeah, they're everywhere now.
For sure.
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Steph.
stay
We'll
cool.
check in with you later.
See ya.
Okay. Up next, a blast from the past. We're bringing back the 80s and so much more. We're going to chat live with the lead singer of A Flock of Seagulls. He's on his way to Detroit this weekend. We'll take a look and see what he's up to. We are bringing back the 80s, one of my 80s favorites indeed. A Flock of Seagulls, still going strong and now back on tour. In fact, they're getting ready to take the stage right here in Detroit this weekend at the Aretha. Joining me live now, the lead singer of the band, Mike Score. Mike, welcome to Detroit.
I'm not quite there yet, but I'm looking forward to being there.
I am so looking forward to this weekend. I want to get right into the biggest hit. We just heard it, I Ran. This song becoming an anthem of the 80s, and it's been in a number of movies, video games, and so much more. Did you ever imagine it would have that kind of staying power?
Not really. You know, when we wrote the song, it kind of got finished and then put away because we thought, we thought it might be a bit too heavy because guitars, synths, a dance beat. And in England, where we were, we thought this might be a little heavy on the guitars. But when we actually went to record it, and it kind of stood out, as this song is great for America. So the record company released it in America, and we didn't expect anything from our band really, but it took off. And, even now that song is an icon of the 80s, and we're so glad it is.
It sure is.
But,
I think I listen to it when I work out on a daily basis.
all right.
I got to ask you too, how do you feel about the resurgence of 80s music and fashion? Does this all feel like deja vu to you?
I don't think it ever really went away. I think, the kids that were into us in the 80s, they got a bit older, they had jobs, they got married and had kids and stuff. And now the resurgence, I think, is because they want to carry on having a good time like they did when they were younger and bring their kids along, which is always great because the kids really seem to enjoy the 80s music. It's bright, it's upbeat, it's not dark. And I think parents, they like their kids to get into that.
Absolutely. I'm one of them. I got to mention the iconic hair. Let's not forget, how did that style come about? And did you realize it would become so legendary?
Well, I wanted to look different. I wanted to be, Bowie-ish. I wanted to have a look of my own. And being a hairdresser, we had plenty of time to mess around with different haircuts and stuff like that. That actual haircut, the way it is there, came about slightly by accident, whereas I had a Ziggy Stardust kind of style. And Frank, the bass player, he put his hand on top of my head and flattened it, but the sides stayed up. And our manager said, "Look, you ain't got time anymore. Get out on stage and play." So when we went out on stage, I noticed, a few people pointing at it. And then when I went backstage again to the dressing room and it was still there, I went, I've got to develop this into, because it looked sci-fi. And I was a sci-fi kid. So
we're looking at it right now. Yeah, and the Space Age love song clip, it was so iconic.
Yeah, I think, it was one of those where for us, all the dominoes fell into place, one after the other, and the look became a great part of it.
I do want to ask you too, A Flock of Seagulls had such a unique sound, unlike a lot of other 80s bands. Who was your biggest musical influences when it came to coming up with the music you guys had?
Well, we were all fans of different bands. We liked some of the 80s bands that come up. We liked Pink Floyd. We liked the Beatles. We liked the Stranglers, some punk bands, So for us, it was kind of a mishmash. But because none of us could really play when we started, we just had to make do with the sounds we were making. And we kind of honed that together. There were times when I couldn't, play the synth and sing. So we used to say to Paul, "Can you make the guitar sound like the synth?" And then opposite things, it was like, "Can you make the synth sound like a guitar?" So once we got that kind of mix going, that became our sound. And we were really happy that we didn't sound like any of the bands that we really liked, or none of the local bands in Liverpool.
Right. And Space Age Love Song happens to be my favorite, actually. We saw you adding a new twist to the song with Prague Orchestra. How did that, there we go. How did this come about? We're actually playing it right now, so if you haven't seen it yet, here it is. I'd love to know where this came about.
Just by messing about with it, really. Sometimes you have a day where you think, well, I'm just going to try and change that a bit because I've played it a million times. So you find other little areas where you venture into, and once you start doing that, you get the confidence to move on and move on and move on. And suddenly, 6 moves down the line, it starts to sound completely different. But it's still the same song. And a lot of fans kind of go, "Oh, I like the way you've moved that into something else," It's kind of like some bands, they write a song and then they rewrite the song and then they rewrite the song again. And they don't seem to go far enough with it. We like to push it all the way.
Absolutely.
So the lyrics are still there, but the music changes.
Yeah, definitely. Your music is unique. To bring a new wave to it and invite an orchestra style, it's great. And tell us, so tomorrow's show in Detroit at the Aretha, what are you expecting out of the Detroit crowd?
Up to now on this little tour, we've had great crowds. You know, we play old songs. Obviously, we play the hits. We play some brand new songs off our latest album, and we do a couple of rearrangements and stuff. And before that, you know, we've got Animotion and Annabella from Bow Wow Wow, and they set the stage up really good for us. The crowd, you know, they get into that, and what they expect from us then is just escalated, you know.
Absolutely.
But if people come to see us that like us, and so obviously, you know, it's a crowd that's going to be into you, and that makes it really easy for us to play well.
Absolutely. Mike, so good to have you on the show. For tickets, go to thearetha.com, and I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be waving.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
That's all for Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. Jay Towers is up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Towers in the morning, 100.3 WNIC.
Oh, is this the sounds of summer? It is the sounds of summer.
I like it. I do too.
Nice. Nondescript, but summerish.
I would like to address the group quickly.
Yeah.
I was going to bring something in today to show so I could be cool too.
Okay.
I don't like to brag, but I have an Oscar at home.
Okay.
But then I didn't want Alan to feel like I was showing him up, so I did not bring in my
You should have brought it. I would have stole it.
We have like an honorary Oscar?
It says best radio personality, and it's an Oscar statue.
Who gave it to you?
I don't know. The makers of We.
Okay.
Who gave it to you?
Well, I think that's really important to know.
Right.
Did you buy it yourself?
No.
Okay.
Does it weigh as much as his?
Not. It's plastic.
Okay.
Ours, Jay. Ours.
Yeah. But I didn't want him to get like, are we in a award war?
Yeah.
So I did not bring it in.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm a tender guy. I don't want my feelings hurt on a Friday.
And then I almost brought in my most talented musician plaque award that I got in 8th grade.
Oh,
the clarinet.
Now it is escalating.
It is escalating.
Or no, the recorder.
No, singing.
Oh.
And I got the overall.
Did you know this,
I
Jay?
didn't get best alto.
I
got best musician. So I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
For those vocal cords?
Yeah.
How heavy is your award?
Also not very heavy.
What is it called when the inmates take over the asylum?
It's that.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to bring in my September 1993 Senior of the Month award.
Well,
of the whole month?
Well, it hung on the screen.
Oh, my gosh.
only
Senior
you did.
of the Month.
Wow, look at you, man.
What's going on? How hot will it be this weekend?
First of all,
first day of summer.
I'm proud of all of you.
Yes,
Thank
guys.
you.
I'm proud of each and every one of
you.
you. Yeah, the solstice is at 10:42 tonight. That's when it is. So summer kicks off officially, and now we're going to feel like it tomorrow. 80s today, storms in the afternoon, 90 plus Saturday through like Tuesday, probably Wednesday. Heat index 100 plus.
I'm going to have to get outside at like 5 a.m. to walk my dog so that she can get a little bit of exercise before it's too hot.
I know, it's going to be brutal.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It is, yeah.
All right, Alan Longstreet. So we'll see what happens here. And the triple digit, it'll feel like triple digits next week.
Yes. Yeah, he didn't start. I'd say probably starting Saturday afternoon. I mean, there's not going to be a big difference between Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Okay. Mid 90s to low 90s temps. Heat index 95, 105.
Wear your sunscreen.
All right.
Yeah.
Here, we'll play Spandau Ballet for you.
Thank you. I've been waiting for this.
I know you.
Will Chelsea sing us out?
It's got a summer kind of vibe.
Right here, Chelsea.
Here she is now. All right, let's see back in the day. What happened today? Well, 50 years ago in 1975, Steven Spielberg started the whole summer blockbuster phenomenon with the release of Jaws. At the time, it was the highest grossing film in movie history, earning $260 million.
Well, the situation is that apparently a great white shark has staked a claim in the waters off Amity Island. And he is going to continue to feed here as long as there is food in the water.
Do you remember... I don't know if you'll remember this. I barely remember it until I saw it.
Okay.
Do you know that there was back in the day, a Jaws game like that you'd buy, like you'd buy Monopoly.
Okay.
And it was the shark, and the mouth is open, and you have to like take things and put it in, or take things out of the mouth before it shuts on you.
I don't remember
It's
that.
actually a great idea.
It's not a bad idea.
They, I guess they've reproduced the game, and I stopped at Sergeant Red's yesterday. You know, Sergeant Reg over in Utica, who I love, the toy store there. And they have them. And I was like, I almost got one. I'm like, what am I? This is another thing for me to get. I don't need another thing. But I was fascinated by it.
Is it in the box and wrapped? And
yeah, well, they're agreed-tos. Like, but the same game. Yeah.
What were you doing there? You just had time to kill, and you just felt like going out and...
What was he doing there?
I was in the area.
You're in the area?
I was in the area. Where were we? Yeah, why?
I feel like you have so much going on throughout the day.
I do.
Like,
I made a pit stop.
Are you surprised at how much time he probably spends making time for buying toys?
Well,
I didn't.
I know, my bad.
I did get one thing.
What'd you get?
What'd you get?
I got an Alfred E. Newman Mad Magazine figurine from the 2000s, and he's dressed in a Superman costume.
Nice.
Yeah. So I got that.
Totally worth it.
Wow.
The owner bought a collection. He called me. He said, "Hey, you want this?"
Yeah, he did.
Well, all right.
Yeah, that seems like something that you needed.
39 years ago in 1986, The Karate Kid Part 2 was released. That was a good film. I remember that one.
I'm trying to.
I think he goes overseas. Doesn't he go overseas in Karate Kid 2? I think so.
Why are you looking at me? I have no idea. I've never seen that movie.
Habit. 28 years ago in 1997, Batman and Robin was released. That was George Clooney Batman.
Yeah.
And Chris O'Donnell as Robin. What happened to Chris O'Donnell?
He's on. Well, it's run its course, but he was the star, along with LL Cool J, of NCIS Los Angeles.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yes.
I didn't know that.
I like him.
Mm-hmm.
7 years ago in 2018, the first season of Yellowstone premiered.
You like
want
it?
to build subdivisions? Move to Dallas. I won't have them here. Yeah, that's right. Nothing happens in this valley I don't know about.
Oh, my gosh. Kevin Costner is such a zaddy in this.
Is he a bad guy?
Yes and no.
Okay.
He's very powerful, and he's not intentionally trying to be bad. But
Wait, you're watching Yellowstone since when?
Well, I think I'm on season 2.
Oh.
Yeah. I've been watching for a while, on and off.
All right.
Yeah, I actually watch current things.
You know what? I know that's like your
That's
new
another
joke
jab.
narrative, but careful, because I know way more about the world than you do.
I mean, she watches 42 episodes of Grey's Anatomy every day.
I mean, when Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman is your reference for everything.
And it was 3 days ago.
Easy does it. Easy does it.
I
It's
felt
time
you needed
for
some backup. Sorry.
Yeah, Allison, stay out of it.
Yeah. It's time for Hollywood Minute, brought to you by David Feminino. Get David, get paid.
So, Roastmaster Jeff Ross, he was diagnosed with cancer last year, and he said that his oncologist kind of like roasted him while he was telling him. He said, the bad news is you're going to need 6 months of chemo. The good news is you lost your hair a long time ago.
Oh, my God. That's funny.
I bet Jeff appreciated that.
I'm sure he did. Do we know what kind of cancer?
It was colon cancer. David Cornsweet, who plays the new Superman, is the grandson of the creator of those Choose Your Own Adventure books. If you guys remember those back from the 80s and 90s. Now, the idea came from telling bedtime stories to David's mom, aunt, and uncle.
Oh, my God.
That's wild. What a weird thing. I'm sure they're finding out all this stuff now because they're overseas doing this tour and they're being interviewed by everyone.
You're going to have to ask him about that.
I will.
Are you so excited?
I am excited. Yeah. I'm very excited.
I wonder how long it'll take for him to be our new good friend, David Cornsweet.
So. I think he's untouchable.
That maybe you're going to start aging?
No? I doubt it.
And finally, last night during Beyonce's Cowboy Carter tour stop in Paris, Miley Cyrus showed up. The two performed their collab to Most Wanted for the first time. It was also Beyonce's first time to bring a guest on stage for this tour.
Not including Blue Ivy.
Well, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. In theaters this weekend, we have Bride Hard, Elio, and 28 Years Later.
A very not in sync marching band.
They are doing Will Smith's Summertime.
Oh, okay. I just didn't pick up the beat.
Neither
That's
did
on
I.
me.
No.
On me. Oh, I hear it.
There it is.
There it is.
Are they practicing?
No, that's the performance. Anyway, good morning. I thought we'd talk about some summer things today.
Okay.
Why not? It's the first day of summer, and we're ready for it. As Alan Longstreet tells us, we're going to have an incredibly hot weekend. It's going to feel like it's in the triple digits.
So hot.
Get those sprinklers ready.
Is your pool opened at your apartment complex, Allison?
Mm-hmm. It opened Memorial Weekend.
Anybody have a pool in your neighborhood in South Lyon? Chelsea.
Yes, one of my friends, a couple of my friends actually have pools.
Mhm.
So I plan on parking it there this weekend.
Look at you.
Yeah. Actually, we have 2 pools.
Oh.
We have the smaller pool and then the indoor-outdoor pool.
Well, I have a cold
They're both
basement.
open.
I was going to
there
say,
you
that's
go.
nice. Anyone have a pool near you,
No,
Jay?
just a cold,
That
cold
actually
basement.
might be better.
Yeah. Okay, here's some summer things I found that I thought were interesting. First and foremost, the country's under a brutal heat dome right now. This is not just here.
Is that actually weather terminology? We're under a heat dome?
That's right. It's a brutal heat dome.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's going to be this way much of next week. A writer for thecut.com did a big article on pit stains and how she's just a very sweaty person in general. She's always been embarrassed by it. She says she's now embracing her pit stains this summer. She says no more preventative measures, no more embarrassments. Bring on the sweat.
Oh, that's like when ladies tried to make armpit hair
a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just didn't take off.
That's it.
I mean, still do it if you want to, but it's not really ever gonna.
Listen, coming from a sweaty person, like I feel like I'm constantly sweating through my shirts. I have to be very mindful if we're doing appearances and stuff, like what colors I'm wearing.
Yeah.
I don't think that you need to go above and beyond to try to not let that happen, but I'm not just going to be like flailing my arms around like this girl sounds like she's going to. I think
you write a letter. You write an article like this for a little attention. Right?
For sure. So we can have this conversation.
So we can have this conversation. Yeah. That's right. Kroger, this is big, is celebrating the summer by giving away 92,000 free pints of ice cream.
Whoa.
92 because it's the 92 days of summer. You can download the coupon at freekrogericecream.com.
That's pretty cool.
That is really cool. You know what I had for dinner last night?
Ice cream?
Dinner.
Okay.
Blizzard.
Nice.
What, you had dinner in a blizzard or just a blizzard?
No, just for dinner, the blizzard.
Really?
What kind?
Turtle.
You're taking this healthiness to a new level.
I know. Seriously.
But if that's all you had, if it's all who says that you need to have a piece of, pot roast?
I was not being
for protein.
I wasn't being completely honest. If Dairy Queen's going to DoorDash all the way to my house, I feel like I should buy one more thing from them. So I got some French fries too.
Oh, how are they there?
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Are they?
And I dipped them in my Popeye's Blackened Ranch, which is in my fridge.
What's going on at that house of yours?
Not a diet.
Have you cooked anything in the last week?
I try not to. I try not to.
I didn't realize we were still on the Popeyes Blackened Ranch.
I got back on it when I saw it at Kroger that I could buy it and own it myself.
Oh, I didn't realize that you could buy it
You
yourself.
can buy a big bottle.
Got it.
Yeah.
When that doctor told Allison,
I know.
I can't find anything wrong with you. She said, you know what?
Yeah. All right, then
I'll
let's
show you
do
something.
this. Let's do this.
I'll show you something. The New York Post wants you to know that summer is open season for UTIs. A doctor explained the urinary tract infections are more common in summer because of the combination of the heat, the humidity, and unfortunately, Chelsea, the dehydration.
Oh.
Drink up your water.
Well, I don't know why you're looking right at me for UTIs.
Well,
I don't know if I'm I think you need to be looking right next door, but
I probably have one now. We don't know.
Oh my God.
She has them all the time.
Anytime I find out I have one, it's when I'm in the hospital for something else.
Right.
I mean, it's happened like 5 times.
It's
They're
an and by the way.
and by the way, this too. And I'm like, how often is that going on?
And how am I not recognizing this?
Shouldn't my body alert me?
This is the summer conversation you were hoping for today on Fox Local and 100.3 WNIC. What's the best thermostat setting for summer? An article on marthastewart.com says the ideal temperature indoors, I kind of agree, is 70. If you want to save money and not crash the grid, 78's better, but that sounds horrifying. 75 saves about 3% on your energy bill. Don't do what I do and keep it at 66 year round.
You do?
66.
That's my dream house.
Yeah.
I put it down to 70, not yesterday. Yesterday was almost cold. The day before. And as I was doing it, because it's a constant battle, I was like, please don't cry about this. And I'm like, boop, 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 bringing it down from 77. He's like, he recognized it was hot. But I have to bargain. I have to bargain for it because 74 is his meet in the middle.
When I finally get in a relationship with someone, I'm going to have a real problem. Like, I don't know why I feel so entitled, but like I'm in charge of the thermostat.
Take that power right off the bat.
If you are cold, you can put a sweatshirt on. I'm not sitting around in a house that's 79 degrees.
Amen, sister. Amen.
We have breaking news. Breaking news. The National Weather Service put out an advisory warning people in areas with extreme heat, like Southeast Michigan this weekend, to avoid coffee, alcohol, meals high in protein, so somebody was ahead of the curve, and abandoning their children and pets in hot cars. Thank you, National Weather Service.
I was going to tell them to mind their own business till that last part.
Right.
Last part.
Don't do that last part.
And
but I'll drink alcohol and coffee if I want to.
Everyone's drinking their faces off this weekend by a pool. It's just going to happen.
Drinking their faces off.
Incredible. Time for That's Incredible. Some incredible stories from around the world and beyond. I did not know this story happened in Detroit when we talked about it, that we were going to do it today. I didn't realize it happened here. In Detroit, a county worker was overpaid $1.6 million.
That happened here.
Apparently, it was a clerical error, and their employee ID number was put into the spot that their hourly wage should have been.
Oh, my gosh.
Here are Wayne County officials talking about the mistake.
I'd be very concerned about what's happening with payroll in the county. Certainly, that's an incredibly big mistake.
Sometimes things slip through the cracks. They shouldn't.
No excuses for it. That kind of thing can't happen. I think there are a lot of errors that went on. What I can tell you is there are multiple fail-safes, theoretically.
That's incredible. They shouldn't be so hard on themselves. I mean, we've done stories like this lots of times. I mean, they're not the only ones that have made that mistake.
Well, so the employee has worked there for more than 20 years, alerted her supervisor the following day. Obviously, the process started to get the money back.
Mm-hmm.
2 people got fired for that mistake.
Wow.
Yeah.
I guess you have to alert your employer.
I know.
Or do you?
I know this is going to be dumb and it's a stupid question, but I mean, because the employee came forward so quickly with the mistake, which they would have found anyway.
Yeah.
Don't you give a little bonus?
That's what I was thinking. Don't you give them like a little reward?
A little $1,000 bonus.
Right.
Hey, thank you. You know what? You're a good employee. And by the way, thanks for your honesty. We would have found this anyway, but the fact that you brought it to our attention the next day shows that you didn't think about,
I think so.
What could I move over to savings?
Yeah,
I'm checking.
Might have bought a car first and then told you.
Right. Oh, I just thought this was for all the years of good work.
Well, this is a bonus.
Workers at a Pittsburgh airport helped track down a diamond that fell out of a woman's engagement ring on Friday the 13th. It happened when her hand got pinched between the suitcase and the baggage carousel.
Oh, no.
To retrieve my bag from the carousel, my hand got stuck between the suitcase and the edge of the carousel. It pinched my hand, so I pulled my hand back really quickly, and I looked down, and my ring was without a diamond. I came in, and I immediately started looking all around.
2 paint sticks taped together, scraping dirt from underneath the carousel. That's how they actually found it.
Literally, my jaw dropped. I was ecstatic. It's like I just couldn't get to the airport quickly enough.
I'm happy that people got together to look for that.
Yeah.
I wonder, I mean, if it were me and my diamond fell out of my ring, it'd be like a chip. I'd be like, eh. You know what I mean? I wonder the size. Like, it'd be like just barely a diamond. I'm assuming she had some carats or something.
Yeah, but we don't know. It could have been a sentimental thing. I don't know. It could have been a small diamond. It could have been, I don't know.
I'm just looking for a reason to not have to do anything extra.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, I'll get a different diamond.
I'll get a Diamel from the Home Shopping Club.
There you go.
Gang, we have Diamels, and we have them for 5 more minutes.
What's that other thing?
It's like an
Cubic
80s thing.
zirconia?
Yeah.
Zirconia?
Yeah. Police in Nebraska are searching for thieves who stole a person's vacation funds from their home last week. And get this, the money was $3,000 and entirely in quarters.
Yeah.
So the vacation fund was all in quarters.
When me and my roommates were servers, we all had change bottles and jugs and jars. Yeah, that adds up.
Think of that robber, though, that's stealing.
I know. How
that's
heavy was that? Yeah.
A high school grad in New York is trending after she handed out gifts to everyone in her class. 17-year-old Sophia is a budding artist and did a portrait of every single one of her classmates, all 110.
That's incredible. Wow.
Incredible.
She would have had to start that, I would think, at the beginning of the year.
Unless they were all stick figures.
I
could knock that out.
I guess probably not.
They're probably not stick figures. And finally, wildlife experts right here in Michigan helped out a bear that was living with a plastic barrel stuck on its head for years. They say it's amazing it was able to survive like that for so long. It adapted. Should be fine now. Isn't that unbelievable?
Poor baby.
Thank goodness for those kinds of people.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the first day of summer. Welcome to it. And the longest day, right? The solstice side.
Means we would include, of course, the nature of other opportunities to leave, independent efforts, independent groups managing those dynamics. As far as the DeSantis effort, I would suggest you call the state of Florida, call his office, and I'm sure that they'll get you more information. All right, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Since the president said there is substantial opportunity for negotiation and has given it 2 weeks, why not send in a U.S. representative to join the Europeans with the Iranians in Geneva today? And second, Mr. Grossi is worried that if Boushahar reacted...
Let me answer your first one first, if I may, and then we'll follow up with your second. First of all, Geneva is a discussion involving the Europeans. Of course, we're working on many different fronts and have from the beginning here in leading the nature of finding a solution to this problem. And we certainly continue to. The president's made it very clear, as he has, again, not just about this issue, but every other war and conflict that he's trying to stop. And also with his statement that he would allow to make a decision within the 2 weeks because of the potential. So those efforts continue on. How we're pursuing those efforts are up to the president, and he's making those decisions and anticipates that it might be worth waiting those 2 weeks. But other than, I can't characterize the why or the how. But I think it's important. One thing I think of the many that Americans have learned about President Trump is to believe what he says, to know that he'll deliver, and to not second guess the nature of the choices he's making.
Great. And second, Mr. Grossi is worried about reaction coming from Boushahar if it was attacked. So are you worried that as a result of these attacks on any of the reactors that actually we might have a nuclear radiation?
Well, certainly. I'm not going to speculate on the impact of the nature of what is transpiring in any country in this regard. I know that Israel has issued statements afterwards in dealing with any concerns regarding the actions that they're taking, and I would refer you to the Israeli government in that regard. But I'm not going to speculate on a hypothetical dynamic at this point. All right, yes.
With regard to the talks taking place today, well, concluded today in Geneva, does the Trump administration believe that they were productive in paving the way for diplomacy?
Well, I don't want to characterize what the Secretary of State may think of what has happened. I know that the government as a whole, that we're hopeful for every new opportunity, every new effort to have this come to a conclusion that is diplomatic. That is something clearly we've seen in the president's posture. So while I won't be able to characterize it about what their opinions are at this point, I think at some point we may find that out. But I do know that we do hope that every effort is successful.
Two more quick questions. Is the Secretary planning to get on the phone with any of those foreign counterparts that were in the meeting later today?
Well, I know that, of course, he's headed to The Hague next week. And so I know conversations, no doubt, will happen there about a whole number of issues. All right.
And then,
yes, sir. We'll move on here. We'll move on here. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
To the Secretary's Hague trip. When he was in Brussels in early April, he told us that it would take a few days or weeks, not months, certainly, for him to assess whether or not Putin was serious about ending the war. Today, we have all seen Putin's statements. So he himself made it clear that he has no intention to end the war and the killing. He even discussed, more territories to seize. I'm wondering, have you guys landed anywhere in terms of your conclusion about Putin's intention?
Well, we know that since that point, I don't think he said days at that point, but he said a matter of weeks. And in that process, we saw our posture adjust in that framework. At the same time, as I've mentioned before, during negotiations, things sometimes progress, things change. That's the whole point of negotiations and conversations, is that you signal that how long it is generally that you're willing to wait, but that you would know if someone is serious. And then again, it's not a static environment as you're moving forward through that time. At the same time, we've heard since then some very blunt comments by President Trump about President Putin. We also know that the parties themselves have met directly. And I think that that's also where we've landed at this point in comments from both the President and Secretary of State, that the only way this is going to end is for the two parties to meet and come to a conclusion and a decision and some kind of an agreement. That is where it is. And of course, we are always present. We remain concerned and issued comments a couple of days ago about the nature of what's happening in Ukraine and the death of an American. So we are there. We have been, of course, Ukraine's biggest supporter, and we continue to hope for and work with and observe the nature of how the conversations are going at this point between the two parties. And that, like every other negotiation, can change one way or another. But that's our posture at this point. Of course, America is still involved, and we're clearly making our presence, our caring about the situation known, and that's where we're at this point.
Taking time, but in light of today's comments, as I mentioned, Putin's comments, and also his press secretary said that now we have a strategic advantage, quote, why should we lose it? We're going to move forward. So in light of those comments, why not calling them out for not being serious about the peace process?
Well, again, we're not in just a world where when we see something online that we are going to choose how we're going to respond as an individual. There are many different fronts always in every situation that we remain involved in. So it's not as simple as a single response to a single quote that came from a statement or something online. This is about dealing with certain situations in a complex manner. Only the president can make the decision about how to proceed. Only he knows all the elements about what's important and how we're going to make a difference. And that's where we have it. It is, as I term it, as I did a couple days ago, there is one guiding hand to the choices that we make, and that would include with Russia, Ukraine, and every conflict he's trying to stop.
May I ask one NATO-related
question? We are going to move on here. Thank you, sir.
Sorry to go back to Iran just for two quick questions.
Of course.
One, just for clarification, have any Americans been killed or injured in Iranian strikes so far?
You know, I don't think so. Is that? Do we have numbers, or is that something that we've been able to? Let's take that back and see where things stand at this point. I do know that the reports that I've seen are that there have been no American injuries or injuries of staff at embassies and consulates. But let's take that back.
Hey there, Detroit. Happy Friday. I'm your host, Bree Teamer, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit's Live at 3. Let's get started.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
2 Southgate police officers recovering after they're shot in the legs. The suspected shooter captured after a multi-agency manhunt. Fox 2's Camila Mary has more on the suspect and the officer's conditions.
20-year-old Jeremiah Kemp behind bars after investigators say he shot 2 Southgate police officers on Thursday.
He clearly has no regard for human life.
It all happened at the reserve of Southgate apartment complex off North Line Road a little after 4 p.m. Police responded to a call at the property, a man waving a gun around, and then shots fired. 2 officers hit by gunfire. The suspect jumping out of a second-floor window and running away, prompting a massive manhunt. Dozens of officers on the state and local level, federal agents and canine units all searching for the gunman. A few hours later, Jeremiah Kemp is taken into custody in the very same apartment complex where he allegedly shot those 2 officers.
We were just trying to zero in on him, and there was a apartment that was of interest to us, and you know, that's where we found him.
As far as the 2 wounded officers, both were shot in the leg, taken to an area hospital where they were treated and released.
They're angry, obviously. They both just got shot. They were at 4 o'clock. They were almost through their 12-hour shift. But they're good.
Now, we know that Kemp was apprehended in an apartment unit that was actually different from the unit where shots were fired. So what connection did he have to that unit where he was arrested? Police still trying to figure that out. Did he know the people there? Did he somehow barge his way in? Were people harboring him? That still has to be determined. Reporting in Southgate, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
Well, family hoping you can help find their missing loved one. Tyra Bailey has not been seen since Wednesday morning. Dearborn police say she was with 3 young children inside a McDonald's on Wyoming near Castle Street. She left the kids at the restaurant, telling them she had to run to the store. She never returned. Bailey's family says she suffers from a mental condition and they're concerned for her safety. She was last seen wearing a black zip-up sweatshirt with gray sleeves, gray sweatpants, and pink shoes. She was also carrying a large black backpack. If you've seen Tyra Bailey, please call Detroit police. Well, a major blow to a popular bar in Taylor. The city's mayor has suspended the business license of Big League Brews for 60 days. The move follows a shooting last weekend in the parking lot. The victim in that case is in stable condition. Taylor police say they've responded to more calls at Big League Brews compared to other bars across the city. Employees at the bar say they're blindsided by the news that they're closed for 2 months.
I literally live across the street in the neighborhood, like a block into the neighborhood, and I've never in my life been afraid. They're making us out to be something that we're not because of people and their actions, grown men making these decisions.
The business license suspension starts next Friday. As for the shooting, police arrested the suspect. He was a teenage shooter and 2 others, but they're looking for 1 more suspect. None of the 4 suspects is from Taylor. Well, we've had a lot of rain over the past couple days, causing some flooding problems. In Macomb County, 1 animal shelter suffered a huge setback when a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding their building. Now they're struggling to clean up, rebuild, and care for dozens of animals. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek shows us the damage and how you can make a difference.
We're not going to survive this. We won't.
Rejoiceful Animal Rescue in Clinton Township needs your rescue.
Okay, this is bad, you guys.
After a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding the building with 50 animals still inside, like Patches and KJ, the cats who had to be rushed to safety.
It was unbelievably fast and terrifying in that we couldn't control it. There was nothing we could do. We're shoving towels in the walls.
But it was no use. Kennels flooded. Thousands of dollars worth of food and toys covered in muddy water need to be thrown away.
This is somebody's hard-earned money, and they gave it to us, and now it's ruined. Every dog toy that now nobody's going to play with, it's really depressing. It's just really, really sad.
Rejoiceful has 300 animals in its care through foster families. These dogs, Barney and Nutmeg, and Crew, the puppy, need the food, support, and shelter from this main location in Clinton Township. But the damage is extensive, and they say the insurance company is denying their claim, saying it was a plumbing issue, not outside forces, despite the storm.
We have all these animals to care for, and no place to do it. This is her baby. She built this rescue out of her house. Like, it started in an office in her house and grew to this huge, I mean, it's amazing what you have built here. And within 10 minutes, it's all at risk of being gone.
As the cleaning crews pick up the pieces and foster families scramble to take care of kittens and dogs, this rescue, which has helped thousands of animals for nearly 20 years, is asking for any kind of support. You can find information on how to donate at fox2detroit.com. Scott Walczek, Fox 2 News.
Well, Toyota announcing 4 finalists today in a global sustainability challenge to clean up emissions at Eastern Market. Toyota picked Eastern Market because it's one of the largest open-air markets in the United States and is ready to expand. The idea here is to come up with new ways to reduce emissions from freight trucks that park in the idle at the market.
Issues when these trucks are idling, and they started to kick things around, and all of a sudden somebody says we have this Toyota grant, and then Toyota steps in and they're looking at ways to do that. But this is what we want. We want to build the economy of the future, mobility of the future here in the city of Detroit. So I didn't necessarily wake up in the morning thinking about idling trucks being the biggest issue for Eastern Market, but that's why you have the people in charge making these kinds of decisions.
The 4 finalists are Civilized Cycles, Electrofish Energy, Neology, and Orange Sparkle Ball. That's an interesting one. Now, one of these companies will get a $3 million grant to implement their ideas at Eastern Market. Detroit is the only U.S. city to be selected for this program. Go Detroit. Well, you've probably seen it. Maybe you've done it. Driving straight into high water, hoping you'll make it through. But a local fire chief and a seasoned mechanic have a simple message. Do not try it. Fox 2's Hillary Golston shows us why the summer hazard is more than just a puddle-sized problem.
It is a lousy look. Your ride wrecked in rising water. Right here on 14 Mile, not far from Coolidge. These folks caught in the crosshairs of a summer soaker. Why do people do it? It's like a big question, you know?
Yeah, I think people just really underestimate it, and they don't realize how deep the water might be.
Ferndale Fire Chief Teresa Robinson says it's not a guessing game. When skies open up and patience wears thin, just sit still.
If the curb is underwater, don't drive through it, because it could be an indication it's way too deep. Our cars are not made to go in water. They're not amphibious. As soon as your muffler gets underwater, you're in trouble.
Over at Den Auto Repair, they've seen it all. If your car's caught swimming, it might not be salvageable.
Depending on how bad it's damaged, we have to very much inspect the car and see what is the damage to the car. If it's a damage into the engine, you got to very much replace the engine. The moisture will enter into the computer and the electronic. Those are very sensitive. So they can be intermittent problem, and could be the headache.
If you see a car that's previously flooded, run.
Yes.
So let's just say you're close to getting stuck in a street that's turned into a stream. Well, now what?
Try to keep the car moving forward. As soon as you slow down and stop, that's when you're really going to be stuck and you can't move.
And if your engine gives out?
Try to see if you are able to get out of your car. And if you're able to safely get up through the water and out of the water, then try to do that. If you can't, call us.
In this case, us means 911. Because when you wade into danger, first responders are the ones who can wade in to save you. Hillary Golston, Fox 2 News.
Just getting started, and today is the first day of summer. But with these extreme temps heading our way, you might be wishing that this was the last day. Some tips as we head into the weekend and this heat that we're going to be experiencing. We'll talk about it straight ahead. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit's Live. You're looking live downtown Detroit, where it is 79 degrees. It's not the sunniest day, but it is pretty hot, so get out there and enjoy it because summer has officially arrived, and it's bringing a major heat wave to many parts of the country, leaving millions looking for ways to stay cool. Fox's Kennedy Hayes is live in Idaho Springs, Colorado, near Denver, where temperatures could hit record highs today. Kennedy, people are escaping the heat there with river rafting, it seems.
Hi, Bree, that's right. River rafting is one of the most popular ways to beat the heat, at least in this part of the country. And I can tell you just about 30 miles west of Denver here in the mountains, I will say it's a little bit cooler than the metro Denver, but it is definitely still hot. And just talking to people who have come out here, the thing that surprised you the most is a lot of them are coming from even hotter states looking for some relief back here in the mountains.
We're from the Houston area, so when we left it was like, 100 degrees outside? Yeah. It's very elevated here compared to Texas. We're, I think, a mile lower in elevation, I think. So we really got to drink lots of water.
We are from Palm Beach, Florida. It's gorgeous. The humidity is low humidity, so we have high humidity in Florida.
I'm from Arizona. I live in Maricopa County. The heat and humidity, just standing here, I'm breaking a sweat.
The water here in the Clear Creek Reservoir is around 60 degrees according to the Fox Forecast Center, so that is much cooler than the air temperatures a lot of the country is going to be feeling. Millions from the northeast to the central and northern plains will be sweating through the first weekend of summer, and temperatures in Denver today could hit 100 degrees. That would break the previous record of 99 set on this date 7 years ago. Heat advisories remain in effect through Sunday for the entire Denver metro and foothills. Cooling centers are open across the region for anyone who needs a place to get out of the sun, but the National Weather Service is urging people to stay hydrated, wear sunscreen, and take frequent breaks in the shade. And with winds picking up this afternoon, that fire risk is also a concern, so that reminder from officials to make sure you pay attention to your local fire safety guidelines. Bree?
Kennedy, I gotta say, all the rafting looks super fun. I've never done it, but props to them for rafting upstream, canoeing and kayaking upstream. That can't be easy, especially in those temperatures.
Yeah, Bree, I haven't done it in so many years, so I'm really hoping if I get a break today, I know where the best of the paddles are, I'll be able to take a dip as well.
Yeah, I hope you get to do it today too, Kennedy. Thank you. All right, well, what about here in our local region, Metro Detroit area? What's happening over here? Because Stephanie Meade told me earlier that it's going to feel like it's over 100 degrees this weekend.
Hey everybody, Stephanie Meade here with your weather forecast heading through the next couple of days. It's been a relatively mild day today. Highs are going to top out lower 80s, a few shower chances through this evening, but most of it should be out of here as we head through late tonight. I think the big story moving forward now is going to be that excessive heat watch that we have in play. We are anticipating very hot days this upcoming weekend and into early next week. So we have this excessive heat watch Saturday through Tuesday. We're anticipating our heat index numbers to be between 100 and 105 degrees, and that is almost oppressively hot. We have a few showers that will be moving through the rest of this afternoon. I don't think it's anything to cancel plans over tonight, especially if you want to be out and about. This is our picture by 5:30, 6 o'clock. A lot of the activity is well over the Canadian border, and then we'll see additional showers and thunderstorms kind of flare up between 6 and 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So this is going to be mainly a morning event for us here. This is by 7 o'clock. Few of those showers and thunderstorms developing. The main risk of severe weather, I think, north of us in northern Oakland, Macomb, St. Clair, and Sanilac counties between 7 and 10 o'clock. By 11 o'clock, it's over Lake Erie. So this is going to be a quick hitter here, but I do think damaging wind, hail, and isolated tornado possible out of this tomorrow morning, and then we salvage the rest of the afternoon. It is a low-level severe weather threat, so marginal risk level 1 out of 5 for Wayne County and areas north. So something to keep in mind too early tomorrow morning. 82 degrees today, low 70s tonight. Storm chance, I think, will arrive especially after midnight tonight. And it is officially the summer solstice this evening. We officially welcome in summer today. 10:42 p.m. It is the longest day of the year, 15 hours and 20 minutes of official daylight. Otherwise, the next 7 days look to remain toasty. Daytime highs will start off in the 90s this weekend, 95 Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, well into the 90s as well. Those red numbers on top are the records for the day. So there could be a few locations starting Sunday that could either tie defy or break the record high, especially on Monday. We're forecasting highs at about 96, the record at 95, 94 on Tuesday, the record at 97. So there's a couple numbers in there in a couple days where the records could be broken. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Otherwise, our feel-like temperatures as we move towards the next couple of days too, not feeling the best. We've come close to the triple digits on Saturday, but we're well into the triple digits Sunday, Monday, into Tuesday. Now, luckily, there's just a little bit of relief by the middle part of the week, but that comes in the form of rain more so than the actual temperatures itself. Heat index numbers Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, again, triple digits, feeling like 104 on Sunday, Monday feeling like 103, and Tuesday we will be at about 100 degrees in terms of our feel-like temperatures. So it is really going to crank up around here just in terms of that heat. And you notice overnight lows, there really isn't a whole lot of relief. A lot of us in the low to middle 70s from tonight until about early Thursday morning. So we have a stretch here of very oppressive, uncomfortable conditions. And this is the type of stuff that could give you heat stroke. So just be sure to use caution if you are outside. Check on elderly and the kids. Take plenty of breaks. Drink plenty of water. And be sure to keep in mind your pets too. It's also hot for them as well. Low 90s Saturday. We're dry Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for the most part. Maybe a late shower chance Tuesday. And then storm chances should return Wednesday into Thursday with daytime highs still in the upper 80s to lower 90s as we head through the middle part of next week. We'll have more updates tonight at 5, but just stay cool as we head through the next couple of days, and be sure to have that Fox 2 weather app too to get those storm updates. Bye-bye.
Well, the weather boys are back chasing one of the most magical sights on Earth, the Northern Lights. But with the clouds and cosmic uncertainty, were they able to catch them? Let's find out.
I know, Aurora Borealis sounds like a fake word, but I Googled it. Turns out it's real. So today, I'm gonna look at it.
Okay.
It's just in the sky.
Okay, first off, you're pronouncing it wrong. It's Aurora Borealis.
Aurora Borealis.
Second off, we're out here in the middle of the afternoon. We're not going to see anything now. And third, you're wearing solar eclipse glasses. You're not going to see the northern lights with those. Do you actually want to know the science behind the northern lights?
No, maybe. Yes, space monsters.
No, not space monsters. I'll show you.
It's happening, the Northern Lights.
Yup. And they're not magic. They're caused by particles from the sun slamming into the Earth's atmosphere.
So you're telling me the sun is throwing a rave and the Earth just happens to have the dance floor?
Pretty much. It starts with a solar storm. Charged particles fly out from the sun. That's called the solar wind. Most of those particles get deflected by Earth's magnetic field, except near the poles, where the field lines dip down and let them sneak through.
So Earth has like security gates and the north entrance is broken.
Exactly.
I am Aurora. I knew there was going to be a space monster.
You think this is a space monster? This cute little thing? No, this is what happens when solar particles smash into gases in our atmosphere. Oxygen, nitrogen, they react and glow.
I feed on particle collisions. I am beautiful chaos. I am Northern Lights.
So different gases make different colors?
Yup. Oxygen makes green. Nitrogen can make blue or purple. It all depends on what the particles run into and how high up it happens.
Altitude is everything.
Okay, this is officially the creepiest and best science class I've ever had.
It makes more sense, right?
I told you there was a space monster.
You did.
I wasn't totally right.
You did, right?
Is internal, the scars will never show. Whoa, sometimes I stare at my phone. Somebody calling, I answer.
Well, having the talent is only half the battle. You gotta know how to move and when not to move, how to navigate things. Coming up, a conversation about music industry do's and don'ts when we come back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. Well, tapping into your musical talents is something that may come naturally to some, but the job doesn't stop there. Having the talent is only one piece to the puzzle, and music artist and producer Michael Seeger joins us live here in studio to talk with us. Mike, welcome back.
What's up, Bree? Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about this. Having the talent is so important. Having the interest is so important, the passion. But that's not going to get you to the top. So let's talk about it a little bit. What are some do's and don'ts that we need to know if we are new artists, maybe we're interested in becoming an artist? What do we need to know?
So I've been working in the music industry here in Detroit for 15 years with Get Fresh Studios. I get this question all the time. So first starters would be consistent. You have to release your music. You have to post on your social medias, behind the scenes videos, in the studio, showing people how your songs are made, just trying to connect with your fan base or soon-to-be fan base as much as possible. I'd highly recommend stop trying to chase trends and just be yourself, because people can spot fake from a mile away, and you won't really find the right fans just trying to follow things.
Yeah, Mike, you've worked with so many incredible artists, Dage Loaf, Cash Doll, so many great people have come into your studio. So you know firsthand like what works and what doesn't work. But how do you get over the hump of people saying, you're not that good?
So that's the thing here. Forget about them. Go out and find your fans. Go to events, networking. Go to Detroit Rising. It's an event that I throw here once a month on the last Saturday of the month. We network with these people. We have videographers, photographers, engineers, producers, agents, sync licensing people. They all come to this event, and you can talk to them, find your people, and just be yourself. You're going to have a million no's, and then you're going to get the yes that matters. And to me, like, it took me 15 years of doing this to realize it doesn't matter what people think about your music. There's going to be people that like it, and not everybody has to.
Let's talk a little bit about tapping into that authenticity. Everyone has it, right? Everyone is their own person. Some people, they put on this show, right? And they become someone that they aren't to attempt at getting more people to like them. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, there's a quick way to it, and that seems like it might be it. I personally feel like doing that might hinder you in the long run when people find out that's not really who you are. Because once you start getting all these followers and you try to start being yourself, I don't know, it just seems like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, you got to keep lying to cover up the lie, or keep putting on the mask to cover up that mask.
Exactly. It is show business, though, so you have to kind of put on something, but realistically, being yourself is the way to go.
Yeah, 1,000%. Now, you talked about Detroit Rising just a little bit. It's something that you've been doing for 5 months now, and you've been seeing a great turnout each time. Tell us, what can we expect this time around?
So our next Detroit Rising is tomorrow night. My business partner, Ethan, and I are putting on a crazy cool show. It starts at 8:30. It's at Get Fresh Studio in the Jefferson Chalmers district in Detroit. We're going to have around 14 different artists performing with our live band, our house band, which is comprised of the Ethan Mark Band. We're going to be playing all original music from these artists. It's all being recorded and filmed. It's just a really cool experience. We have all different walks of life, all different genres come through. I would recommend it for any up-and-coming artist who's looking to network and just be exposed to a different side of the industry than just going to a normal concert.
An emphasis on any, right? It doesn't have to be a specific genre.
No, exactly. We do rock bands, we do R&B singers, we do acoustic guitar singer-songwriters, rappers. We pretty much, it's just a safe place for all artists to come and be themselves and expose others to their music.
Let's talk about the prize, because that's a big part of this, right?
So we've been changing it up every week. So this weekend we're doing the first winner gets free studio time, produced and co-engineered by Ethan, Mark, and myself at Get Fresh Studios. They're going to win a studio package, and the runner-up will receive a consultation for their music kind of give them some advice on how to navigate the industry, how to release their music, kind of some do's and don'ts like we were talking about earlier?
Yeah. And obviously someone has won this 4 times in a row, right? How have you seen this impact them?
So each time it's a little bit different. We still have yet to run some of the sessions for some of the winners. We're trying to find that right song to record with us because Ethan and I have years, probably 25 years of knowledge combined that we can bring to the table in this industry, and people know that, so they want to bring their best work to us. But so far, every response we've been getting is just over the top, how excited they were after they got off the stage performing at Detroit Rising. I like to think that we're really trying to provide something special for the community.
Michael, tell us one more time where we can find out all the details, where artists can sign up, where if we just want to come and check it out, where we can do all of that at.
So Detroit Rising is located at Get Fresh Studios. If you want to apply to be a performer at Detroit Rising, you can go to getfreshstudios.com/Detroit Rising.
All right. So, Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you, Bree.
All right, and we want to take you live now to a conversation that's being held right here in Detroit. Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, is expected to speak today to discuss concerns over Canada's weak border. I believe Congressman John James is speaking right now. We'll take you there live.
Me at everything I go to. But I've had a fantastic day up here in Michigan and spending time with a lot of the different components under the Department of Homeland Security that work to secure our northern border, but also to address a lot of the biggest challenges that we are dealing with right now. And we're dealing with it as a failure of the Biden administration and how tragically they destroyed the security of the families that live in this country. And we aren't just seeing it at the southern border, we're seeing it in every single state. And I said it 1,000 times if I said it once, that every state became a border state because of what they allowed to come into this country. And we have to, and families like this dear family have had to deal with the consequences of what they did. And thank God for President Trump. Thank God for President Trump that came in as a strong leader. So, and I would also say, thank you to consistent voices and champions and people who put policy into place and never stopped the fight in Congress, like Congressman James. I mean, every day continuing to message why we needed a change in the White House and why we needed someone to lead this country like him was extremely powerful for him to continue to lead and to be bold on behalf of the people that live here in this state. I want to thank Building America's Future for hosting this event, for talking about the importance of having this conversation. You all know that President Trump, when he campaigned for office, for his second term, he talked about the fact that immigration and the border crisis was his #1 priority, and that he knew that if we weren't a country of rule of law, if we did not enforce our borders, then we were no nation at all. And he talked about it all the time, and people overwhelmingly supported him because he recognized that no one in this country should be treated better than anyone else, that citizens should be treated less than people who were here illegally committing criminal acts against them and their families, and that we were going to once again be a country that was back on its foundation, the foundation that our creators gave us. As the greatest experiment in humankind was this nation of a constitution built on freedom and liberty, but it also was built on law, and that it would be upheld and applied equally, and the scales of justice would be applied equally. So that is exactly what he did. And in fact, my background was not to be in politics at all. My dream was to farm and ranch with my dad, who was a cowboy. So he was tough, and I loved him, and he was my best friend, and I thought I'd spend the rest of my life running our businesses and our ranch and farm with him until he died in an accident when I was in college, and that's when I ended up getting involved in government and politics, because we had the federal government telling us we owed them taxes because my dad died. So I just started showing up at meetings, and my life changed. And I will tell you, this is what I want all of you who are here today to recognize, is that showing up matters. Showing up matters. There may be something that you learn here today that you're able to go out and tell 5 other people or 10 other people that completely changes their perspective on this nation or on our president or what he's doing or why he's doing what he's doing. And so I would ask that as we have this conversation, that you be thinking about not only what you can learn here today, but also what you can leave here today, going out and talking to people that are across this country that really need to understand why we're working so hard in this country to make sure that we have safety and security and a strong economy, and why we need the homeland to be the place where the American dream can still continue, it can still happen. So I'm excited about the folks that will be sharing with us today. A couple of things, when the president asked me, you know, after he won the election, Christy, what would you like to do? I know that people have suggested you to be the Secretary of Agriculture or the Secretary of Interior. You know, what position would you most be interested in? And I said, sir, I would like to be your Secretary of Homeland Security. And he said, really? Why? You know, he said that's a really hard job and it's a mess because this Mayorkas guy screwed it all up. And, you know, I said, sir, because it's your number one priority. And I want to work on your number one priority because I think you're going to have somebody who's actually tough enough to do it, but also can go out there and talk to the American people about why it's important, and someone who's a wife and a mother and a grandmother that recognizes that there are families out there that are suffering, that need this fixed, but also that as we go through making sure that we're cleaning up a lot of the criminals and the bad actors in our country and getting the drugs and the human trafficking gone, that can communicate that in a way that shows that we're preparing a better country for our kids and for our grandkids. And he entrusted me with it, and I get up every day hoping I'm doing it fast enough for him, been fast enough for families like the Morin family that just has so suffered. And here, as people have talked, and I've visited with people across the country, they've talked about the fact that they see so many resources going to the southern border, they get concerned that we're forgetting about the northern border. And I will assure you that that is not happening under this administration. That while we have ensured that the different responsibilities that I have under Homeland Security are deployed and that the border is secure, in fact, we have broken the record for the lowest illegal alien encounters at the southern border for 2 months in a row in the history of the nation. We've deployed more resources there. We've got Border Patrol there, ICE there. We've also got lots of federal partners, ATF, DEA, the FBI. They're all helping us with that. The military, National Guard folks as well. The Coast Guard, we repositioned the fleet. Most people don't know that the Department of Homeland Security has a responsibility for the Coast Guard. And so we have repositioned the fleet as well, but we did all of that without pulling any resources from the northern border. In fact, we've strengthened our security here as well, recognizing that we're only as safe as our most vulnerable section of our border. And our border isn't just on land, that it also is in our maritime borders. And that we need to be ensuring that as we seal and secure areas where criminals may want to cross, they will find new areas to where they will traffic and where they will bring in the drugs that are killing our children. In fact, under the last 3 years of the Biden administration, we saw over 1,000% increase in illegal encounters at the northern border under those last 3 years of the Biden administration, just because of the open borders policy that they embraced. In fact, we saw so many Chinese nationals crossing up here. We've seen so many people from other countries that weren't necessarily the typical Central Americans that you hear about, talked about on the news so often. And we saw now, since we have secured the southern border, the TDA, the MS-13, the cartels bringing their drugs and coming across this northern border as well. And so it's very important for folks to realize that as we're encountering them, that we're not letting down our guard here at the northern border as well, and that we're strengthening not just what we do at our ports of entry to scan shipping containers, trucks, cars, passengers, people and pedestrians that may cross, but also what we're doing out on the waters and on your Great Lakes, and what we're doing to make sure that we're stopping and doing interdictions going forward. The one thing I will tell you is that the former Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, was a train wreck. He was a train wreck, and he was hard to work with for. I worked with him previously and in trying to build relationships with Canada so that we knew who was crossing our border, asking them to take back their citizens that were illegal here in this country. He was very hard to work with. He talked to President Trump about setting up a fentanyl czar so we could deal with the drug issue, but wasn't willing to share criminal background information on individuals with us, wasn't willing to allow us access to some of their data systems that would tell us really who was trafficking a lot of the drugs, the cocaine, the fentanyl that was killing our children. And we are really hopeful that this new leader, Prime Minister Carney, will be a different individual who will work closely with the Trump administration to give us the security and the information and the partnerships that we need. Every country has a responsibility to take back their citizens. Every country has a responsibility to take back the people that are their citizens that are in our country illegally. But they also should want to work with us on vetting who is coming into our countries and who is crossing our borders. When we do trade and when we do data information sharing, we become closer in relationships, and that's what we're hoping we get to see. You saw President Trump be pretty strong on Canada lately. I was thankful that he did that. I was thankful he did that because it really brought them to the table in making sure that they weren't just out there talking about this great relationship and not really participating with us. Now we have the opportunity for a better partnership going forward. The one thing I do want to talk about today that I hope we get the chance to, and then I'm going to pass it on to the congressmen so our other panelists can talk, is this big, beautiful bill the president keeps talking about. It is incredibly important. I will tell you that we have a 500% increase in violence against our law enforcement officers in this country right now. We knew that it was going to be tough to get cartels and terrorists out of our country, and President Trump has already removed thousands of them. But as we do this operation, they're not going to go without a fight. And I will tell you, I've got many on my staff that get death threats every single day. I will tell you the ICE officers that are out there, the CBP officers, as they work with sheriffs, other folks in other states, highway patrol officers, they're receiving more death threats and aggression. You've seen on the news some of the riots and violence. A lot of this is professionalized, funded by socialists, by communists, by dangerous criminals to create this kind of disturbance in our cities to try to scare us off from really bringing public safety. And we will not. We will stand strong. But I will tell you, this big, beautiful bill that's coming, that President Trump keeps calling a big, beautiful bill and wants us all to call it a big, beautiful bill, it is extremely important to fund the operation that we need to get these criminals out of our country. We need to be able to have the resources for our law enforcement to have backup, to build the infrastructure at the wall that we need, to be able to go out there and have the officers that we need to do the work that needs to be done to restore law and order. So as you're talking to your senators, please implore to them about the fact that these resources are incredibly important to fix the damage that was done by the Biden administration to make our communities safe again. I'm so looking forward to the discussion and the conversation, and I may jump in and ask a few questions once in a while too. And I just want to thank you for bringing the beautiful young lady in the front row. I'm so excited to see you here. What is your name? Annabeth. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming. Annabeth is here. And are you the youngest one here? How old are you? You're 10? That's fantastic. I think I want to be your best friend. So I want to meet you afterwards, okay? Okay, good. All right. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Congressman, and we can continue.
Well, we all know that Annabeth is among the most patriotic in Livingston County, and that has been proven. Another person who's patriotic in Livingston County is Sheriff Mike Murphy. Sheriff Mike Murphy is a true leader. Sheriff Mike Murphy is a true leader because he cares about the community around him, and he has a passion for service. Longtime law enforcement officer, 3 decades of service in Livingston County, and he's looking to expand that service, running for Michigan's Senate 22nd District. And would love to piggyback on what the Secretary was mentioning. There are 84% of terrorists on the FBI watch list are apprehended on our northern border. Sheriff Murphy, you know inherently that the border crisis isn't just for the border counties, but also inland in the state of Michigan. Can you share with us some of the key things that you've seen, some of the gaps in coverage that you have, and maybe some recommendations on how we can fix this?
Yeah, so thank you. Welcome to, I'm very happy to be here. And I just want to you mentioned that there's no such thing as a border state, right? We're all border states, and I'm happy to speak on behalf of all law enforcement because there's not any place in the United States that has not been affected by an unsecure border. It's just that simple. You can talk to any police agency, you can talk to any sheriff's office, and we've all been affected in one way or another. So for those of you that don't know Livingston County, we're a relatively small county, 200,000 people, pretty affluent county, kind of a bedroom community. So you would expect that, that doesn't happen here. I just want to give you run through a couple statistics here real quick. So in the last 5 years, we've averaged between 80 and 100 overdoses, with 15 to 25, depending on the year, being fatalities. In the last 18 months, we've had an illegal that was convicted of criminal sexual conduct first degree. We had one that was driving with no driver's license, driving erratically, and sent a pregnant woman who was receiving chemo treatment to the hospital with critical injuries. The number of organized crime due to identification theft and credit card theft is through the roof. We just this past week seized, in partnership with our Fed folks, 150 kilos of cocaine at the Canadian border. And then just this morning, or just last night, 3 teens from the Congo went on a little crime spree, stole a car, and we ended up chasing them down. 15 years old, 2 of them were already on a tether. So I say that to say this: nobody's immune. Again, and it's as a direct result of the borders being unsecure. So, to your point, the bad guys are kind of like water, right? They find the path of least resistance. And we heard for a number of years from our sheriffs on the southern border crying for help because it was open. And frankly, we thought we were a little bit immune to that. So us sheriffs up here, shame on us, we didn't pay that much attention. And then all of a sudden, here we are. So the amount of stuff that's coming in, illegals and other stuff, from the northern border is just going to continue until we tighten things up there a little bit. So I know we got a busy schedule. I'll yield the floor. So,
I spent a little time today looking at your ports of entry and talking with some of the folks there just about the fact that they're seeing so many more DDA members, MS-13 members crossing now here at the northern ports of entry and coming across the northern border because the southern border is closed. They're stopping them because they're there and they still have the resources to. But the amount of drugs and the illegals and the criminals that are trying to come into this country still that you guys are able to stop is remarkable. And that's the fact, is that we're not just fighting the fact that you're dealing every day on your streets with the crimes that they're committing, but also then we're fighting liberal judges who are trying to tie our hands from being able to actually get them out of this country or prosecute them and make sure that they face consequences for their crimes. So what you've done has been absolutely amazing and fantastic in protecting your community. And thank you for being an example that we can point to of what a sheriff can do with the strong will to make sure that he's always putting his people first. It's been amazing.
The Secretary is absolutely right. When you look at this, it's not just the folks from Central and South America whom you would expect. These are people from all over the world, from China, from Congo, from Senegal, from all reaches of the planet. And this is very important to note, specifically why we're here. These individuals didn't swim across the Pacific or the Atlantic. They didn't walk across the North Pole past polar bears and Santa Claus. These people came into Canadian ports of entry, were rubber stamped through those ports of entry, many times with criminal records that they had access to and still were allowed to come in. They were still allowed to come in with the ultimate destination of coming to the United States. Now, the United States welcomes 1 million people legally. President Trump, Secretary Noem, legal immigration, fine. The president has said it recently. But what we are talking about are people who do it illegally. People whom, sadly, Ms. Morin knows far too intimately and far too well. Ms. Patty Morin is an angel mom who lost her daughter to a vicious animal who, I don't want to steal your thunder, ma'am, but she has a very vital story for everyone to hear. These are things that are happening right in our neighborhoods. And President Trump is keeping his promise to make America safe again because he's listening to people like Ms. Morin. Ms. Morin, please.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to tell this Rachel's story. Rachel was a 37-year-old mother to 5 children. She went out for a walk. She was brutally attacked by an illegal immigrant. He grabbed her from the back of her head, bashed the back of her head, and dragged her 150 feet. So there's 150 feet of blood to the culvert, a tunnel where he took, and he violently raped her. Her 3/4 of her head was smashed in. 3/4 of her brain was hemorrhaged. He threw her up against the wall and raped her as blood was gushing out of her head. So he went down, and you could see the shape of her body outlined in her blood. These are the kind of illegal criminals that President Trump wants to get out of our country. This man, he fled his country, El Salvador, because he was accused of murdering a woman there. He made his way as a got-away through Texas, came into our country, went to Los Angeles, assaulted a 9-year-old girl and her mom before making his way from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast to Maryland to that day where he killed my daughter. These criminals that are coming over have access to the whole country. It's not that we think that, because it's, a couple hundred miles from the border, that the other states or the other cities and towns are safe. We're 1,800 miles from the border. And he made his way into our tiny town and murdered my daughter. This is the kind of criminal President Trump wants out of our country. And I am so grateful. I've met with President Trump several times, and I can honestly say that he's heard the cry of a mother and that he genuinely cares. And the reason why I tell you the violence, and I'm trying to put a picture in your mind, is because these are not just the rapes or the murders that you see on TV, and you become so desensitized to the crime. These are violent animals that attack women and children. And not all the illegal immigrants that have come over are criminal like this, but there is a good majority that is, and they need to be removed from our country. And so I am so grateful to President Trump and for the things that he has done to close the southern border. But what a lot of people don't realize is that I lived in northern New England for over 25 years. And so I'm familiar with the northern border, that part of the country. And I was there just a month ago, and I am surprised and amazed at the amount of immigrants that have come in that are from the Congo, from Sudan, from the Middle East. It is like unheard of compared to just a couple of years ago. We have the world that has come into our country, and they have come here to weaken our country, and they have come here to cause chaos. They're not here for our benefit. And again, we're not against immigration if it's done legally, but having open borders and not vetting the people that are coming in, it's not rocket science to know that bad actors are going to come in also, and we need to protect our families. And so with that, I'm just wondering, because we need to protect and to close our northern borders, what can be done to safeguard our borders, all of them, but then also to make sure that they don't come back into our country, because this got-away tried 3 times to come into the country before he was a got-away coming through. So, thank you.
And that's the biggest concern, is that people, want to know what we can do to make sure this doesn't keep happening. And once we deport someone that is a criminal, that they don't come right back. or come right back into our country, and then we're looking for them again. President Trump has been extremely aggressive since the very beginning in working with other countries and negotiating with them. And I think Marco Rubio has done a fantastic job as the Secretary of State. He's just done an amazing job. You know, in order for us to deport someone, we not only have to go find them, and especially these criminals, you know, go find them, then go through their due process hearings and not even that, their paperwork, get in front of judges, get them prosecuted, then talk about travel papers and get that arranged with the other country, and then have them face consequences there as well, because we don't necessarily want to turn a violent criminal like that back over to their country and have them be turned loose. So that has been a key part of our negotiations with all of these other countries, is what will happen to them when they return there, and how will we keep track of them to know that they're staying there and not coming back to our country. And then the security and the upgrades we need in technology at our border is incredible. You know, even in the first Trump administration, we had the opportunity to build about 800 miles of wall. We built the infrastructure, but we didn't get the chance to install the technology that really does complete the entire system. We need the technology that has the surveillance equipment, the sensors that tell us when someone is getting close so we can deploy people and officers that would be there. That still needs to be completed. And I've talked with many of our elected officials that serve on the northern border. And one of the senators from New Hampshire said to me, she said, frankly, in New Hampshire, where our border is, she said there's flower pots is what we've got for security. You know, we don't have, you know, while we tighten up what we have in other areas of the country, they're going to be crossing through other states into other states where there has been nothing before, but they're finding new ways to get into this country. So it's not just dealing with what we know were our vulnerable areas before, but the entire border, and making sure that we're building those relationships with other countries to have their information and their data to ensure that they don't get back into this country. President Trump has removed over 280 known terrorists that were on our terrorist watch list. Known terrorists. And those are people from the Middle East. They're people from China, from Iran, from all over the country, Central America. The reason I so appreciate Patty is I can't even imagine the kind of bravery it takes to tell the story of what happened to her daughter. I can't imagine what that's like. But I also can point back to times in my life where people told me a story and it changed me.
All right. Well, you have been listening to Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, Congressman John James, all giving us updates, discussing concerns over Canada's weak border and immigration, all things like that. Amy Lang is on this story. She will bring us everything that we need to know about it tonight at 5 o'clock, right here on Fox 2 News at 5. That's going to do it for me. I will see you on Monday. Have a great weekend.
Thanks for joining us. It's Friday, June 20th. I'm your host, Rob Walchek, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit live at 4.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
2 Southgate police officers recovering after they've been shot in the legs. The suspected shooter captured after a multi-agency manhunt. Fox 2's Camille Amiri has more on the suspect and the officers' conditions.
20-year-old Jeremiah Kemp behind bars after investigators say he shot 2 Southgate police officers on Thursday.
He clearly has no regard for human life.
It all happened at the reserve of Southgate apartment complex off North Line Road a little after 4 p.m. Police responded to a call at the property, a man waving a gun around, and then shots fired. 2 officers hit by gunfire. The suspect jumping out of a second-floor window and running away, prompting a massive manhunt. Dozens of officers on the state and local level, federal agents and canine units all searching for the gunman. A few hours later, Jeremiah Kemp is taken into custody in the very same apartment complex where he allegedly shot those 2 officers.
We were just trying to zero in on him, and there was a apartment that was of interest to us, and you know, that's where we found him.
As far as the 2 wounded officers, both were shot in the leg, taken to an area hospital where they were treated and released.
They're angry, obviously. They both just got shot. They were at 4 o'clock. They were almost through their 12-hour shift. But they're good.
Now, we know that Kemp was apprehended in an apartment unit that was actually different from the unit where shots were fired. So what connection did he have to that unit where he was arrested? Police still trying to figure that out. Did he know the people there? Did he somehow barge his way in? Were people harboring him? That still has to be determined. Reporting in Southgate, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
A major blow to a popular bar in Taylor. The city's mayor has suspended the business license of Big League Brews for 60 days. The move follows a shooting last weekend in the parking lot. The victim in that case is in stable condition. Taylor police say they've been responding to more calls at Big League Brews compared to other bars in the city. Employees at the bar say they're blindsided by the news they're closing for 2 months.
I literally live across the street in the neighborhood, like a block into the neighborhood, and I've never in my life been afraid. They're making us out to be something that we're not because of people and their actions, grown men making these decisions.
The business license suspension starts next Friday. As for the shooting, police arrested the suspected teenage shooter and 2 others, but are looking for 1 more suspect. None of the 4 suspects is from Taylor. We've had a lot of rain over the past couple of days, causing some flooding problems in Macomb County. One animal shelter suffered a huge setback when a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding their basement building. They're struggling to clean up, rebuild, and care for dozens of animals. Fox 2 Scott Walchek shows us the damage and how you can make a difference.
We're not going to survive this. We won't.
Rejoiceful Animal Rescue in Clinton Township needs your rescue.
Okay, this is bad, you guys.
After a pipe burst during Wednesday's storms, flooding the building with 50 animals still inside, like Patches and KJ the cats, who had to be rushed to safety.
It was unbelievably fast and terrifying in that we couldn't control it. There was nothing we could do. We're shoving towels in the walls.
But it was no use. Kennels flooded. Thousands of dollars worth of food and toys covered in muddy water need to be thrown away.
This is somebody's hard-earned money, and they gave it to us, and now it's ruined. Every dog toy that now nobody's going to play with, it's really depressing. It's just really, really sad.
Rejoiceful has 300 animals in its care through foster families. These dogs, Barney and Nutmeg, and Crew, the puppy, need the food, support, and shelter from this main location in Clinton Township. But the damage is extensive, and they say the insurance company is denying their claim, saying it was a plumbing issue, not outside forces, despite the storm.
We have all these animals to care for, and no place to do it. We need help. This is her baby. She built this rescue out of her house. Like, it started in an office in her house and grew to this huge, I mean, it's amazing what you have built here, and within 10 minutes, it's all at risk of being gone.
As the cleaning crews pick up the pieces and foster families scramble to take care of kittens and dogs, this rescue, which has helped thousands of animals for nearly 20 years, is asking for any kind of support. You can find information on how to donate at fox2detroit.com. Scott Walczek, Fox 2 News.
Toyota announcing 4 finalists today in a global sustainability challenge to clean up emissions at Eastern Market. Toyota picked Eastern Market because it's one of the largest open-air markets in the U.S. and is ready to expand. The idea here is to come up with new ways to reduce emissions from freight trucks that park and idle at the market.
You have 2 issues when these trucks are idling, and they started to kick things around, and all of a sudden somebody says we have this Toyota grant, and then Toyota steps in and they're looking at ways to do that. But this is what we want. We want to build the economy of the future, mobility of the future here in the city of Detroit. So I didn't necessarily wake up in the morning thinking about idling trucks being the biggest issue for Eastern Market, but that's why you have the people in charge making these kinds of decisions.
The 4 finalists are Civilized Cycles, Electrofish Energy, Neology, and Orange Sparkle Ball. One of these companies will get a $3 million grant to implement their ideas at Eastern Market. Detroit is the only U.S. city to be selected for the program. Well, with trade deadlines looming, Canada is preparing to retaliate against the U.S. with new tariffs. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more from Washington.
Canada is gearing up to retaliate against the United States' looming tariffs.
The government is responding to the impact of the unjust U.S. tariffs with multiple tools.
Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Thursday he is set to impose new tariffs on U.S. steel and aluminum imports on July 21st. His announcement comes less than 3 weeks before a pause on President Trump's reciprocal tariffs is set to end. Carney is determined to protect Canadian businesses.
We're willing to sign a security and economic or commercial agreement with the United States that's in Canada's best interest, and only that.
But he's also emphasizing the benefits of U.S.-Canadian collaboration.
We need to have ready access to U.S. markets for Canadian companies and for Canadian companies, and not have our hands tied in terms of our dealings with the rest of the world.
Meantime, Japan's Nippon Steel has closed a deal to buy 100% of U.S. steel. Part of the agreement allows Trump to veto any decision to idle plants or reduce production or staffing levels. Some steel workers are celebrating the deal.
We're going to grow and compete with other steel plants, and we've been the number 3 steel producer in the world with the partnership with Nippon Steel. And then it's going to create 100,000 jobs in the steel industry and $1 million in investment that help us.
The president also announced earlier this week he signed a trade deal with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, slashing some tariffs on auto and aerospace imports. But steel production is still being negotiated. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4 is just getting started. The Weather Boys are getting animated this afternoon as they explain what causes the northern lights. Learn the science behind the Aurora Borealis coming up. And we're taking a live look at the downtown Detroit. There's Comerica Park in the background. There's that big building that Tom loves so much.
Love that building.
Tom loves that building. He calls it the Hudson Place.
Hudson Tower.
Well, he calls it the Hudson Place, though. So, anyways, it's looking pretty good out there. Welcome back. The Weather Boys are back, chasing one of the most magical sights on Earth, the Northern Lights. But with the clouds and cosmic uncertainty, were they able to catch them? Let's find out.
I know. Aurora Borealis sounds like a fake word, but I Googled it. Turns out it's real. So today, I'm going to look at it.
Okay.
It's just in the sky.
Okay, first off, you're pronouncing it wrong. It's Aurora Borealis.
Aurora Borealis.
Second off, we're out here in the middle of the afternoon. We're not going to see anything now. And third, you're wearing solar eclipse glasses. You're not going to see the northern lights with those. Do you actually want to know the science behind the northern lights?
No, maybe. Yes, space monsters.
No, not space monsters. I'll show you.
It's happening, the Northern Lights.
Yup. And they're not magic. They're caused by particles from the sun slamming into the Earth's atmosphere.
So you're telling me the sun is throwing a rave and the Earth just happens to have the dance floor?
Pretty much. It starts with a solar storm. Charged particles fly out from the sun. That's called the solar wind. Most of those particles get deflected by Earth's magnetic field, except near the poles, where the field lines dip down and let them sneak through.
So Earth has like security gates and the north entrance is broken.
Exactly.
I am Aurora. I knew there was going to be a space monster.
You think this is a space monster? This cute little thing? No, this is what happens when solar particles smash into gases in our atmosphere. Oxygen, nitrogen, they react and glow.
I feed on particle collisions. I am beautiful chaos. I am Northern Lights.
So different gases make different colors?
Yup. Oxygen makes green. Nitrogen can make blue or purple. It all depends on what the particles run into and how high up it happens.
Altitude is everything.
Okay, this is officially the creepiest and best science class I've ever had.
It makes more sense, right?
I told you there was a space monster.
You did.
I wasn't totally right.
You did, right?
Oh, those wacky weather boys.
We have one right here.
Yeah, we do have a wacky weather boy. Now, hang on, Derek, before we even go into that. Now, you do know the song that says Aurora Borealis in it.
I feel like there's a bunch of them that
Really?
do. Yeah.
I only know of one.
What, is it like a Seeger song or something? What is it?
No. They had the Flock of Seagulls guy on earlier today. I ran.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he said Aurora Borealis?
Yeah. Aurora Borealis comes in view.
Keep going.
No, I got in trouble for too much singing yesterday, so I'm just sticking with one verse.
Copyright issues.
And I ran. Anyways, don't want to get in trouble today.
So
one
there was a solar flare, Rob, 2 days ago.
Of course, I knew that.
That came off the sun, just like we talked about in the piece. Solar flare came off of the sun, shot through outer space. It's only a G1 storm, though, so it's not enough to cause the northern lights here in Michigan. So we will not see them from that solar storm, but we'll keep our fingers crossed for later this summer.
Now, here's what I know about the northern lights. I went searching for northern lights with my wife and my dog, I don't know, 6 months ago or something. It was one of those nights, and you kind of can see them, but if you hold your phone up and take pictures, the pictures, you can see it a lot better.
Yeah, usually when you go searching for northern lights, you're talking about the cocktail named Northern Lights, right? You're
I didn't know there was a cocktail named that. No, we were searching for we were going on a little meteorological adventure.
I can dig that. I like that. I'm happy.
Yes.
I'm glad you did that.
And we did see some northern lights, but they looked a lot better on the phone.
Yeah. There are reasons for that. It's due to like the way that the wavelengths entered the lens of the camera versus your eye and blah blah blah. But hopefully we'll see them sometime this year. So now we know how they form.
Okay, very cool.
Big weather information here heading into the weekend, Rob, because we have some extreme heat on the way, and we have a heat advisory that has been issued now by the National Weather Service, which kicks in at 2 p.m. tomorrow. So on Saturday, we're looking at this heat advisory. The heat advisory goes from 2 p.m. to 8 a.m., and then following that, we're going to see an extreme heat watch, which is actually worse than a heat advisory. So heat advisory to kick off the weekend, extreme heat watch to wrap up the weekend, and then continue into next week. So we're entering a real extended period of some dangerous heat.
I guarantee you, Derek, that at 2 p.m. tomorrow, I will be mowing my lawn.
Yeah.
I will try to get it done before then, but by the time I get to it, it'll be like 2 o'clock.
It always is. It's always that way. And then like whenever you're like, this is the weekend I'm going to do mulch, it's always like the hottest weekend of the year. Something like that.
I did my mulches during that. I took a week off of work like 3 weeks ago, and it was that freezing cold week.
Yeah.
Where the high temperature the whole week was
like 52. Yeah, it was
So
rough.
it was no fun doing mulch in cold weather either.
Yeah. So the extreme heat on tap for us this weekend. As we move into tonight, we're looking at the possibility of some storms after 5 a.m. So because we start seeing this influx of heat and this moisture and humidity, we are going to enter a period here where we do have several windows where we could see some strong active weather, and late tonight into early Saturday could be one of them. Between around 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Saturday, we've got a window of some of those stronger storms. You'll see some of that weather that's diving down, making its way through Illinois. That is already kind of decreasing in its intensity, but we still have all the dynamics, and we are getting flooded with an increased amount of dynamics as we move through the next 4 days with all of that really extreme hot air. So that's very unstable air. So check out Fox Futurecast as we roll this into motion. Now, some of the models have things being a little bit less active, like this particular Fox Futurecast model has things being less active, but more of them include that window between 5 and 9 where storms could fire up quickly. So just keep that in mind early Saturday morning. Temperature is 76 degrees out there right now, but as we look through your Friday planner through the rest of Friday evening, numbers will be dropping a little bit with a small chance of some isolated showers. Feels like forecast as we move through the next several days will be starting to jump up to triple digits. So what that means is this: 94 degrees for the thermometer temperature, but it's going to feel close to 100 degrees because it's going to be really humid. You know, you hear us say all the time, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Well, over the next several days, it's going to be the humidity. So tomorrow feels like 100. Sunday feels closer to 104. On Monday, we're looking at numbers close to 105, and then we keep those triple-digit heat indices even through Tuesday as well. So our window for real extreme heat is going to be until around here, but even beyond that, you see those high temperatures still near 90s, 89s, and 87s, and the humidity does not appear to go anywhere. So we're going to be feeling like at least 90, almost 100 degrees. I just got off the phone, Rob, with the National Weather Service, who said the last time we've officially hit 100 degrees was July of 2012. So 13 years ago. So it's been a while since we've officially hit triple digits, but we have a shot at it Sunday and possibly Monday too.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm kind of ready for the heat. I have a pool, you know. I don't mind the heat.
Oh, lucky you!
I got a pool.
Yeah. Is this followed by an invite? Better be followed by an invite.
Tom's coming over. Rich is coming over. Stephanie's coming over. Lori's coming over. I'm sorry that you got to work this weekend or whatever you're doing, but we're having, all the weather people are coming over. We're gonna have a great time. What's that?
Are you barbecuing?
Nah, it's too hot to barbecue.
Okay. You're going to order. You're going to cater. It's a Rob Wolchek party.
Food,
He's catering it, from
so.
probably some Delmonico steaks, things like that, right?
Yeah,
that's nothing for Rob Wolchek.
So, I don't even know what a Delmonico steak is, but sounds expensive. But so I'm ready for the heat. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things where, when it gets to summer, we all want the heat and humidity, but once we start hitting these real high numbers, we do want to remind viewers to be careful, to take breaks, to make sure you're staying hydrated. If you are going to cut the grass, which, look, we get it. It's you work all week. And
we got a lot of rain. I got to cut that grass. I want it to look nice.
Just take breaks. Be careful. This is true for you, Rob. This is true for anybody who is,
old guys
I didn't
like
say
me.
it.
Is that what you do?
I didn't say that. No, but please be careful. Everybody at home, be careful too, and make sure if you do start feeling like you're where things are foggy or a little hazy, take a break from the heat, go drink some water, cool your body down, and then go back outside
and be careful with your pets. I have an elderly dog too, and she's been really affected by the heat.
Yeah, shorten those walks big time.
Yeah.
I mean, like dramatically. quickly. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, she
a
will
quarter.
come visit me at the pool, and I mean, she literally is moving real slow. It's like, we got to get the dog in.
Yeah,
Stephanie
totally.
was talking about how hot the cement gets.
Yeah, it totally does. I mean, especially the blacktop cement, where it just absorbs that solar radiation. And so the cement gets hot. You think about your dog's feet. You think about the padding on their feet. I mean, do you want to walk outside even on your deck sometimes? If it's a brown deck, it's going to absorb that heat. Just remember that for your animals.
I don't have a brown deck. You would know that if you were invited to one of my pool parties, like Stephanie.
He's more of a stamped concrete guy.
Rich Luderman and Tom. But all right, thank you, Derek. We will watch out for the heat. Thank you for that interesting. Oh, and by the way, congratulations on your Emmy last week.
Right back at you, buddy.
Thank you very much. All right, thanks, Derek. Tigers fans ejected from Comerica Park. What they did that riled up the Pirates and security guards. That's just ahead. Fox 2 Detroit Live is back next after this break.
I don't know if it's...
Fresh off a doubleheader, the Tigers taking on the Tampa Bay Rays tonight. Fox 2 sports producer Matt Trumpf is here with a preview. Matt, they got to be tired after that doubleheader and 10-inning game last night.
Rob, I'll tell you, that was one of the longest, strangest days I have seen in a long time that included a doubleheader. It was supposed to start at 1:10 because they get rained out the night before. It's supposed to start at 1:10. They don't start till 1:50 because of a rain delay, which was actually dry during the delay. They pull the tarp off, then it starts raining. They get that game in. Next game scheduled backed up until 6:10. Tigers come back from 4-0 down, tie it at 4. Will Vest gets out of a jam in the 9th. Tigers are going to try and, complete that comeback, and then the rains come again. A 75-minute delay. Tigers don't score. They go to extras. Pirates get 4, win 8-4, and I think
You got robbed at the plate, though, with that play.
I look at it without my heart, and my head says that he was safe. I did not see the tag come in time.
Glove move on his arm.
But to go to the other angle from behind home plate, from in front of home plate down the third baseline.
We're gonna see it.
Yeah, and it looks like
All right, hang on.
he
Is this
misses
it?
it.
Is this the play? Here we go. Okay,
So here
here we
comes
go.
Tommy
Let's see.
Pham. Now this you think, oh yeah, out, right? And then
Okay.
they show a
They're gonna
replay.
show replay. Let's look at the replay. Here we go. The replay. All right. There's the manager.
It's
He's looking.
coming.
He's looking.
It's
He goes,
coming.
where's the replay?
Yep.
Where's the replay?
But the first replay you're going to see if
Man,
I'm,
the
if I'm
producer
right,
who
is
put
that,
this together.
which
well,
was me.
whatever.
All right, maybe they didn't put
I'm
the.
going to say safe.
Maybe they didn't put the replay in. this
Because
video.
it's the Tigers, I say safe.
Okay, but yeah, it was a tough call, and then the floodgates opened.
It was
and Tigers
not a very
lost
good day
second.
for baseball. I was out working in the field while Scooball was pitching in that first game, and it was raining. It was miserable. It was cold. It was chilly. It was not a good day for baseball. It was a crazy day. Weather-wise, it was just a crazy day.
It was bizarre.
And
it was
to play
wild.
a doubleheader, and yes, that crazy rainstorm late in the evening where I drove home in hot sunshine after being in the rain all day, and then we got a crazy hailstorm at like 8:30 at night.
Yeah, it was. I think that it just came at a bad time. Like I said, they had they got out of the jam at the top of the ninth, so they're fired up, and they come back in the bottom of the ninth with a chance to maybe complete the comeback, and the rains come late things, and then
I got you. So there was some drama off the field last night too. A couple of fans got ejected. I've seen this video. I think we're going to show it now. Are we showing it, Tom?
Yeah.
So, all right, so what's going on here?
So that's Pham again, and I was reading today that the fans had directed some comments towards the Pittsburgh relief pitcher Dennis Santana. I don't know. Nothing was ever confirmed what was said. It was not disclosed, other than the Pittsburgh players said that they crossed the line. You know how fans can be sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So they got a little too carried away. They took exception to it, and I think it's the guy in the blue shirt. And it really looked like it could have got a little bit more out of hand, but thankfully the authorities stepped in pretty quickly and got things under control and removed the fans from the game. But it's tough because you don't know what was said, but at the same time, things are yelled at players all the time, and it was a long day yesterday again. So tempers may have been short. Everyone was tired. They just wanted to get the game over with, go home, and so a little thing that what could have been a little thing, who knows, just kind of set them off. And
I will say this. I mean, Detroit fans love their sports, and I get it. I definitely boo the opponents. I definitely might yell, "You stink," things like that. But we do, like when I was at the playoff games against the Knicks with the Pistons, I mean, Jalen Brunson took some I mean, it was a lot of foul language that even shocked an old news guy like me.
Yeah, once it gets personal, that's too much. That crosses the line. I mean, I don't have a problem with fans heckling players. They're fans. They paid their ticket to be there, and they're giving the other team a tough time, whatever. But when it does get personal, that's too much.
Yeah. All right, so speaking of the NBA,
real quick, before we go to the NBA, can I just make sure I remind everyone that tomorrow's Tigers-Rays game will be right here on Fox 2 at 12 o'clock. We're going to have a pregame show starting at 11 o'clock. Woody in studio with Wojo and Birchie. We're actually going to get Wojo out of bed before noon, so he may be a little crabby, but, we'll make it through. Then after the game, we'll have a postgame show.
All right, so right here on Fox 2.
Right here on Fox 2. Start at 11 a.m. with pregame show.
While the heat is on, while Derek said that's the time of day that we really don't want to go out, sit inside, watch the Tigers play right here on Fox 2.
Exactly.
All right, so let's talk about the NBA Finals. Last night, Woody came in here yesterday and boldly said, Indiana's done. And that did not appear to be what happened last night.
Yeah, and before the series started, everyone said Indiana was done. I heard a lot of predictions say Thunder in 5. Thunder in 5 will give the Pacers 1. Well, the Pacers have 3, and what they've done is pretty amazing. And
the Pacers did look terrible in the game before.
They did, but they take one in Oklahoma City. And then what they did last night with their star player, a game-time decision with a sore calf. This team's been underestimated, but I don't think it's the players. I think I underestimated Rick Carlisle, their head coach, and what he's done to get his players ready for that game last night, not knowing if he was going to have his star player. Everyone stepped up. They had 6 guys.
That was a good pass right there, man.
Halliburton had a great steal there. They had 6 guys scoring double digits, and they got to that second quarter and outscored them by 19 points, and that allowed them to manage Halliburton's minutes, having that big lead. So now he's going to have 2 days to hopefully rest up some more, heal that calf up, and we'll see what happens in Game 7. But Rick Carlisle has done a tremendous job this series, I think, with this team.
You know, I'm actually kind of rooting for Indiana, even though I booed the Pacers many a times. May have even shouted some foul things at the Pacers back in the day. But I did not get ejected. Not that foul. I get into it, and I definitely do boo the opponents. And certainly the Pistons have not liked the Pacers over the years.
No.
But I kind of am rooting for the Pacers just because they're underdogs, and they seem to be... They have that end of the year mojo going for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, I think the Thunder, the Thunder had this tremendous season all year long, but I just feel like the Pacers got the mojo going for them, so we'll see what happens tomorrow. Is that game tomorrow night?
It is Sunday night.
Sunday night,
Sunday night,
good.
8 o'clock. Yeah, so the Pacers are just playing with nothing to lose. I mean,
they're good, man.
Carlisle even said in one of his post-game comments, or it might have been an off-day media availability, he said, we know we're going to be underdogs heavily in every game that we play in this series.
Well, and he took the Mavericks.
That didn't matter to him.
He won a championship with the Mavericks, and I mean, nobody even remembers that because nobody really kind of thinks of the Mavericks as ever being that great. But
no one thought they were going to beat the Heat.
Yeah, that's so. Yeah, well, good. So that game is on Sunday night, and tomorrow we got the Tigers, and you did a good job, Matt.
All right, thanks for having me, Rob.
All right, thank you, Matt.
All right.
You know, the heat can be really rough on your pet. Up next, how to keep them safe when the mercury soars. And we're giving you a live look at, look at that finch there. You see that, Tom? Yeah. That little finch. We got a little variety there. Oh, another little finch. Look at that guy. Two of them there. Uh-oh, somebody's chasing them away. Who is it? Nobody. Anyways, that's the bird cam, of course. And that was a live look. We're back to Fox 2 Detroit Live. And The Trump administration scored a big legal win on Thursday evening over the president's decision to deploy National Guard troops in Los Angeles during the recent anti-ICE protests. Jeff Paul has more on that ruling from Los Angeles.
After tense standoffs on the streets and in the courts, a federal appeals court panel ruled unanimously that California National Guard troops can stay under President Trump's control after he deployed them in Los Angeles earlier this month.
They agreed with him on substance. He can use the National Guard if these rioters were interfering with his ability to carry out his executive mission, in this case, the ICE laws or the immigration laws.
President Trump took control of the troops over the objection of California Governor Gavin Newsom after anti-ICE protests turned violent and officers were attacked.
The chief of police in Los Angeles said before the National Guard was brought in that they were overwhelmed with the situation. So this wasn't just President Trump acting on his own.
The three judges said there are limits to a president seizing control of the state's guard. But in this instance, the president acted lawfully to protect federal agents and property. Trump celebrated the legal win online, posting in part, "This is a great decision for our country, and we will continue to protect and defend law-abiding Americans." Newsom responded saying, "We will not let this authoritarian use of military soldiers against citizens go unchecked." This was the first time National Guard troops had been deployed by the president without a governor's permission since 1965. In Los Angeles, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
The White House says President Donald Trump will decide within 2 weeks if the U.S. will get involved in the conflict between Israel and Iran. And let's bring in Fox 2's Roop Raj, the host of The Pulse, for more on that topic. What is going on? So Trump said, I'll make my decision in 2 weeks on whether we're going to help Israel bomb Iran. What do you think?
Well, let's do two things. We'll take America out of the equation completely and talk about what's happened so far without the United States.
Excuse me, real quick.
We got a microphone?
Okay.
Got a microphone. Let's put this on, shall we?
Okay, all right, here we go.
So we have two things. So let's do it this way. Let's do it so that we take this entire equation without America. We take America out of the equation and talk about what's happening with Iran right now. There are leaders of the European Union who are meeting with Iranian leaders in Switzerland, and they're basically saying, let's come together and figure this out. Now, here's the deal. This meeting started this morning really bad. Apparently, they were really tense. Iranian leaders were like, this is ridiculous. I can't believe you're telling me to stop doing what we're doing, which is to enrich uranium on the way to make nuclear weapons. And the European nations were saying, you got to quit. You got to quit. And they said they called that a bold red line and one that they are not readily able to make at this time. However, we understand the talks then became a little bit better, a little more civil, and the European leaders and the Iranian leaders are talking right now. That's the diplomacy that's happening on one end. On the other end, the United States is kind of sitting out this one for now and saying, okay, Israel and Iran keep bombing each other. Israel is essentially saying, hey, United States, we could use some help perhaps here in the future. And Iran is saying, if you step on the toes of this war, America, you'll see the wrath like you haven't seen and all the things that the Iranian leadership says. So bottom line, President Trump says, let's set this out. Let's wait 2 weeks and see where this diplomacy ends up happening. How are these meetings going to happen in Switzerland? What will end up going on? And that's where we're at right now with this conflict. It's a pretty serious one. We talked about it on the Pulse last night, Rob.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible to see all this bombing going on in Israel and Iran. To see two countries fighting like this, really unimaginable stuff. And you'd like to think, God, aren't we beyond this kind of warfare and dropping bombs on places? And I mean, I know it's easy to watch on TV and say, oh, well, look at they're bombing a factory. But, there's probably people in those factories. And just imagine the terror on both sides. I mean, we're all human beings. Nobody wants bombs dropped on us because of crazy things that political leaders believe.
Well, and you're right. And you've seen these pictures and images of Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump right now. An Iranian leader said this is an easy diplomatic solution. All the United States has to do is pick up the phone and call Benjamin Netanyahu and say, stop bombing Iran. President Trump was quoted as saying, essentially, that's going to be hard for me to do. But that is what the Iranian folks are saying. You got to stop bombing Israel. And if you stop, maybe we can actually talk. In the meantime, look, this is kind of like this is a stalemate, because then you have Benjamin Netanyahu saying, well, stop enriching uranium. We won't have to bomb your stuff. Now, here's the question that so many people talked about last night when we had the Pulse. We had a Jewish American leader and an Arab American leader, and they basically said, here's the bottom line. The only people who can get down to where the real enriched bombing material is underground, hundreds of feet underground.
Under a mountain.
And it's underground, under a lot of mountainous terrain and region. And it's in that area that the B-2, I think they call them bunker bombers.
Bunker buster.
Bunker busting bombs
Yeah.
that can actually come through. And the United States are the only people who can do that. And American pilots are the only ones who can make that work. So that's where we stand right now, with 2 weeks of a pause from the United States saying we'll wait to see how things are going.
So watch the Pulse tonight at 11:30, and you're going to have some more in-depth discussion on this tough stuff, man. Tough stuff, and I mean, boy, I wouldn't want to be the president right now, because there's a lot of hard decisions to be made.
Yeah, regardless of who's in office right now, whether it was Biden or Trump, or if it was Obama or Clinton or Bush, these decisions come to their table and their plate, and they have to say, do we want to get involved with this war or not? That's a decision that this president will have to make, and hopefully he's talking to a lot of people to make that decision the right way.
All right, thank you, Roop. The Pulse tonight at 11:30. All right, thank you, Roop. And we're going to look at some weather now. Here we go.
Hey everybody, Stephanie Mead here with your weather forecast heading through the next couple of days. It's been a relatively mild day today. Highs are going to top out lower 80s, a few shower chances through this evening, but most of it should be out of here as we head through late tonight. I think the big story moving forward now is going to be that excessive heat watch that we have in play. We are anticipating very hot days this upcoming weekend and into early next week. So we have this excessive heat watch Saturday through Tuesday. We're anticipating our heat index numbers to be between 100 and 105 degrees, and that is almost oppressively hot. We have a few showers that will be moving through the rest of this afternoon. I don't think it's anything to cancel plans over tonight, especially if you want to be out and about. This is our picture by 5:30, 6 o'clock. A lot of the activity is well over the Canadian border, and then we'll see additional showers and thunderstorms kind of flare up between 6 and 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So this is going to be mainly a morning event for us here. This is by 7 o'clock. Few of those showers and thunderstorms developing. The main risk of severe weather, I think, north of us in northern Oakland, Macomb, St. Clair, and Sanilac counties between 7 and 10 o'clock. By 11 o'clock, it's over Lake Erie. So this is going to be a quick hitter here, but I do think damaging wind, hail, and isolated tornado possible out of this tomorrow morning, and then we salvage the rest of the afternoon. It is a low-level severe weather threat, so marginal risk level 1 out of 5 for Wayne County and areas north. So something to keep in mind too early tomorrow morning. 82 degrees today, low 70s tonight. Storm chance, I think, will arrive especially after midnight tonight. And it is officially the summer solstice this evening. We officially welcome in summer today. 10:42 p.m. It is the longest day of the year, 15 hours and 20 minutes of official daylight. Otherwise, the next 7 days look to remain toasty. Daytime highs will start off in the 90s this weekend, 95 Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, well into the 90s as well. Those red numbers on top are the records for the day. So there could be a few locations starting Sunday that could either tie or break the record high, especially on Monday. We're forecasting highs at about 96, the record at 95, 94 on Tuesday, the record at 97. So there's a couple numbers in there in a couple days where the records could be broken. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Otherwise, our feel-like temperatures as we move towards the next couple of days too, not feeling the best. We've come close to the triple digits on Saturday, but we're well into the triple digits Sunday, Monday, into Tuesday. Now, luckily, there's just a little bit of relief by the middle part of the week, but that comes in the form of rain more so than the actual temperatures itself. Heat index numbers Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, again, triple digits, feeling like 104 on Sunday, Monday feeling like 103, and Tuesday we will be at about 100 degrees in terms of our feel-like temperatures. So it is really going to crank up around here just in terms of that heat. And you notice overnight lows, there really isn't a whole lot of relief. A lot of us in the low to middle 70s from tonight until about early Thursday morning. So we have a stretch here of very oppressive, uncomfortable conditions. And this is the type of stuff that could give you heat stroke. So just be sure to use caution if you are outside. Check on elderly and the kids. Take plenty of breaks. Drink plenty of water. And be sure to keep in mind your pets too. It's also hot for them as well. Low 90s Saturday. We're dry Sunday, Monday, Tuesday for the most part. Maybe a late shower chance Tuesday. And then storm chances should return Wednesday into Thursday with daytime highs still in the upper 80s to lower 90s as we head through the middle part of next week. We'll have more updates tonight at 5, but just stay cool as we head through the next couple of days, and be sure to have that Fox 2 weather app to get those storm updates. Bye-bye.
You know, the intense heat can be tough on our pets as well. Fox 2's Mario Liu got some tips today for keeping animals safe from the folks at Premier Pet Supply.
The warmer weather is here and those hotter temperatures and more time outside, or perhaps you're going out on the water, can come with some dangers for your furry friends. I learned that firsthand last week. Our good friend Mike Palmer of Premier Pet Supply here to help us keep them safe, keep them cool. Always good to have you in. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so I was out on the boat with Hampton. Two things. First, it can get so hot out there. I always have water, but I still notice that he's panting. He's running from the sun, trying to find a little shade spot. What can we do if we are out with our pets and we notice that they're getting hot?
I think it's a great idea to make sure that there are shady spots, make sure there's access to fresh, cool water. Throwing ice cubes in the water on a regular basis is a really good idea. Dogs can't really sweat the way that we do. They can a little bit through their pads, but also the panting is what helps them. But obviously, if you recognize that they're panting and it seems to be they're overexerting themselves, they're probably overheated. So if you're going to be spending or have to spend a fair amount of time outside, it's a good idea to have a cooling pad. Cooling pads are great. You can throw it on the boat, you can throw it by the pool, you can throw it anywhere in the backyard. You fill that with water, it activates it. It stays cool for a couple hours, so it's something they can lay on and regulate their temperature, which is cool.
So you fill this with water. It's not you put it in the freezer overnight.
No, there's no toxic gels in it at all. There's nothing that they ripped it up they can get hurt from. What's pretty cool that we have and more recently been doing is Bay Dog makes these cooling collars. And what's great about this is inside here, I'll pull this out, there's a bunch of these little packets. These are just gel packs. And it's lined with them. So what you do, you throw this in the freezer and you keep it frozen and you put it on your dog, and in warm temperatures, it'll keep them cool for hours.
Wow.
So
I love that. I've not seen
it's a great
those.
option for sure. So definitely doing that. Now you mentioned being out on the boat. And when the dog's around water, it's ideal to make sure that the life jacket is on. I think you had a little incident where
Now we had docked the boat already, so he had the life jacket, but I took it off so he can run in the grass. I'm talking to a neighbor on the boat, and at some point Hampton tries to run back to the boat and falls off.
He just wanted to be with mama.
Oh my goodness, terrifying.
It is terrifying, and it's something that's scary. Now dogs naturally swim because the pads hit the water and they start the doggy paddle. But what people don't recognize is that they lose their energy so fast. And they can get really tired, and that's when it can be very dangerous. So getting a life jacket that fits well, fits properly, and also keeps their head up above water too, by having like a little buoyancy in the front is super ideal. So even if they're not swimmers, if they're on the boat, if they're around the lake or they're around a pool in that area, keep a life jacket on them just in case.
Now, is that going to change depending on the type of dog? Because if I were going to come and talk to you about a life jacket, the ones that I looked at online, and maybe these are just silly, and you would say, girl, you don't need that.
I'm going to say, girl, you don't need to look online. Come to Premier Pet Supply.
Well, but for the style of life jacket, because for French Bulldogs or anything in that Bulldog breed, because their snouts are a certain way, it said it should have like an extra kind of extender to keep their heads up.
You're
is
right.
that something
Absolutely.
you're familiar with?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are some that we have in our stores that are made a little differently, where they actually have a pad right here that does keep the head up. And those are important for dogs that are shorter snout, like a French Bulldog, for sure. So other things that keep them cool is, we can get summer treats, give them frozen bones, which are great. We love Sweet Paws Creamery, Detroit made, Detroit owned company. We have those in all our stores. Those are cool little ice creams that you can give them. Taking toys like this, a lot of people have a Kong. You can fill that with peanut butter. You can use a licky mat, cover it with peanut butter. You can put bone broth. You can do goat milk, freeze it, and then it lasts a lot longer, and it also stays cooler and keeps them cool as well. Yeah, and then there's some great toys like we have that you can actually soak in water and throw in the freezer that they can kind of teeth on and play with, and they actually float in the water as well. They're great summer toys to keep them busy and also to keep them cool.
So it just takes a little more prep and planning. We know it's hot. We know we're in that hot season. So if you know you're going to be out, there are some things that, you throw them in the freezer overnight. You just have to do a little more preparation.
And planning is a good idea when exercising your dog too. They still need to get out. They still need to walk, but I would definitely limit the amount of time they're out during the midday when it's super hot, and making sure you try to do your walks in the morning or late at night. The other thing that's important is remembering that the asphalt, if it's 90 degrees outside, that asphalt can be 140 degrees. So that can really hurt them. You got your shoes on, you're not feeling that. The car, keep them out of the car. Do not let them stay in the car when it's super hot, even if you crack a window.
Last thing, other than the excessive panting, are there any other clues that would let us know, okay, my dog's getting too hot, I need to figure something something else
If you
out.
start to see that they're being lethargic and they're just laying down, they're not moving and being as active as they normally are, I think it's time that you got to get them inside and get them somewhere cool for sure.
All right. Where can we find you at one of your 52 million locations?
We got 13, lucky number 13. 13 stores throughout Metro Detroit. It's our family business. We carry all the national brands. We carry everything imaginable. And if you can't get to us, go to premierpetsupply.com and we can deliver it to you.
And up next, a new film based on Stephen King's story, why Lee Thomas has selected The Life of Chuck as his pick of the week. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Time now for Lee Thomas's pick of the week. Today, it's The Life of Chuck, based on a Stephen King story. Hit it.
It's time for Critically Thomas's pick of the week, and for this one we're going to do a little bit of walking. So let me walk and get out of the way this way because it's sideways, but you see the point. Yeah, it's all about the life of Chuck. We're getting ready to tape my show, but this is my pick of the week. It stars Tom Hiddleston, this man that's truly talking about his life. The story is taken from a Stephen King short story. But the way the movie is told, it's told non-linear. It's told out of order. But the way it's told and the way it unfolds is really well done. It adds to the story. When people just do things to do them, like let's tell the story out of order, I really don't agree with that. But if you tell the story out of order for a better effect of the story, better dramatic effect, better emotional effect of the story, this movie does it very well. Life of Chuck, Tom Hiddleston, Karen Gillan. You see all the stars right here. Chiwetel Ejiofor, Jacob Tremblay, and Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill actually has a great role, something like I have never seen him do. It's a dramatic role. He plays Chuck's granddad. And I didn't even know for the first 30 minutes or first few minutes of that little chapter of the story that it was Mark Hamill until they did a tight shot of his face. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Mark Hamill. It'll bring smiles, it'll bring tears, and you will walk out of the theater feeling good about life. There's a dance number right in the middle, which sounds weird. A dance number right in the middle. I loved it. I loved it. Life of Chuck, and I rarely give this grade. I give Life of Chuck an A. It's a heartfelt movie, and I hope it gets more than the little bit of attention that it has gotten. I'm trying to help it, giving Life of Chuck, or making Life of Chuck, my pick of the week. Critically speaking, of course, I thoroughly enjoyed Life of Chuck. I give it an A, and it is my pick of the week. There you have it, critically speaking. Lee Thomas, Fox 2 News. Life of Chuck.
All right, the Tigers mascot Paws may be cute, but it seems he may need to up his game. During Game 2 of yesterday's Tiger doubleheader, Paws tried to shoot his shot with influencer Livy Dunn, the girlfriend of Pirates pitcher Paul Skeens. Now take a look behind this plate. The Paws stood there behind the plate with a "Sup Livy Dunn" sign with hearts on it, waving and pointing at the sign while her boyfriend Skeens was on the mound. It's unclear if this was an attempt to throw Skeens off his game or Paws was actually looking for love, but Dunn, the LSU gymnast and influencer, responded. She replied on her X account saying, "Sorry, not my type of tiger," referencing her college mascot, the LSU Tigers. We think that's a no. It's a sad day for Paws. Look at that. There's her rejection. Sorry, not my type. I saw that online last night. I thought that was kind of cute. Anyways, thanks. That's Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Fox 2 News at 5 is next. Have a great day and a great weekend.
Dangerous heat is on the way, and the city of Detroit is getting ready.
We will not turn anyone away.
Where you can stay cool and safe coming up.
We're not letting down our guard here at the northern border.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem in Detroit, her pledge to protect the northern border.
Former Detroit high schooler officially back in Columbia after being deported. The latest details.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 5 starts.
An extreme
Heat watch ushering in the start of summer in Metro Detroit. Temperatures this weekend expected to be in the 90s. Good evening, everyone. I'm Taryn Asher.
And I'm Ruth Barrage. That extreme heat watch expected to go into effect tomorrow morning. Meteorologist Derek Kevra tracking this looming heat wave for us tonight.
And guys, what do we say around here? It's not the heat, it's the humidity. And that's what we're already beginning to feel. We're starting to feel that humidity creep up. And that humidity is what's going to make things feel even hotter than the thermometer will reach. So for tomorrow, feels like 100 degrees. That's your Saturday right there. Now for Saturday, we have this heat advisory, but then it is quickly replaced by an extreme heat watch, which will then take us through Sunday and into Monday. So the next couple of days look like this. The forecast is 94, feels like 100, and then the forecast 98, and then feels like 105. And we're going to keep those 105, 104 degree heat indices in effect until early next week and through many of those early days next week. So that's what's going to follow that. After the heat advisory, we get the extreme heat warning. Oh, by the way, we still have some showers out there, and we could see some active and possibly even stronger storms as we wake up early Saturday morning. Between the window of about 5 a.m. and 9 a.m., we could see some stronger thunderstorms make their way through. You see them blast through, then they do quickly move out of here, and then that is when the heat settles in. Officially for this evening, we'll say 77 degrees. We'll continue those isolated showers, warm and muggy. A full check on that 7-day forecast coming up a little later. Guys, back over to you.
All right, thank you. City of Detroit is opening its cooling centers for extended hours starting this weekend for those who need to escape the heat.
Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell takes a look at the help available.
The heat is already hitting hard, and it's only going to get worse.
People need to be careful and take care.
The city of Detroit aware that the risk for heat-related illnesses is rising fast. Its team opening cooling centers citywide.
We will take everyone that comes to the door. We will not turn anyone away.
Detroit recreation centers serving as primary locations to help keep as many people cool and safe as possible. And 3 of the city's rec centers are extending hours for the weekend. Patton, Hillman, and Northwest staying open until 8 p.m. Saturday through Tuesday.
Water is being delivered to the rec centers too to make sure people are staying hydrated. You know, some people may need to have medicine stored in cool places, and we can do that as well as our rec centers. You know, we don't want anyone to be out here and have issues health-wise because of the extreme heat.
MSP and its emergency management and homeland security team chiming in as well, pleading to the community on social media, reminding us all to drink plenty of water, limit outdoor activity, and check on your neighbors, seniors, and pets. Detroit Public Library branches will also be open, serving as cooling centers. They'll be open during normal business hours. We have more information on how you can keep cool on our website, fox2detroit.com. Reporting in Detroit, I'm Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
Well, new at 5, 2 Southgate police officers shot in the line of duty, now back at home with their families. The Southgate police chief says they've also recovered the gun they believe the suspected shooter used yesterday. After a 5-hour manhunt, 20-year-old Jeremiah Kemp was arrested last night at an apartment near the Reserve apartment complex off North Line and I-75. Residents asked to shelter in place while authorities from multiple agencies scoured the area.
At one point, we had a whole SWAT team in the parking lot going through each individual car. It looked like a TV show, almost like a movie.
Right now, the focus is on getting our officers back healthy and back to work and getting these warrants submitted to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office for charges.
The chief hopes to get charges filed over the weekend.
Homeland Security Director Kristi Noem in Detroit today talking about threats to America's safety.
Her focus, the northern border. Fox 2's Amy Lang joins us now with more on what she had to say.
Well, she kind of had a little bit of a town hall, Taryn and Roop. Secretary Noem says the Trump administration's focus on the southern border has led some to question what's being done right here.
We're not letting down our guard here at the northern border.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem pledging to protect the northern border.
We're strengthening not just what we do at our ports of entry to scan shipping containers, trucks, cars, passengers, people and pedestrians that may cross, but also what we're doing out on the waters and on your Great Lakes and what we're doing to make sure that we're stopping and doing interdictions going forward.
Noem claims Canada is weak on border security and allowing drug traffickers, human smugglers, and organized crime rings access to the U.S., advocating for better technology, stronger surveillance, and better sensors to keep dangerous criminals out of the U.S., like the accused murderer from El Salvador who killed
Patty Morin's daughter, Rachel, a 37-year-old mother of 5 in Maryland.
He threw her up against the wall and raped her as blood was gushing out of her head.
But the Trump administration's recent immigration policies have come with controversy and criticism, with recent protests in Los Angeles over immigration raids. But Noem claims the administration's policies are making a difference.
We have broken the record for the lowest illegal alien encounters at the southern border for 2 months in a row in the history of the nation.
Now, Noem says encounters at the northern border are down as well. But as mentioned, she says Canada needs to do more. About Canada Border Services Agency telling me their border plan is the largest investment in the border in Canadian history. And they partner with the U.S. to strengthen border security, combat organized crime, and disrupt the supply chain for fentanyl and other illicit drugs.
Thanks, Amy. Well, a Detroit public school student kicked out, not from school, but from the country.
The teen deported back to his home country in South America. He was in the United States illegally. Now he's back in Colombia.
And this is the latest in a series of cases like this across the U.S. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek explains.
A former Detroit high schooler officially deported. 18-year-old Michael Begoya Duarte was pulled over on a field trip by Rockwood police, taken into custody and sent to numerous detention facilities where he stayed for nearly a month until Thursday.
He arrived back in Colombia essentially with flu-like symptoms. He was exhausted. He had not had a shower for a week, and he was very hungry. And actually, when I talked to her this morning, he had been asleep for over 12 hours, just recuperating from everything.
Attorney Ruby Robinson with the Michigan Immigrants' Rights Center says Michael wasn't allowed to take anything with him, just the clothes off his back from the day he was pulled over back in May. He didn't have a license and was actually already in the deportation process after his family's request for asylum had been denied by a judge. Michael's school, Western International High, placed a formal request for him to stay, but ICE denied the request.
He was not able to finish his high school graduation. He was not able to, be here for one more semester to get his diploma and depart on his own initiative instead of, in this case, the taxpayers paid 1 month of detention and a very expensive charter flight to have him be deported to Colombia.
Robinson says Michael is living with extended family, but is separated from his mom, who's still in the U.S.
This is family separation through another means, right? This is a child being taken away from a family member. And so she has really suffered over this past month.
What's next for Michael?
He has a fair amount of trauma from this experience, and so I don't know what that will mean in terms of pursuing other protections in another country if it's not safe to remain in his own. But right now, I think he just needs to focus on getting better and getting the care and support he needs.
In Detroit, Scott Wolchek, Fox 2 News.
A gas station in Allen Park helping drivers fill up their tanks for the week, where you can find fuel for under $2 and for how long? Next.
And a ghostly sighting in the early morning darkness of Metro Detroit. Check this out. No antlers, no fear, no color. A man describes his encounter with a pretty rare albino deer. Coming up. Well, some great news for your wallet. A gas station in Allen Park is helping you fill up your tank for less than $2 a gallon.
And Fox News' Robin Murdoch has everything you need to know about this incredible deal.
Well, this is a nice change of pace. As you know, gas prices all around the state, they're on the rise once again, but you would never know it here in Allen Park, where the gas station right behind me here is selling gas at $1.99 a gallon. They have among the best prices in the area right now, and they are boasting that. That is for sure. That is one of the reasons why we're seeing a steady stream of cars throughout the day today. And there was a huge line out here yesterday. Now, this is a great deal when you consider the state average right now is right around $3.30. So that's $1.30 difference, more than $1 that you are saving. And we want to tell you exactly where this gas station is so you can take advantage of these prices yourself. It is located right on Allen Road between Jonas and Angelique Avenues. We are told the prices could fluctuate a little bit when their tanks get refilled, but they are committed to being the cheapest place in town. And let me tell you, it's also proving to be a very popular place. Take a listen to the manager.
It's kind of our grand opening special, but we're known for pricing this cheap anyways. We're planning on coming here and being the cheapest in the area. This is just to welcome the neighborhood here, to get to know them. They get to know us, you know, and have a good time with everyone here. It's a neighborhood gas station, you know. It's your local gas station. Think about it that way. Not a business. We look at it as a friendship and a relationship between us and the customers.
Again, the gas prices at this gas station here on Allen Road, right between Jonas and Angelique Avenues, right now are $1.99 a gallon. You cannot beat that price. We are told that it is expected to stay that way for the next couple of days, and this is all part of their grand opening celebration. Reporting from Allen Park, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
Well, a rare sighting in Metro Detroit, an all-white whitetail. The man who spotted it might have thought he'd just seen a ghost. Now, he didn't go pale. He had the composure to pull over near 12 Mile and Orchard Lake early Wednesday morning and get some pictures of the albino deer.
I just kind of turned on my video and videoed it for a little bit, and it turned around and faced me, and it just kind of wandered across the driveway here and went into the bushes. And I just thought it was a rare thing to spot, and I thought it was really neat.
Now, maybe this is a sign of good luck. Albinos have pink eyes, nose, and hooves. How rare is it? Roughly 1 out of every 30,000 deer are albino. And
wow.
Ramez is a Fox 2 viewer who sent that in to us, and thank you, because that's just some fun stuff.
I mean, it's just interesting. Yeah, you can't stop looking at it. I don't know. Well, it's good, but we have a lot of serious things to deal with for some people, especially with this heat, Derek. I mean, we love it if you're by water, right? But it can be tough otherwise.
Yeah, that's... The deer might not like it, no. But yes, if you're around water, you've got one thing checked off, which is a way to cool off. But this is dangerous heat as we head into the weekend. We'll show it to you again here. A heat advisory, which is in effect tomorrow afternoon, kicks in at 2 p.m. So this takes us through Saturday into Sunday. And then the extreme heat watch comes back in following that. So the extreme heat watch or warning could then continue as we move through the weekend. That is when it's going to feel like 105 degrees. You see, tomorrow, it's a mere 100 degrees. But as we head into Sunday and Monday, we have heat indices near 105. Now, the thermometer temperature will get close to 100. I did do some digging, and I found that the last time we officially hit triple digits was back in July of 2012. So it's been a period of time. It's been about 13 years or so for us to officially hit 100 degrees, and we have 2 opportunities in the next couple of days to do that, Sunday and Monday. Before all of that, we still have some storms to discuss. We have a little bit of weather out there right now, still some lingering isolated showers. Those isolated showers will take us through the next couple of hours, but wrap up right around 8 o'clock this evening. Heading into early tomorrow morning, this is 3:30 Saturday morning, and we're going to see some thunderstorms that could pack a bit of a punch, make their way here between the window of around 5 to 9 a.m. So Saturday morning, 5 to 9 a.m. is going to be a risk for these 3 things, really. Hail, high winds, and some downpours. Those winds near 50 miles an hour. The hail is a distinct possibility, and then extremely heavy rain. So that's going to be early Saturday morning, and then it's replaced, the severe threat replaced from thunderstorms to this severe heat. Take a look at the heat index forecast as we head into and through the afternoon. So this is what it will feel like as we move through Saturday. So noon Saturday, it feels like 87. By 3 o'clock Saturday, it feels like 95. And then we hit that triple-digit mark, feeling like 100 degrees near 6 p.m. tomorrow evening. 69 degrees out there for tonight. Storms again possible after 5 o'clock. Extreme heat then takes us through the rest of the day. And then we check that full 7-day forecast. 98 is the forecast high Sunday, followed by 98 again on Monday.
They're feeding thousands every month, but time and money are running out fast. The urgent push to save the Oakland Hope Food Pantry coming up.
Well, temperatures, as you heard, are about to soar, which means so is your electric bill. And it turns out artificial intelligence could also be to blame. How much of a difference it could make for you this summer.
Fox Local is Fox 2. Anywhere and everywhere you are. Live news and more.
Good evening. I'm Taryn Asher.
And I'm Ruth Raj. A lot going on.
Fox Local is built for you. On your phone, on your TV, as local as you are. Fox Local.
A new tech alert from Meta, the company unveiling its new generation of artificial intelligence glasses with Oakley. These Meta glasses can take pictures and videos and have features that include live translation. If someone speaks to you in Spanish, French, Italian, the glasses can translate in your ear in nearly real time. That's pretty amazing. Here's an example of how it works.
Hey Meta, start live translation.
Starting live translation from Spanish to English.
All right, what do you think of my hair? Am I ready for TV?
Sí, me encanta. Se ve pulido. ¿Tú qué piensas?
Yeah, I love it. It looks polished. What do you think?
I think it looks amazing. You always do such a good job. Thank you.
Creo que se ve increíble. Siempre haces un buen trabajo. Gracias.
For the record, though, no one does our hair here.
No.
Just
no.
so we make that clear.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. I'm more amazed that there's an anchor who's getting her hair done than I am at these glasses, just so you know. But the special edition Oakley Meta glasses will be available for pre-orders starting July 11th for $499. The rest of the collection will be released later on this summer.
I think that's the number one question you get asked. Does anybody do your hair and makeup? No.
You get that.
Yeah, right. As we continue to see new advances with AI, there's growing concern about its negative impacts on the grid.
It turns out the amount of energy it needs could actually mean higher electricity bills for all of us this summer. Fox's Madison Ellsworth reports.
Data centers, the backbone of AI, use a lot of energy, and their energy demands are growing at the same time we are seeing higher temperatures, electricity shortages, and an aging electric grid. According to a government estimate, electricity bills will be about 4% higher this summer than last. That's well above the overall 2.4% inflation rate. And the National Energy Assistance Directors Association thinks the number is even higher, closer to a 7% increase in cost, making this potentially the most expensive summer to stay cool in 12 years. Energy economists say if nothing is done to address data center energy costs, the problem will only get worse.
Their consumption puts more pressure on the grid. And some people have argued that their rates are not appropriate. They should be higher. Because if they're not sufficient to cover their costs of electricity, then consumers pay more.
And some consumers are already paying a lot more. In Illinois, Ameren customers are seeing their electricity bills rise by 50%. In Pennsylvania, PPL customers are paying 16% more as of this month. In Maryland, electric bills are climbing $15 to $18 a month, all states that have data centers. The Energy Department is forecasting that data center energy demand will triple by 2028. States are incentivizing companies to come in and build centers, but experts say that needs to be paired with energy development. In New York, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
We're checking in on the stock market to wrap up the week. The Dow is up 35 points. The Nasdaq's down nearly 100 points, while the S&P 500 slides for the third straight day, down 13 points.
Detroit is already a known leader in mobility across the country and the world. The competition that's upping the ante in sustainability across the city.
Fighting between Israel and Iran has entered its second week, and diplomats are trying to find a peaceful solution. I'm Connor Hansen in New York. I'll have the details coming up.
Israel and Iran are locked in escalating attacks as they enter week 2 of warfare. Missiles and drones fly daily, and now the world is watching as the risk of a wider conflict grows.
In Europe and the U.S., diplomats are scrambling to try to broker a deal to stop the bloodshed. Fox's Connor Hansen has the latest on the ground.
More Iranian missiles landed across Israel. In Tel Aviv, people ran from the beach to take cover as alarms sounded throughout the city. And in the northern port city of Haifa, several people were injured as rescuers searched for victims. Israel continues to fly its warplanes over Iran, targeting military and nuclear infrastructure.
Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well.
Iran's foreign minister delivered a warning as he met with European counterparts in Geneva.
Israel attacks on nuclear facilities are grave war crimes, given also the danger of environmental and health catastrophe as the result of radiological leakage.
And at the UN, Israel slammed Iran's calls to end the bombing.
With innocent blood still dripping from your hands, you come here asking for sympathy. You demand protection from this council.
Meanwhile, U.S. citizens are arriving home on evacuation flights from Israel, fleeing the fighting.
Every night we'd have to go into a bomb shelter 3 or 4 times a night. We were very terrified because we've never experienced any of that.
And the U.S. is moving a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East to help protect Israeli and American troops in the region.
It is not too late for the government of Iran to do the right thing.
President Trump has said he will give diplomacy a chance for the next 2 weeks while weighing whether to strike Iran. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox 2 News.
Well, top economic advisors in Russia now questioning how long Moscow can keep fighting its war with Ukraine. The country's finance minister says they're on the verge of a massive recession, fueled in part by overspending and Western sanctions. Russian President Vladimir Putin, however, tells a different story. He claims Russia has plenty of cash and an economy that's diverse enough to withstand outside pressure. Another top official has also claimed the country is suffering big losses in Ukraine, with about 40,000 combat casualties every single week. You know, with trade deadlines looming and no G7 summit deal, Canada is ready to retaliate against the U.S. with new tariffs. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney says new tariffs on U.S. steel and aluminum imports will begin July 21st. Now, his announcement coming less than 3 weeks before a pause on President Trump's reciprocal tariffs are set to end.
We're willing to sign a security and economic or commercial agreement with the United States that's in Canada's best interest, and only that. We need to have ready access to U.S. markets for Canadian companies and for Canadian companies, and not have our hands tied in terms of our dealings with the rest of the world.
Meantime, Japan's Nippon Steel has closed a deal to buy 100% of U.S. steel. Part of the agreement allows President Trump to veto decisions to idle plants or reduce production or staffing levels.
Detroit's the only American city selected to host a competition geared toward making the city more sustainable. $2 million is up for grabs as 4 companies clash to reduce emissions at Eastern Market. Fox News' Brandon Hudson has more on this challenge.
In Detroit, a trip to Eastern Market is a centuries-old tradition. Whether it's Flower Day or a Lions tailgate, that stretch of downtown is bustling. But what we often don't see is the cleanup afterwards. Local company Orange Sparkleball wants to use its autonomous robot to make picking up widespread messes more efficient.
By picking up food waste, we're diverting from landfill. We're helping with the greenhouse gas emissions issue.
Orange Sparkleball is involved in the Toyota Mobility Foundation's Sustainability Cities Challenge.
Today we want to show you a glimpse of the future.
At Eastern Market Friday, the city unveiled its 4 finalists for the competition. Joining Orange Sparkleball are Neology, Electric Fish, and Civilized Cycles, which has built a semi-trike. It's an e-bike designed to carry up to 800 pounds for a 5 to 7 mile radius.
You can drive it in bike lanes, you can drive it on public roads, you can drive it on sidewalks in cities like Detroit, and you can drive it right into buildings.
We want to build the economy of the future, mobility of the future here in the city of Detroit. So I didn't necessarily wake up in the morning thinking about idling trucks being the biggest issue for Eastern Market, but that's why you have the people in charge making these kinds of decisions.
Mayor Mike Duggan says the key to this competition is to reduce the carbon output in Detroit's high-traffic areas. The other two companies, Neology and Electric Fish, focus on EV charging initiatives.
You're basically replacing diesel generators that you use, for example, even in Eastern Market to generate electricity for food trucks. We have ammonia, our solution, and then you get electricity. There's no emission, there's no noise, there's nothing. It's just clean energy.
The big problem here is that very fast charger needs a lot of energy, right? And the electrical ecosystem here in Eastern Market is really old, right? So they would not be able to give it that power to do very fast charging. So that is a problem to solve here.
Each participant gets $130,000 to fund their project. Next year's winner receives $2 million. At Eastern Market, Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
It's going to get dangerously hot in the next couple of days. So what do you need to do to stay safe? The doctor weighs in HealthWorks.
Tigers baseball coming to Fox 2 on Saturday starting at 11 a.m. But before we look to the future, we'll present the current events for Detroit, and that's the Friday night series opener in Tampa against the Rays. Can the Tigers blast their way back into the win column? I'm Woody Woodruff. We'll preview tonight's matchup next in sports.
Fox Local is Fox 2. Anywhere and everywhere you are. Live news and more.
Good evening. I'm Tara Nasher.
And I'm Ruth Raj. A lot going on.
Fox Local is built for you. On your phone, on your TV. As local as you are. Fox Local.
In HealthWorks, when it gets really hot, your body is working hard to keep you cool. You have to do everything you can to help. Right now, try drinking some water. Staying hydrated is a really good first step in the high heat.
Get ready to sweat. As that water evaporates from your skin, it takes heat with it. It's how your body cools. But the more we sweat, the more fluids we lose. That's why you need to keep the liquids flowing.
We walk around as it is, half of us, or a lot of us, walk around dehydrated, and we don't even know it. Not everybody drinks more than 64 ounces of water a day. So this is a risk factor in and of itself. But when we're dealing with heat, and as it applies to us physically, there's a spectrum of illnesses that can occur.
Signs of dehydration can include headache, dry mouth, dizziness, and dark-colored urine. Now, when dehydration kicks in, your risk of heat-related illness goes up.
So heat-related illness is really a spectrum of illness. It starts with symptoms that are very mild that probably everyone has experienced, things like fatigue, cramps, nausea, headaches, but it can progress over the next several minutes or hours while someone continues to work outside into something much more advanced. And if you haven't positioned yourself to be able to cool off and take precautions related to that advancing heat illness, it can sneak up on you and become very severe rather quickly.
Heat stroke is a medical emergency. If you see symptoms such as confusion, slurred speech, and increased body temperature, you really should call 911 right away. Certain people are at increased risk of heat-related illness.
So there are several groups that are more at risk for heat-related illness: the very young, infants and small children, older folks, people over the age of 65 particularly may be more vulnerable. There's also people taking medications, things for heart failure, for kidney disease. Even some behavioral health medications may put you at greater risk of heat-related illness.
The doctor says make sure you're checking weather apps. You're making sure you know when the severe heat is headed your way. And again, plan ahead, hydrate, plan to take breaks, plan to find some air conditioning if you don't have it in your house. That's HealthWorks. I'm Dina Santafanti.
The Tigers on the road for a weekend series against Tampa Bay. Jack Flaherty will get the start for Detroit, and I'm thinking that Flaherty will have a bit of a chip on his shoulder after getting blasted by Cincinnati last time out. Of course, we'll have the highlights tonight at 10. Now, there was danger on the diamond down in Tampa last night as the Rays took on the Orioles. Baltimore catcher Adley Rutschman lining this ball foul into the Rays dugout, and it caught Rays right-hander Hunter Big right in the side of the face. That ball coming off the bat at 105 miles an hour. Big was down in the dugout and was eventually placed on a stretcher before being carted out and taken to a local hospital for tests. Big never lost consciousness, and he received a standing ovation from the crowd at Steinbrenner Field. Baltimore won the game 4-1. More baseball, and while the Tigers are the best team in the game, there's a flip side to that coin as other teams struggle. One of those teams is Washington. The Nationals had lost 11 straight games, but last night against the Rockies, the Nationals stepped up, and they did it in the 11th inning.
James Wood, high in the air, deep center. Stretch ball. Going back. Hilliard. The losing streak. See you later.
That's James Wood going yard. The two-run blast was his second two-run homer of the game as the Nationals snapped that losing string. It's just the third win in 17 games this month for Washington. Still more baseball, and this was a rare sight. Sammy Sosa returning to Wrigley Field for the first time in more than 20 years. Sosa, who was linked to performance-enhancing drugs back in the 90s, will be inducted into the Cubs Hall of Fame this year. A seven-time All-Star, Sosa hit 545 homers in over 1,800 games with the Cubs, including a franchise record 66 home runs in 1998 when he was named National League MVP. With the Florida Panthers still basking in the afterglow of winning the Stanley Cup, the rest of the league is starting the task of getting better for next season, and taking a big step is Winnipeg. The Jets revealing that they will sign former Chicago Blackhawks captain Jonathan Toews to a one-year deal. Toews will collect $2 million plus incentives. The 37-year-old hasn't played in 2 years because of immune system issues. And like they say, you got to get better if you want to win the Stanley Cup. Hopefully the Red Wings are doing some of that right now.
Yes. I hear that's what they're doing right now.
I'm glad you hear that.
They knew you would say that.
I am so glad you're hearing that.
Just hit me up a few minutes ago and said they're working on it.
It's something we need desperately. We'll talk more Tigers coming up at 6.
All right, thanks, Woody. The heat is on.
Yeah, extreme heat for us this weekend. Before we get to the extreme heat, we do have a window where we could see some thunderstorms early Saturday morning, but the extreme heat is the real That's the real headliner here. 94 on Saturday, 98 on Sunday, feeling like 105 degrees out there on Sunday. A couple lingering showers outside for us right now. And again, that window for Saturday morning to see some activity for breakfast time. But then by dinner, that's 92. We'll talk more about it next.
Neighbors shaken after 2 police officers were shot in their apartment complex, sparking a manhunt throughout Southgate.
Yesterday at approximately 7:50 p.m. Eastern Time, an X-class solar flare erupted from the surface of the sun. Now, it is these solar flares that interact with our atmosphere to create the aurora borealis, the northern lights. But what else has to happen for them to form? The weather boys went into outer space to find out.
I know. Aurora borealis sounds like a fake word, but I Googled it. Turns out it's real. So today, I'm going to look at it.
Okay.
It's just in the sky.
Okay, first off, you're pronouncing it wrong. It's aurora borealis.
Aurora borealis.
Second off, we're out here in the middle of the afternoon. We're not going to see anything now. And third, you're wearing solar eclipse glasses. You're not going to see the northern lights with those. Do you actually want to know the science behind the northern lights?
No, maybe. Yes, space monsters.
No, not space monsters. I'll show you.
It's happening, the northern lights.
Yup. And they're not magic. They're caused by particles from the sun slamming into the Earth's atmosphere.
So you're telling me the sun is throwing a rave and the Earth just happens to have the dance floor?
Pretty much. It starts with a solar storm. Charged particles fly out from the sun. That's called the solar wind. Most of those particles get deflected by Earth's magnetic field, except near the poles, where the field lines dip down and let them sneak through.
So Earth has like security gates and the north entrance is broken.
Exactly.
I am Aurora. I knew there was going to be a space monster.
You think this is a space monster? This cute little thing? No, this is what happens when solar particles smash into gases in our atmosphere. Oxygen, nitrogen, they react and glow.
I hate on particle collisions. I am beautiful chaos. I am Northern Lights.
So different gases make different colors?
Yup. Oxygen makes green. Nitrogen can make blue or purple. It all depends on what the particles run into and how high up it happens.
Altitude is everything.
Okay, this is officially the creepiest and best science class I've ever had.
It makes more sense, right?
I told you there was a space monster.
You did.
I wasn't totally right.
You did, right? If you want to learn about the Northern Lights, you got to go into outer space. So
apparently,
we had to do it.
The only way to do it.
I feel like this is like a Saturday morning, and I'm eating my cereal.
There you go.
I'm watching it, and you guys are like buddies walking into the sunset.
There's a little ABC after-school special in there
a little
too.
bit of that in there too.
You know?
But you learned something.
You do learn something.
Like Alan said, a little creepy cartoon.
Yes, right, exactly.
Very cool, though.
Northern Lights, by the way, we are in the season for Northern Lights. You know, this is the time of the year where we start seeing more and more opportunities, especially for those folks that head up north in the later months of July and August. So keep an eye out for them, and maybe you'll see them, and now you know how they form.
Yeah. Very cool.
Guys, some extreme heat on the way here as we head into the weekend. That's the big story. As we talk about potential records here, Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday. Now, the forecast number is 94, 98, 98. And you'll see how close that is to the record of 96, 98, 95. So we could potentially, you know, if we exceed things a little bit on Saturday, we could be setting 3 different records there. And there's an outside shot that we could hit triple digits on Sunday and Monday. 98 is the forecast, but some models are saying 99, maybe even 100. Last time we hit 100 degrees was July 17th, 2012. So it's been quite a while. And keep in mind, those heat indices, even with a forecast of 98, the heat indice is closer to 105. That's what it feels like outside, because our bodies don't cool off as well as they do when there's less humidity, less moisture in the air. We can't really sweat away the heat. That's a problem. That's where things start getting dangerous. So if you are outside for an extended period of time over the course of the weekend or early next week, and you find yourself getting a little bit foggy or you can't focus as well, you want to take a break from the heat. Go inside, go in the AC, give yourself a break, and drink water and rehydrate. All right, before we get to the extreme heat, though, take a look at this. 4 a.m. Saturday morning, there's a chance we could see some stronger showers and thunderstorms around here, and some of these could be on the severe side. So as we look at 9 a.m. Saturday morning, there's a couple of clusters there that could bring some severe weather in the form of moderate to large hail, gusty winds of 50 miles an hour, and then heavy downpours. So early Saturday morning looks a little bit yucky, especially for areas farther off to the north. A little less so as you get farther down to the south. All of that moves out by around 10, 11 a.m. And then the heat comes in. So let's take a look at what happens after 10, 11 a.m. You got those numbers that start climbing up into the 90s and that heat index of 99 degrees by 5 p.m. 69 out there for tonight. Strong storms begin to pop up between 5 and 9 o'clock. Extreme heat follows that with it feels like a number of 100 on Saturday, 105 on Sunday, and 105 on Monday as well, with thunderstorms following all of that as we stay hot and humid all week. Roop.
Coming up in our 6 o'clock hour, music filling the halls of Cornwall Health Children's today. A look at the special concert put on by 2 country stars ahead of their show Downriver tonight.
And there's a new Lego master in town. The 12-year-old prodigy winning a new title thanks to a stunning replica of the Windy City. We'll take a look at his creation next.
But first, my friends, it's time to check out the new movies hitting theaters and streaming this weekend.
Fox 2's Lee Thomas has a preview.
Thanks so much. It's movie time, as Elio is an alien abduction movie that's perfect for kids. And Life of Chuck gets a grade that I rarely give. But we start after the zombie infection 28 years later.
There were so many dead. Infected and non-infected alike.
There have been days and weeks, but now it's 28 years later. But once you try to revive a franchise, there's no going back.
Once you walk onto that mainland, there's no rescues.
Moving up and down again. Don't
marriage.
And so is the large heart of this movie. I really enjoyed The Life of Chuck, and I'm still not sure why. It's simply
wonderful.
Hi, can you hear me? Honey, now is a really bad time. Okay. Bye. I love you.
And finally, 11-year-old Elio's wish comes true. He's abducted by aliens in a story that Disney wants kids to love.
Uh-oh. Until then, as you say on Earth, okay, bye. I love you.
Okay.
Bye.
I love you. I love you. Those films plus Lost Highway is a pick of the week, critically speaking. After the news. I'll see you then.
Finally at 5, in case you were wondering, there's a new Lego prodigy on the rise.
One 12-year-old boy from Chicago has just been crowned a Lego Mini Master model builder, all thanks to his brick-by-brick masterpiece celebrating the Windy City. Fox's Tia Ewing has a closer look.
I kind of just entered it not knowing, just built a model and then turned it in. I was like, okay, I probably won't win this.
Eli Jankowski has been building with Lego since he was 3 years old. In fact, it worried his mom.
I was a little worried about his fine motor skills, if he would be able to play with them, and if he would choke on them.
These are some of the smaller builds he's constructed.
Lego.
Eli can't Lego of the tiny blocks.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
His recent build has landed him a global title.
I really want to be a master builder, and to be a mini master builder is like already halfway there, kind of.
His masterpiece is a brick-by-brick love letter to the Windy City and the land of Lincoln. One half is the bean, complete with hungry tourists snapping selfies and holding hot dogs. No ketchup, of course. There's also a deep dish pizza piled high with toppings.
I have corn representing just South Illinois. I have a giant oversized mailbox representing Casey, Illinois for their giant structures. And then I have Sears Tower for Chicago.
Applicants applied in the state and outside the country. Eli's creativity rose to the top. The tiny pieces will be glued together to make the 4,100-mile trek to Lego House in Denmark. Then it will be stored in the official Lego vault, where only the most iconic creations are preserved.
What do I see when I see Eli's build? I see someone that is very, very interested in not just one facet of building and one facet of play. They're interested in learning everything that they can. Architecture, vehicles, robots, anything that you can think of, Eli's willing to do it.
Eli's Lego build will be here at the Legoland Discovery Center right here in Chicago through June 30th. You can see it then. Then it will go to Denmark and then also to the Lego Vault.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 6 starts now.
Well, today officially marks the first day of summer, and it definitely feels like it here in Metro Detroit. Take a look at those temperatures out there. It's only going to go up from here.
All right, Derek Kevra, one of the weather guys, weather boys, joins us now with a look at the extreme weathermen. Talking about the extreme heat watch going into effect tomorrow.
Yeah, so we have a heat advisory that kicks in for Saturday. Extreme heat, possible warnings for Sunday and Monday, and they issue extreme heat warnings when the heat index goes over 105. That looks likely as we move into Sunday. So as Saturday goes, we'll keep it at a heat advisory, which kicks in at 2 p.m., feeling like 100 degrees. And if that's not hot enough, then we'll see that extreme heat watch kick back in, which will likely be upgraded to a warning as the heat indices jump to 105 degrees. It's going to be hot over the next week. Even as we move out of the extreme heat range, which will happen like Wednesday, it's still going to be pretty darn hot with temperatures staying near 90 degrees with the heat index close to 94 or 95. We still have a few spotty isolated showers out there for us as we move through the evening hours. That wraps up by around 8 o'clock this evening tonight. And then we see another round for some thunderstorms between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. on Saturday morning. So there's a window early Saturday where we could see some powerful storms. And then this is what we're left with after those storms, with those heat indices nearly 100. That is what you're looking at here. This is not a thermometer number. This is a heat index forecast, so a feels like forecast of 100, 105, and 104 over the next 3 days. Taryn, over to you.
Thanks, Derek. Well, as temperatures remain high, state police are reminding people to stay hydrated, limit outdoor activities, and check on neighbors, seniors, and pets. For those looking for a place to chill out, the Detroit Public Library branches will also be open during normal business hours to serve as cooling centers. And the city of Detroit is opening cooling centers citywide. We're told 3 of the city's rec centers, Patton, Hyman, and Northwest, will be extending hours, staying open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m. Saturday through Tuesday. We will have more information on cooling centers within the Metro Detroit area on our website, fox2detroit.com. Check it out. And as this heat hits Metro Detroit, remember you can always keep tabs on the forecast by checking the Fox 2 weather app. Download it for free in the App Store or Google Play.
Well, 2 Southgate officers home recovering right now after being shot on the job yesterday. And as the suspect remains behind bars, residents are recounting the manhunt that left them in lockdown. Fox 2's Scott Wolchek with the story.
When he seen the officers, he immediately just brandished his pistol and started firing.
2 Southgate police officers shot, responding to a call to this apartment complex for a man seen waving around a gun Thursday.
No regard for human life.
20-year-old Jeremiah Kemp accused of pulling the trigger, hitting the officers in the legs and leading police on a 4.5-hour-long manhunt before his capture nearby.
Tremendous relief is all I can say. We're very happy that they're going to be okay and recover. It was very scary when we got the call initially.
Police say after the officers were shot, Kemp leapt out of the second-story window and ran off. That's when the search really began and people started to see officers walking around on the lookout.
There was police literally everywhere walking around with weapons drawn.
Helicopters, drones, a massive police presence as nearby neighborhoods were locked down. Armed officers searched cars one by one.
They would draw their weapons, point the weapons inside the vehicle, look inside, and then move on to the next vehicle.
Wow. Did they look in your vehicle?
They sure did.
Residents like Linda and her dog Yoshi watched from inside, anxious and unsure of what was going on.
Very tense and very dangerous, and we don't want to live in a world like that.
Linda's glad to hear the officers are recovering, as is Chief Mark Midlars. He says a Southgate officer and Wyandotte officer were able to quickly apply tourniquets to the injured to help stabilize them. While they will be okay physically, one of the officers still has a bullet lodged in their leg.
That's our main concern right now, is just to make sure the officers are okay, recovery, physical therapy, things like that, and we're going to support them in everything that they need, and hopefully, eventually get them back to work and back out in the community.
Kemp is awaiting formal charges in Southgate. Scott Walczak, Fox 2 News.
Well, the debate over border security comes to Detroit, not the southern border. We're talking about America's border with Canada.
And some of the problems include drug trafficking, human smugglers, and organized crime. America's Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is in Detroit today. The busiest border crossing between the two countries right now. The southern border encounters are at their lowest point in nearly 5 years. The Trump administration's goal, taking that success to the north.
There are families out there that are suffering, that need this fixed, but also that as we go through making sure that we're cleaning up a lot of the criminals and the bad actors in our country and getting the drugs and the human trafficking gone, that can communicate that in a way that shows that we're preparing a better country for our kids and for our grandkids.
Well, part of the tougher security includes scanning shipping containers as well as cars and trucks, along with more thorough vetting of the people attempting to cross. Noem also wants Canada to do its part and to help with stronger surveillance.
Well, a Detroit teenager taken into custody by ICE last month on his way to a field trip has officially been deported. We're talking about Michael Bayogo Duarte's lawyer telling Fox 2 he's arrived back in Colombia. The 18-year-old was detained after police in Rockwood pulled him over for allegedly tailgating and found he didn't have a license and was here illegally. Attorneys say he had come to the States with his family a couple of years ago seeking asylum, but they were denied. They also tell us the family was in the process of deporting when that traffic stop happened. Teachers, advocates, and others fought to try and get Duarte to stay since he was just 3.5 credits away from graduating from Western International High School, but those pleas were denied. We're told Duarte is now staying with relatives. Well, it's been a lifeline for thousands in Pontiac, but now the Oakland Hope Food Pantry could be days away from shutting down.
Despite past grants and support from the city and county, the food pantry is struggling to keep up with soaring costs. And now the founder is hoping for help from the community. Fox 2's Tanisha Cordell has more.
A crucial food provider.
When it gets time to open up at 11 o'clock, we are ready to go. It's like home away from home. It means the world.
The Oakland Hope Food Pantry serving Pontiac for nearly 13 years.
This place is close to home. I only live about 2 miles from here.
Their team catering to families often ineligible for SNAP benefits or simply struggling to make ends meet.
When we started, it was like 8,000 people a month. Now we're at 16,000 people a month. That's hungry children, seniors, veterans, and immigrants who depend on us every single week.
But with that growing demand, food inflation, and building costs, owner Norma Okonski worries her food haven won't be around much longer. She set up a GoFundMe page hoping the community will chip in.
This has all been out of pocket since day one, and once this perfect storm hit, we could see it on the horizon, and that's why we've reached out to the county, reached out to the city, reached out to the state, reached out to businesses, reached out to churches, and they're slow to the party.
We reached out to the city of Pontiac and got a statement saying we certainly value the work that Oakland Hope and similar organizations are doing in the community. Unfortunately, our funding options are limited to grant programs, and the reality is that there are more requests for financial assistance than the grant programs can provide. Oakland County responding with a similar statement saying in part, Oakland Hope is seeking $30,000 per month in ongoing county support, which is significant and recurring public investment. With the end of federal pandemic relief dollars and increasing fiscal constraints such as cuts in federal funding, the county does not have unrestricted funds for monthly subsidies. We remain committed to working with Oakland Hope to explore sustainable solutions and partnerships that can help them continue serving our community effectively. Oakland Hope volunteers still holding on to just that, hope.
God still gives me the strength and ability to come here. I wouldn't do it any other way.
And Norma hoping to raise enough money to at least get through this year.
One organization, one nonprofit should not and cannot shoulder this burden alone.
Tanisha Cordell, Fox 2 News.
It's already rare to see an inflatable deer at a TV station, but wait until you see and hear the video behind the story of this albino deer in Farmington Hills.
Well, a couple of country music stars visit the Motor City to spread positivity and uplift patients at one local children's hospital. We'll be back. A federal judge has ordered the release of pro-Palestinian protester Mahmoud Khalil. The former Columbia University grad student has been detained at an ICE center in Louisiana for the past 3 months. The order would allow him to return to his wife and newborn son in New York while the case plays out. Khalil was the first student arrested and targeted for deportation as part of President Trump's crackdown on pro-Palestinian protesters. Well, bombs continuing to fly between Israel and Iran. The attacks between the two countries now entering a second week.
America's military making moves to protect U.S. citizens in that region. The U.S. sending a second aircraft carrier to the Middle East. Meantime, missiles falling like rain in two countries that are largely desert. Alarms sounding throughout Tel Aviv as people run for cover. Israel determined to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Israeli warplanes hitting Iran's nuclear infrastructure. At the UN, Israel ripped Iran's calls to stop the fighting.
With innocent blood still dripping from your hands, you come here asking for sympathy. You demand protection from this council.
Israel attacks on nuclear facilities are grave war crimes, given also the danger of environmental and health catastrophe as the result of radiological leakage.
President Trump says he's going to give diplomacy a chance. He says he'll wait 2 weeks before deciding whether to join the fight against Iran.
As the summer season officially kicks off, Americans are getting ready to hit the road in record numbers this 4th of July. AAA predicts more than 72 million travelers will drive more than 50 miles for the holiday. Meanwhile, 8% of travelers are expected to travel by plane. And the airline, famous for its open seating, announces a major policy shift. Southwest says an assigned seating option is coming soon. In a statement, the airline says they will begin to offer booking for assigned and premium seating in the second half of this year, and will begin operating flights with these options in 2026. Starbucks says it wants its products to be healthier, and they will work with the Trump administration as part of the Make America Healthy Again initiative. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the coffee giant will work on making healthy changes to their menu, including cutting back 30% of the entire menu for simplicity and testing more healthy drink options. And here's some news to cheer about. The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are getting a 400% pay increase after years of lobbying. The new deal does not include health insurance, but veteran members could now start making upwards of $75 an hour, compared to just $15 an hour and $500 per appearance. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Well, Allstate Insurance is releasing its annual report, letting people know where it's safest to drive.
They're also letting you know where you're most likely to get your car banged up. According to its report, when it comes to where drivers may want to vacation and do business, Texas claims 4 of the top 20 safest cities for driving, with Brownsville, Texas, taking #1. Rounding out the top 3, Boise, Idaho, and Fort Collins, Colorado. When it comes to the riskiest spots for driving, Boston, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore. And if you're wondering about Michigan cities, Detroit ranked number 142 out of 200. Grand Rapids was 187. Well, tonight at HealthWorks, a lot of us enjoy a snack every once in a while, right?
No, but having too many cookies or potato chips may actually set you up for stronger junk food cravings. And yes, researchers used brain scans of more than 30,000 adults to measure tissue density of the hypothalamus. And that's the part of the brain that controls hunger and cravings. They found eating ultra-processed foods can decrease that tissue density and increase water content, making it harder to resist junk foods. Eating too many ultra-processed foods can also lead to inflammation in the body and obesity, among other chronic health issues. This study is published in the journal Nature.
Well, it's no secret that as we age, our memory may not be as sharp as it was before. A new study says self-care and emotional well-being may help with that. Researchers define well-being as emotional health, along with the ability to function effectively, which includes confidence and a sense of purpose and control over one's life. Researchers tracked more than 10,000 people, 50 and older, over 16 years, and found better memory among those with a higher level of well-being. That study was published this week in the journal Aging and Mental Health. Apparently having someone rub your hands once in a while and make you feel like you're pampered is good too, according to the video. Patients at Cornwall Health Children's Hospital in for a treat today.
Country artist Maddie and Tay stopping by to perform a private concert. Fans of all ages watch the duo play some of their hits in the children's garden. And this isn't the first time they've performed for kids at the hospitals.
When we started, when we were about 15 years old, the Children's Hospital in Nashville was one of our first gigs, and it just brought us so much joy. And so now being moms and having kids, we just can't even fathom what these families are going through at children's hospitals around the country. And so anytime we have opportunity to come spread some joy and smiles and laughter, we're going to do it.
The performance here was nice, cool. I liked it. It was fun, inspiring. It brought joy to my heart.
Maddie and Tay are also in town for their concert at Wyandotte tonight at 7. You can still grab a ticket online.
And And weather for that should be good. We're at 75 degrees. This is the coolest day we're going to see for probably a week, maybe even longer than that, as temperatures will start warming up. But we're at 75 right now. It does feel a little bit muggy outside. Did you notice that? It's a little humidity to the air, but we're going to see a lot more of that humidity as we move through the next couple of days. Forecast temperature Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So the forecast is 94, 98, and 98. Now take a look at the records there for Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It would be close tomorrow. It looks like we could tie it potentially on Sunday, and then we would bust right past it on Monday. So there's an outside chance there that we might be dealing with record-setting numbers maybe all 3 days. We'll see how that plays out. Let's talk about the heat index, though, because the forecast thermometer temperature is different than the feels like number. We call that the heat index this time of the year. This is what it will feel like outside as we move through the day tomorrow. So taking us into Saturday and through Saturday afternoon, that's feeling like 99 or 100 degrees by 5, 6 p.m. In fact, it probably will hit triple digits with that heat index number right around 5 o'clock. So if you're going to be outside for an extended period of time, just know it is dangerous heat out there. Take breaks. Don't spend the entire chunk of time outside. Go inside in the AC and cool off. Make sure you stay very hydrated. And make sure you keep an eye on those dogs as well. Remember, when it gets that hot, the ground gets really hot too, especially like blacktop surfaces. And then it hurts the dog's paws. So make sure you're thinking about them as well. A little bit of lighter rain still is a possibility as we move until maybe as late as like 8 p.m., but those chances are starting to drop. There's an increased threat as we move into the early hours on Saturday. So between 5 and 9 a.m., we could see some thunderstorms move through, and some of these storms may pack a punch. I mean, we could be talking about storms that bring large hail, maybe 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and some torrential downpours. So keep that in mind as we wake up after 5 a.m. on Saturday morning. Those overnight lows will be near 69. Afternoon highs will hit 94 degrees. We do have a heat advisory out there with that feels like number of 100. And this is a hot 7-day forecast, even into next week. The only relief we're seeing is 87, which, by the way, will feel like 92. Wow. Rupert and Taryn, back to you.
All right, Derek, thanks for that. A rare sight in Farmington Hills this week after a man spotted an albino deer walking around.
Wow, Fox News' Brandon Hudson gives us a closer look.
This is Deirdre. It's an inflatable deer that's been popping up at our station over the past 3 weeks. It's cute, but it is very rare to see something like this at a TV station. But you know what's also rare? Take a look at this video here. The deer was just strolling around the parking lot, minding its own business, and this is the second sighting of an albino deer in that same area since May. Now, it is not clear if it's the same deer both times, and the odds of finding a deer or a deer born with albinism is 1 in 30,000. We spoke to the person who saw the deer and shared the video with Fox 2. Here's what they said.
About 4:45 when I got to this area right here, I was on 12 Mile headed towards Orchard Lake to get on the freeway. And out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a deer, and it looked white. And I thought maybe that might be an albino deer. So I went up a little bit and turned around and came back. And I pulled into this driveway right here, and sure enough, this albino deer was standing right in the intersection right here. I see a lot of deer in my neighborhood, in my backyard. I get deer all the time, but I've never seen a white one like that, an albino deer with the red eyes. And I was thrilled. I was thrilled to see it, and it was worth it to leave a little bit later that day, I guess, in the morning for work.
Now, albino deer are born with poor eyesight, and it's very tough for them to survive in the wild. However, in Michigan, it is legal to hunt them, and it's been that way since 2008. Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
That's crazy, though, to see. I've never seen one before.
No, and it's kind of like one of the things, you know, we expect to see deer as you're driving around. You go, oh, there's a deer. What? It's white? That's crazy.
I know.
Very cool.
Very cool. All right.
Maybe
Thanks for that viewer for sharing that with us. Woody, over to you.
Thanks a lot, gang. There's a Game 7 showdown on the NBA horizon as the Pacers and Thunder battle for the championship. But which squad really has an edge? Will home court be the thing for Oklahoma City, or will Indiana turn into road warriors once again? I'm Woody Woodruff. We'll try to provide an answer up next in sports. Start with baseball. The Tigers making some player moves. Cater Montero was sent to AAA Toledo. Dylan Smith was called up to the big club. And John Brebbia cleared waivers and was released. Now, Jack Flaherty wasn't feeling too good after getting blasted by Cincinnati. After all, he gave up 7 runs in 4 2/3 innings. Yes, Flaherty did have 5 strikeouts, but 5 walks also helped spell doom. However, tonight, Flaherty can put all of that behind him with a solid performance against Tampa Bay. We'll have full highlights at 10 and on the edge at 11. The Oklahoma City Thunder were in position to close out the Indiana Pacers and win the NBA title, but Game 6 turned out to have a different flavor, and it was quite bitter for the Thunder as the Pacers dominated with a capital D. To the Gainbridge Fieldhouse we go.
Throws it up. Holmgren misses it. There comes Toppin the other way. You rarely see that from Holmgren. Neesmith the 3. Puts it in. Knocked out of his hands by Siakam. And Isaiah Joe gets it. Halliburton to steal. Here comes Halliburton, Siakam, Neesmith, corner 3, bang! Jalen Williams, 16 points, throws it away. Halliburton comes up with it. Cross court, Siakam for the slam! It's deafening in here, a 20-point lead.
The Pacers taking advantage of every Thunder mistake in that second quarter. Indy outscoring OKC by 19 points in the period and went on to win it in blowout fashion. Injured Pacers guard Tyrese Halliburton finished with 14 in a 108-91 final. That forces a winner-take-all Game 7 on Sunday night in Oklahoma City. Now, things are getting real.
One game. I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, this is, you know, this is what you dream about growing up, this kind of opportunity. It's a very difficult place to play. We know that. But, you know, this is the opportunity to play in a game like this is a great honor and a great privilege.
In the world of play-by-play, there are legends. Fox 2 sports director and Lions radio play-by-play voice Dan Miller is one. But in the world of international soccer, there's one voice that cuts through all of the noise. It's Andres Cantor, and he had the call as Lionel Messi and Inter Miami took on FC Porto in the FIFA Club World Cup.
It's Messi time! Messi!
Lionel Messi. For those counting, the word goal lasts 16 seconds. Cantor is a legend, and so is Lionel Messi. Inter Miami beating FC Porto 2-1. Nice job there. Roop, you could do that.
Now, Dan Miller could probably pull that off because that guy has more ability in one game that you've ever heard him.
He does it every Sunday. Touchdown Detroit Lions all the time.
Let's hear that for 60 seconds. There you go.
All right, so brace ourselves, right? For this time we're going, but the temperatures are going up big time.
Summer officially starts right around 10:40 p.m. tonight, and it's going to feel like it almost immediately. Take a look at this feels like numbers as we move into Saturday afternoon. Now, keep in mind, early Saturday morning, we could see some thunderstorms between 5 a.m. and 9 a.m. Some of those could be strong, maybe even severe, so keep an eye on that. And then that's your heat index by Saturday afternoon. Next couple of days looks like this. We'll go 94, 98, gets you through the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. But if you take the heat index into account, this is what it will feel like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, into early next week. By the way, the heat doesn't really go anywhere next week. We're stuck with it for a while, guys.
Well, those air conditioners are going to get quite the workout.
Yes,
Stay hydrated, people. Woo.
Any snow in the forecast?
Yeah, just about 8 more months.
January.
Thanks, Derek. And that's the news for now. We appreciate you watching.
Critically Speaking is next on Fox 2. Be sure to join us back here at 10, The Edge at 11, and The Pulse at 11:30. And in Michigan, that's not a bad question to ask because you just never know. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. It's time to talk movies as Elio's stunning, it's colorful and perfect for the little ones. Plus, The Life of Chuck, great storytelling. And we catch up with that zombie infection 28 years later. Everything movies, critically speaking, next. What's up, my movie people? We begin with an alien abduction movie that is perfect for the kids in Elio. And also, The Life of Chuck gets a grade that I rarely give. I really love that movie. But we start with after the alien infection, 28 years later.
So many dead. Infected and non-infected alike.
There have been days and weeks, but now it's 28 years later. But once you try to revive a franchise, there's no going back.
Once you walk onto that mainland, there's no rescues.
Moving up and down again.
The universe is large. And so is the large heart of this movie. I really enjoyed The Life of Chuck, and I'm still not sure why. It's simply wonderful.
Hi, can you hear me?
Honey,
now is a really bad time. Okay. Bye. I love you.
And finally, 11-year-old Elio's wish comes true. He's abducted by aliens in a story that Disney wants kids to love.
Uh-oh.
Until then, as you say on Earth, okay, bye. I love you.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you. Critically speaking, now. And sorry to say, Elio, but I love The Life of Chuck. We'll get to that in a minute. Welcome to Critically Speaking, a show that is all about them movies. I'm your host, Lee Thomas, and joining me in my cohort in movie criticism, Adam Graham reviews movies for the Detroit News. I am shocked. It was a good call last week. You're like, we should talk about this movie. I am shocked with how much I liked that movie. Good call, my man.
Lee, we're like, when we were watching 28 years later, I was feeling you as I was watching it. I felt like I was watching it through your eyes. So I feel like we've been doing this for long enough, and I start to know like when you're gonna really like something, and I'm excited to talk about Chuck with you.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Let's do what we do, my man. Talk about the business of filmmaking or upcoming movies that have caught our attention. We call it our Movie Buzz. Yes, indeedy. Take a look. This is the original trailer for a movie that was the first summer blockbuster and one of the highest grossing summer blockbusters of all time. 1975, Steven Spielberg directed shark epic Jaws, starring Roy Scheider, Richard Dreyfuss, and Robert Shaw as the captain. Now, Friday is its 50th anniversary, and you can watch Jaws for purchase on multiple platforms. It's free on Peacock with subscription. By the way, Jaws, the original Jaws, you might be surprised to hear this one, Adam Graham, rated PG, not PG-13, not R. The film is rated PG, which is surprising to a lot of people. But when you watch this movie, and you know, even in '75, it was before my time to watch, but I watched it a few years later. Sure. When you watch this movie, it's a study in anticipatory filmmaking because leading up to seeing the shark, and then the payoff of seeing Jaws was so well done by Spielberg. I think it set up his whole career. What say you about this 50th anniversary?
Yeah, it's something that's, I think, probably totally taken for granted. It still works, absolutely, but to put yourself back in that mode, you know, again, Jaws came out before I was alive, but, you know, seeing as a kid, it kind of opens your eyes, and I think it still works, is the kind of like the master stroke of it. But I don't think it works the way that it did then, and to kind of like be in those theaters, it's kind of like, I wish I could go back to experience Jaws when it was happening that very first time, because yes, it totally shifted the paradigm. This summer movie season that we celebrate every year, it's because of Jaws. Jaws kind of set the template. Yeah, and it's still something that holds up. It's still something that's viewed today. I believe there's a special on this weekend that celebrates the 50th anniversary of it, and everybody kind of pays homage to kind of one of the great blockbusters, the OG blockbuster of summer season.
Yeah, it's good when a movie comes out of nowhere and surprises you.
Yeah.
I wish it would happen for us every week.
Yeah, me too. But still, and you want to talk about that score too, like two notes.
Oh yeah.
Two notes, and it kind of set the, like two notes that are repeated today and still mean what they meant then.
Yeah.
It totally works. There's no bad time to watch Jaws. Summertime's a great time to watch Jaws.
And it's surprising John Williams did the score. Still done many scores since. Iconic dude.
Absolutely.
Good stuff. All right, let's move on, my man, and do what we do. To the movies we go. And a third film in the franchise. This one happens 28 years later.
There were so many dead.
Yeah, what happened after day turns into weeks. Weeks become years. This is the third film in a franchise. Plus, there's this.
Hit me in the eye and for once, tell me the truth. Shmipa de Gumiba. No, I'm not learning Elioese.
Yeah, the kid has his own language, but I think a lot of kids will love to learn about Elio as this new Disney animated film eases into theaters this weekend. It's the first day of summer weekend. This alien film may have the adults feeling abducted, but I believe the kids will enjoy. I'll explain what I'm talking about, critically speaking, of course, next. Get the kids going to some air conditioning. That's what a movie can do for you. And this is a new Disney Pixar animated film just in time for summer. It's about Elio, a kid who wants to be abducted by aliens and is. Critically speaking, Elio is a fun adventure for kids because Disney is responsible for this.
Who is responsible for you?
Yes, it's me, the leader of Earth. And the negotiation is not over because now I've got this.
Gordon?
Yes,
Yeah, that's his son. Disney has a film that I think kids will love. Elio is about this young man who just lost his parents, like many Disney movies, and his aunt Olga, who works for a space program, takes guardianship. Now, she's trying to understand him, but the kid feels out of place, and he wishes to be abducted by aliens. It's his wish, it comes true. Elio is immersive, colorful, stunning. I almost wish it were in 3D, and the story hits all the plot points for Disney, the narrative that works for kids. Yes, the Disney tropes are here. Dead parents, out of touch bad kid, goes on an out-of-this-world adventure. Everything's there, and I'm not saying it's bad. It's good enough. Oscar winner Zoe Saldana is Aunt Olga. The biggest other star, Brad Garrett, he plays the villain in this one. The runtime, 1 hour, 39 minutes. I give this one a thumbs up. It's a C+, not a ringing endorsement, Adam Graham, but a C+ nonetheless. What say you about Elio?
I go thumbs down on this one. I didn't I didn't think it was like, it's not up to the Pixar standards that we're used to from that studio, and they've given us so much over the years, and I think that this just represents a period of mediocrity or a state of mediocrity for them. As an adult, you know, I'm not relating to this. I don't think there's much here to grab onto outside of like 7-year-olds. So the 7 below set, maybe they'll have a good time because it's sort of distracting on screen, but I didn't think it was clever. I didn't think it was particularly fresh in its animation style. I just didn't find much to grab onto here, and usually there's something in the Pixar universe because it's a cut above, and it just didn't happen for me on this one.
What about the colorful cinematics, man?
Look, at this point, any animated film is going to be very colorful,
good point.
Very rich, you know, the details, the textures, etc. But I just feel like it was a bummer for me, expecting a little bit more from the animated field, from those guys. Didn't work for me this time.
Give her a grade.
Oh, I give it a C.
I gave it a C+.
I know. All
right, let's move on to the next movie. That's funny. I like what we do, my man. I like what we do. All right, let's talk about this. We went from days to weeks, and then we skipped months, went straight to years, 28 years later. And critically speaking, the original filmmakers have come back with a new zombie-level epic. So no clip this time. I'll let the filmmakers explain.
28 years later, we tried imagining how a world would rebuild itself after an apocalypse.
Initial conversations were often about imagining what does 28 years later mean. If the infection is still on Britain, what does the infection look like?
So those are the zombie filmmakers, Danny Boyle, great director, award-winning, and creator Alex Garland, also a great filmmaker. Now this franchise comes back to life with 28 years later. Third film in the series, the movie focuses on a little boy who's part of this group of survivors on a small island who decides to venture into the infected land where the zombies are to save his mother. Now you can tell that these filmmakers not only try to hit the same stride as previous films, but they also try to elevate it to a next level. I don't know if it works. There is an all-star cast, Aaron Taylor-Johnson as the kid's dad, Jodie Comer as the mom, Ralph Fiennes, again, with a surprising character choice for him. Love what he's doing in this movie, but the film is carried by the star. His name is Alfie Williams. 28 years later isn't great. It's good enough, in my opinion. I'm not giving it a thumbs down, of course. I give this one a very mild thumbs up. It's rated R, obviously, in theaters only, but Adam, I have to say, the first two I don't remember at all, didn't see him. This one I watched solo. Me and horror films don't do well. I was like, it's fine. They fall out a lot. It is what it is. What say you about this one?
I didn't like this movie at all, Lee, and I was really bummed because I'm a fan of the previous two in the series. It's a thumbs down for me. It was tonal whiplash. It was genre whiplash. It goes from like hardcore zombie thing to like this thing where we're appreciating what we have in life to like a family drama for a while. And then once Ralph Fiennes comes into the story, I had no idea where the movie was going at that point. I guess it's like tonally erratic, and it's also like visually erratic. Danny Boyle is not only playing with like bullet time style effects he shot this on an iPhone. I felt like he was trying to throw back to like early 2000s visual style on this thing. And it just didn't work. It felt flat to me. And again, I'm kind of like every 25, 30 minutes, this movie feels like a different movie than the previous 25 or 30 minutes. And the ending lead, do we have time to get into this? I had a couple characters show up at the end to save the day. We have not seen these characters at all during the movie. You're like, who are these guys? Turns out they're the heroes of the next movie. So this movie doesn't so much end as just tease the next installment. I'm not looking forward to the next installment after this one. I was really bummed by this one movie. I give this movie a D, and I'm sticking by it. I felt really kind of like hammered afterwards by how just all over the place this thing was. And I'm, again, looking forward to it. I was really disappointed. disappointed.
Go with his review, because I'm terrible at horror movies. I gave this one a C, C+, I don't know, C+.
I just didn't think it worked at all.
And I will say, we're not giving Adam's not giving anything away. The director, Danny Boyle, has already said that this is a 3-movie arc.
There's 2 more. The next one's already shot, and I think Boyle's supposed to be doing the 3rd one.
Yeah, there it is.
Lee, what are we doing here?
We're moving on to the next movie, my man. Moving right along. All right, another movie out this weekend. Reteams Rebel Wilson with her Pitch Perfect co-star Anna Camp for an action comedy called Bride Hard.
Okay, boys and girls, operation's happening tonight.
I'm going to get the package.
Who runs out of their best friend's bachelorette?
What is her job that is so important?
All right, a world-class secret agent turns out to be a pretty bad bridesmaid. After blowing off her bridal duties for an international spy mission, she gets demoted to bridesmaid from maid of honor. But that's when the adventure truly begins, and she not only saves the mission, she tries to save the wedding. The action comedy Bride Hard is rated R in theaters only right now. They did not screen it for critics. When we come back, The Life of Chuck is on the Movie Watch, critically speaking, next. Now to the Movie Watch, how many times did I look at my watch during your movie? And this week, The Life of Chuck.
Don't stop there. You fill the whole thing with everyone you ever meet, everyone you ever know, everyone you ever just imagine. It'll be a universe. A whole universe right between my hands.
Man, I just love the moments in this movie. Chuck's teacher explains it very well in the Steven Spielberg short story turned into one of the most heartfelt films I've seen this year. I really like this movie. Tears and smiles the entire way through. The story is told with a non-linear narrative, or the plot line is out of order. It's about a guy who has a good reason to look back at his life, but the way the story is revealed is beautifully cinematic and lots of heart. There's also a host of stars led by Tom Hiddleston, and a great performance from, believe it or not, Mark Hamill. Yeah, Luke Skywalker. Great in this movie. Not Luke Skywalker, Mark Hamill is. I looked at my watch twice, once in the beginning, once at the end. Life of Chuck gets a thumbs up. And Adam, I rarely give this grade, but I give this one an A. Good. I really enjoyed this movie. What say you about Life of Chuck?
Lee, I knew this was up your alley, and I'm glad to hear you talk about it. And I'd love to just sit down and hear all your thoughts on it. What was it like in the theater? Was it a crowded theater? Were you one of the few?
It was about half full, very small theater, and I heard sniffs, and everybody walked out talking. I enjoyed it.
That's the kind. I think this is the kind of thing when we talk about a communal experience at the movies. This is the kind of thing that deserves to be seen by an audience, and I think people will chat about it afterwards. The question is, like, can a word of mouth hit still exist? If like My Big Fat Greek Wedding was coming out today, it would have been on streaming in 3 weeks. But this one, can people get out there and see this one? Because I think it's worth seeing just to talk about, to kind of take in the story, because it is totally different from the kind of movies that we usually get in its structure, in what it's saying.
It's almost hard to explain, isn't it?
Absolutely it is, without giving certain things away. And in the beginning, it's an end of the world story. And by the end, we realize why it's an end of the world story. But that first chapter sets you up for something you were like, what is going on here?
But you're so in on it, right?
You're so in on it. And Chiwetel Ejiofor does a great job of kind of bringing you into that world. It's an apocalypse story without the asteroids or without the buildings destroying. It's just kind of like the quiet folding in of the world. And then it goes from there. What about that dance sequence? You didn't mention the dance sequence.
Loved it. Give her a grade for me.
On its own, just the dance sequence is worth watching. I give this movie like a B, B-, but it's worth talking about because I think that people need to see this one. It could be a hit. It won the Audience Award at the Toronto Film Festival, which shows that if people see it, they'll like it. I hope people see it.
Me too. Life of Chuck in theaters. Take a date. You'll have a good time.
Absolutely.
Good stuff, my man. Good stuff. Good recommendation. Another film out this week is an Australian prison drama called Inside.
In the olden times, they didn't have prisons. They take a goat, they put all the sins of the tribe on it, and then they send the goat off to die. So they could be free and be forgiven. The escaped goat, they called it.
That new kid, Mel, keep him out of trouble.
After being transferred from juvenile to adult prison, the new inmate is taken under the wing of a hardened prisoner that's near parole, forcing a choice between what's right and the past. This Aussie import, Inside, stars Guy Pearce, Cosmo Jarvis, and Vince Miller. It's available video on demand right now. When we come back, Sally the documentary is my pick of the week, critically speaking. Next. All right, now to the pick of the week, the person, place, or product we think you should pay attention to this weekend. And for me, it's a documentary called Sally. Now, it is a National Geographic documentary that you'll find on Hulu, and it covers the incredible accomplishments and the sexism that Sally Ride endured. She was the first woman in space on a space exploration tour. She endured it from the media and from all sides. Reporters would ask her questions on how she would dress. They'd ask her how the effects of space would be on her ovaries. They asked her if she broke down and cried after tough missions. She also gave her partner, which you see in that picture, permission to talk about her personal life, which wasn't talked about back then, after she died. Sally is available on Disney Plus and Hulu, and it is my pick of the week. Adam Graham, what's your pick of the week, my man?
My pick of the week is Lost Highway, which is David Lynch's film from 1997. It's playing this weekend at the Senate Theater in Detroit. Lost Highway was named the best movie of the year in CM Life, Central Michigan University student newspaper, by me when I was the film critic there back in 1997. So I've always been a fan of David Lynch. I've always been a fan of this movie. It's a real mystery thriller. It's got Patricia Arquette, Bill Pullman, and a whole bunch of zaniness and a bunch of weirdness. Yeah. It's a tribute to David Lynch. Everybody's playing David Lynch movies since his death in January. This is another classic. It's great to be able to see it again on the big screen. Senate Theater this weekend, this Saturday night, Lost Highway.
You know what I love? Adam Graham shouting out the young Adam Graham.
That's me saluting my former self.
You've been in this game for a minute.
I've been doing it for a minute, Lee.
That's respect. All right, guys, we respect you as well. Thanks for tuning in. As long as they keep making movies, we'll keep critically speaking about those films. Next week, Brad Pitt, Damson Idris in F1 in theaters. We're driving over there, so save me a seat.
Thanks for joining us for your nightly deep dive into all things people, power, and politics. This, my friends, is The Pulse. I'm Roop Raj. Let's face it, it is for us. It's tough to sift through all those alerts on your phone or posts on social media. What's true? Which friend of yours shared an article, passing it off as real when it's not? We're bringing you the verified truth, like it or not, every night right here. So toss that phone aside and let's roll. As the conflict between Iran and Israel intensifies, President Trump keeps weighing whether the U.S. should get involved. We're hearing from a Jewish American lawmaker and an Arab American journalist on their takes as to what could happen next. And a new face in the crowded Republican race for governor. Former State House Speaker Tom Leonard is in Studio C with his goals for Michigan and his first television appearance since making the big announcement. His message for you coming up. And since we say this show is all about you, let's just actually mean it here and show you what we mean by that. Let's get a pulse check about who you'd vote for if the race were held today. This is not a scientific poll, but I asked you on social media, what are your thoughts? And here's what some of you told me. Ann says Duggan. He's helped so much for Detroit. He would be great from Michigan. Adam says Tom Leonard, proven track record, bipartisan leadership, and statewide office experience being speaker. Paul goes on to say he'd like to see Governor Duggan and Lieutenant Governor Benson. He already gave them the titles. Elena says Jocelyn Benson. She can continue the era of growth and stability that we've enjoyed under the Whitmer administration. And Michelle says Tom Leonard, 100%. He's experienced, has great policy plans, and his campaign will be positive, family-centered, and respectful. Leonard actually released a Facebook video just a few days ago, and so many people reflecting on what they saw there. We'll dive deeper into the race in just about 10 minutes. But we begin tonight with the rising tensions between Iran and Israel. While Israel has been able to take out dozens of nuclear and military sites in Iran, they haven't hit the Fordow nuclear site because it's hundreds of feet underground. President Trump has been adamant about not allowing Iran to get a nuclear weapon. And while the U.S. has bunker buster bombs, those have to be dropped by B-2 bombers flown by American pilots. But there are mixed feelings tonight about whether that should happen.
Look, I want to see someone finish the job, whether it's Israel, whether it's the United States of America.
The idea that one strike is going to be adequate, I think, is a misconception.
This comes as Israel and Iran continue to exchange violent attacks on one another. Iranian missiles striking a major hospital in the southern part of the country and hit a residential building near Tel Aviv. At least 240 people were hurt in those attacks. And at this hour, we know many hospitals are moving patients around frantically underground and have converted parking garages into wards. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting that hospital today.
Targeting military sites, we're targeting nuclear sites, we're targeting missile sites. They're targeting a hospital. In this hospital, there are patients who are immobile. They can't even move. Right next to it is a children's ward, a baby's ward, infants. They target it. They can give this nonsense that they're targeting military sites. What military sites? I know all the military sites in Israel. There isn't a military site here for miles and miles around. They're targeting civilians because they're a criminal regime.
President Trump says he'll decide if the United States will directly attack Iran within 2 weeks. And this is a story we will, of course, continue to follow each and every day and night. That's just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to political news. So let's pick up the pace and run through some of the other big stories making news right now. TikTok sees the clock extended again. President Trump signing an executive order, keeping the app running for another 90 days as they try to work out a deal, bringing it under American ownership. Will it happen? It's the third time he's extended the deadline since taking office. A law passed by Congress and signed by former President Biden gave the app's owners ByteDance a deadline to sell to an American owner or face a ban in our country. President Trump credits the app with helping him gain traction with young voters. He was actually opposed to the app. And then all of a sudden, when he realized that the app helped him win, he is now for the app. Interesting times. Well, these next two stories impact our state. Starting in West Michigan, Attorney General Dana Nessel and environmental groups both challenging a federal order to keep this coal-fired power plant open. We're talking about the J.H. Campbell plant between Holland and Grand Haven. The environmental groups argue there's no energy emergency justifying this order. Consumers Energy plan to shut it down by the end of May as it transitioned to cleaner energy. The Energy Department said it has to stay open until at least late August. A little closer here to home, this woman is trying to flip a competitive district back to blue. This is Bridget Brink. She was U.S. ambassador to Slovakia under President Trump before President Biden nominated her after ambassador to Ukraine during Russia's invasion. She resigned in April, saying in a Detroit Free Press op-ed it was due to President Trump pressuring of Ukraine, not Russia. Brink is running in the 7th District, which covers several counties, including Livingston and parts of Oakland. Congressman Tom Barrett holds this seat right now. He replaced now Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Well, it's been a quieter day of political news because it's a federal holiday, Juneteenth. It's marking the day Union soldiers marched into Galveston, Texas in 1865, telling thousands of enslaved people they were free. This was 2 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. As we see pushback on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, historians and activists say we have to acknowledge the past to make sure the future is better.
Lincoln freed the slaves in 1863. It was hard for word to get around. So by 1865, people in Washington decided we needed to send something to Texas so that they knew that the slaves were free.
Celebrating Juneteenth as Emancipation Day also means that we're acknowledging enslavement. So it gives us a chance to reflect on where we've been and where things are going.
President Biden established Juneteenth as a federal holiday during his first year in office back in 2021. But amid the DEI pushback, many events across the country were forced to make changes, saying they lost financial sponsors. All right, turning back to the race for governor after the break. You know what? This man, former House Speaker Tom Leonard, is in Studio C right now to talk about his bid for our state's top job. You're watching The Pulse here on Fox 2. Back now on The Pulse, looking at all things people, power, and politics. Joining us now to talk about his bid for governor, former Republican State House Speaker Tom Leonard. And it's good to see you. And by the way, we're still working to get former AG Mike Cox on to talk about his bid. But all the rest of the candidates who have put their hats in the ring have all been on Fox 2 on The Pulse, and you can watch their interviews on fox2detroit.com. Tom, your first television appearance since making this big announcement.
My first, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, we're glad to have you here. And well, let's begin by asking you the question that I guess so many people would be asking before when someone said, hey, who's Tom Leonard? And they say, oh, he was, you know, the former leader there, speaker. He also ran for office. You ran for Attorney General not once but twice, and defeated by Nessel and then defeated by DePerno. Why then try for this?
Well, I'm doing this for 3 reasons, and they're very simple. Hannah, Thomas, and Danny. Those are my 3 kids, my 8-year-old, my 5-year-old, and my soon-to-be 1-year-old. And when you look at the state of this state right now, Roop, the first 2 decades of this century, the only state that we beat for population growth was West Virginia. I'm doing this because my biggest fear is 15 years from now, my little girl is going to come home and she's going to say, Dad, I'd love to stay here, but I've got to move south for better opportunity. And I don't want to get on a plane and have to fly hundreds of miles to be able to see my grandkids and my children.
You know, this has been the story from the time that I've covered the news, from Governor Engler in '96. They were talking about it then. Granholm talked about it. What would you do differently than all of these governors that have already promised the same thing year after year, term after term?
Well, there's no silver bullet. I've said when I'm the next governor, we're going to focus every day on making Michigan a growth state. So, number one, we have to make things more affordable, okay? So when you look at the top 10 growth states in the entire nation, 9 of the 10 either have, or I'm sorry, half of them have either a substantially lower or no income tax. So we got to do something with income taxes. But the one tax that I hear about the most is property taxes. Think of the young family. I mean, you know we have an affordable housing crisis in this state right now, and then property taxes continue to be on the rise. Think of being the young family. You just got married, 60, 70% of your income is going to that mortgage, going to property taxes. Think of the stress that that puts on a young couple. No more date nights, they can't go on vacation, but most importantly, they can't start a family. Think of senior citizens that no longer know if they're going to be able to stay in their homes. So we've got to do something with property taxes as well.
Governor Whitmer went to the White House not once but 3 times in the last 6 months or so. President Trump now twice has said Governor Whitmer has done an excellent job in the state of Michigan and she's a good woman. Do you agree with the president?
Well, let me say this about this campaign. One of the big reasons we're in here is that, or we're in this race now, is I did not see a candidate that was looking forward with a positive vision and a positive message. What I told my team is, I said, listen, this is the way we're going to handle this campaign. When I'm the next governor, we're going to govern the same way. We're going to adopt the Dan Campbell approach. When he was hired as coach of the Lions, and he took that and he stood there for that first press conference, he didn't look at 2 or 3 decades of failure. He said, by gosh, with grit, with a lot of hard work, with a lot of determination and putting together the right team, we're going to turn this program around. That's exactly what we're going to do with this state. If Dan Campbell could turn the Lions around, we can turn the state of Michigan around, but we're going to do it with a positive vision, not looking back, focused on solving problems.
But you have to know what happened in the past, and I guess I'm asking specifically about President Trump's assessment of Governor Whitmer's performance, saying she's done an excellent job in the state of Michigan. Would you agree with the president on that?
So I would say no, and I would say looking forward, right to work should still be the law of the state. That should have never been repealed, but also there should be a much bigger emphasis on 3rd grade reading. Less than 40% of our children in this state can read, 3rd graders can read at a proficient level. Only 11% in Detroit public schools. That is going to be one of the biggest tenets and one of the biggest things that I'm going to do everything I can to tackle every day as the state's next governor. Because listen, if these kids cannot read, I was a former prosecutor. If a child cannot read, you are creating a pipeline to a welfare check or a prison cell. We have got to resolve this 3rd grade reading crisis.
We got to resolve the political temperature issue that we're having in this country as well. I have to ask you the question, though, because so many out there, I interviewed somebody who is well-known, S.E. Cupp, not long ago, who's a political commentator, and she said, I'm a conservative. I'm not sure if you know what that means anymore, but she's not a Trump loyalist. When you look at yourself and your political brand, would you say you are a old school conservative, or are you more of a MAGA brand person?
I certainly support this president. I support his policies. I've been very clear about that. I mean, listen, on immigration, on tariffs, on crime.
Big beautiful bill?
I've been a strong, yes, big beautiful bill. I mean, listen, more border security, making these tax cuts permanent. Absolutely, I would support that.
What about the Medicaid cuts that they're talking about in there? Would you support that if you were governor?
Ensuring that able-bodied adults are seeking employment or at least doing community service, Yes, I support that 100%.
You believe in government accountability. That's something that you really are passionate about. What does that mean to you when you hear those words?
And when I say government accountability, I mean hold me accountable, hold the executive accountable. One of the things that I want to do is double the staff of the Office of Auditor General. That is the nonprofit office that investigates government every day. That is the same office that found out that this governor had spent $10 billion on unemployment claims that should not have been paid. That this was the same governor that misreported nursing home deaths during COVID by 40%. I want to double that staff because I want my directors to know that every single day when they walk into the office, they better be on their A game, because if they fumble the football, there's going to be an investigator that's going to pick it up and they're going to score.
It's a crowded field right now. How secure do you feel when you have John James, Mike Cox, Eric Nesbitt, Duggan, Benson, Gilchrist, Swanson, all of those big names? Who is it on this list that you most agree with, and who is it on the list that you'd like to see defeated?
Listen, I'm all about working as hard as I can and presenting my vision as Tom Leonard. Everything else can work itself out. I'm going to stay focused on our campaign, looking forward, solving problems with a positive vision every day. That's why we're in this race. That's what's going to make my kids proud, and that's why I'm doing this.
When you talk to your kids, you talked about your kids, we'll end the interview the same way. What would be something that you would tell them that you want Michigan to look like in 4 years, 8 years, 10 years?
In 10, 15 years, I want Michigan to be the easiest place in the entire country to find a job. I want every single child or every single young adult that's graduating college, if they want to stay here, they can stay here, and if they want to move here, they can move here. I want this to be the most successful and the biggest growth state in the entire country. We can do it.
Tom Leonard, running for governor of the state of Michigan, here on The Pulse, making your first TV appearance. We thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time here today.
Thank you.
And we ask again Mike Cox and his team, if you're watching this, we're still asking Mike Cox to come on the set here. He's the only one remaining who we have not interviewed who's running for governor, Democrat or Republican, and independent. We're turning back to the Israel-Iran conflict after the break. A Jewish-American lawmaker, an Arab-American journalist on what needs to happen. You're watching The Pulse here on Fox 2. is People, Power, and Politics. Welcome back to Detroit's only nightly political talk show, The Pulse. Here now to talk about the conflict between Israel and Iran, State Representative Noah Arbit, a Jewish American, and Arab American news publisher Osama Sablani, two regulars on our show that we always count on to give us some interesting perspectives, and we thank you both for joining us here on The Pulse. This is a really complicated one. During the commercial break, we were actually talking about how this is not a cut and dry thing. And Noah, you pointed something out, Representative Arbit, that I thought was interesting. And I think it's just so cogent and true. You don't know what's going to happen in this Iran-Israel conflict because the decisions that could impact the future of the trajectory haven't been made yet.
Yeah, and I think the real issue here is that we're sort of being led by two individuals, in Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, that don't have a lot of trust with the American people broadly on this issue. And Donald Trump, unfortunately, has completely eviscerated the normal national security process that you would usually go through in order to decide whether or not to engage in a conflict like this. The entire, just hollowing out of the National Security Council, having Marco Rubio be Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, does not instill confidence that they have thought through, what the next step is going to be. I don't think anyone has any doubt that, if we deploy these bunker buster bombs on the Fordo nuclear facility in Iran, that will really help impede the nuclear program. But what happens after that? What happens if Iran decides to target, through its militias in Iraq, American forces? What happens if they decide to, bomb our base in Bahrain? What is going to happen, and what is the Trump administration prepared to do? Those are all the questions that I have, and I know that the American people have, and rightfully so.
Well, with respect to Representative Arbit, the first time around when President Trump was in office, he was someone who says he was an anti-war president, and he said that, and he still says that.
He does.
If he can try to keep the peace and try to work with the players in the way that the United States can through diplomacy, then he would like to not see the U.S. get involved. Osama Sablani, do you believe that that's going to happen? Do you think the U.S. will enter this fight?
I think you can continue the conversation with him because I agree with him 100%.
Yeah,
100%. I think that there is no trust right now in the world and among Americans of what's happening. And there are certain polls that I've looked at. Most of the polls, more than 60%, 50 to 60%, they disagree with what Trump is doing, the president.
What part of the piece, if I may, because I want to ask you a question. Do you believe, Osama, that most Americans who are watching, most Detroiters on the other side of the screen, are thinking about the fact that Marco Rubio has a dual role and how that changes the dynamic of how he may be effective? Or do you think they're really thinking about President Trump? Does he like war? Does he not like war? Isn't that how people are framing it?
I think that the president has selected his friends and the people who give him the nod, not the people who give him the best advice. And that is the problem. That is the problem. Like when Tulsi Gabbard said that on March 26th, before the Congress, said Iran does not have any nuclear warheads, and there is no intention there that we see that there is any kind of a, direction in that way. What did he say? I don't care what she says. The president said, I don't care what you say. That's the director of your national intelligence. So I think the problem in here is not in Marco Rubio or in Tulsi Gabbard. The problem is with the president of the United States, because every day he gets up, we don't know which direction he's going.
Right. Well, and
he's confusing the hell out of us.
It changes with the wind, whether it be about tariffs or the war. Certainly, that's something that he has been told about. Do you regret your support in retrospect of who you chose to be the president of the United States?
I did not choose any. I did not endorse either one of them. Frankly, I did not endorse Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris didn't do anything in order to gain our endorsement, in the fact that she did not come, she did not talk, she did not have a conversation, and that she was following President Biden's footsteps. And I did not agree with the president on many issues, including the fight in Gaza.
Let's talk about what Khamenei, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, as they say, of Iran, is saying there's going to be irreparable consequences should the U.S. be involved with this at all. Talking about, again, U.S. military bases being bombed. How much credence and trust do you put in the Iran that we see today based on how much power they have now compared to what they had before?
So I think what starts with this is that the whole reason behind the escalation right now is that October 7th, the attack, the Hamas attack, and I think it's important that people understand, Hamas and Hezbollah are the two proxy forces that Iran has funded and armed and weaponized to, go after Israel and American forces in the region, based in Lebanon as well as in Gaza. And what happened after October 7th, the biggest strategic catastrophe for Iran and for Hamas and Hezbollah is that Israel so degraded Hamas and Hezbollah's ability to move against Israel, to attack Israel. Those were Iran's tripwire defense forces, so that way they could deter an Israeli attack against Iran. Now, Iran has, Israeli intelligence, dictated and showed this, that they were racing towards a bomb because their deterrent capacities through Hamas and Hezbollah had been so substantially degraded. Now, I think the problem is again, like we said, we don't know that we can trust these two leaders, what they're walking us into. But the idea that Iran's nuclear program does pose an existential threat, not only to Israel, but to the United States, I think is uncontested. The idea that you have a regime whose governing ideology is death to America and death to Israel is not somehow in our interest to erode their capability is ridiculous. But to answer your question about the Ayatollah, I think the problem is when you press a regime whose back is up against the wall, they cannot win this fight. They cannot win this war. They cannot beat Israel, and they cannot beat the United States. But that means a reckless regime who has its own survival to worry about may act dangerously and recklessly against us.
And that's when we talk about, in political science, when we talk about rational leadership. If you're a rational leader, you do things based on a calculus. But if you already have your neck against being strung up and you're against the wall, then you worry about what someone may do. Are you concerned about that?
Yes, I am very concerned, but I think that there is a fundamental issue in here. There is a struggle between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And unless we address this issue in a way that we resolve it, this is going to continue.
But that's not why Iran is against Israel.
There's never a solution for a crisis by one killing the other. It doesn't exist.
I don't think that this has anything to do with Palestinians, respectfully.
No, it has a lot to do with it. It is the pretext of all the conflict.
No, the Islamic Republic has been opposed to a Jewish state in that region because they are fundamentally anti-Semitic, not because of treatment of Palestinians or because Palestinians deserve their own state. That is not the ideology of the Islamic Republic.
There are many Jews in the Iranian government and in Iran than Israel.
Okay, if we may,
just for a moment, don't use the anti-Semitic as
the Islamic Republic
there is a fundamental problem in the Middle East that has been brewing for 76 years, even before the Islamic Republic became an Islamic Republic during the Shah. So there was a problem there,
and you have to remind both of you that when you take the Palestine-Israel conflict out for a moment, you think about Ahmadinejad back in early 2000s.
Holocaust denial.
Well, but beyond that, death to America,
death to Israel.
And death to Israel.
I'm totally against these things.
Of course you are. But I'm saying
the problem here is not the slogans. It's the action.
The slogans are the policy.
Well, the slogan, if you look at the slogan of what Netanyahu is saying, is even worse. Netanyahu is acting.
Again, Israel has targeted military sites. It has not targeted civilian sites, as opposed to Iran. Iran has been targeting civilian sites. In Tel
tens of thousands of Palestinians. Come on.
We know that there is truth to both. What you both are saying.
I'm talking about Iran and Israel. Right?
No, I'm talking about Israel killed so many innocent people in Gaza.
Like Osama Sablani. No, Arbit, we're not going to adjudicate all of it right here because this is vested in a lot of history and a lot of fervor and a lot of
But we have a lot in common in here.
And I know you do. And we began that way, and we'll remind you that that is a way to have a discussion in a way that you can listen to each other as you both did. And we thank you both for doing that. Representative Arbit, Osama Sablani, come back and talk to us again. That is The Pulse for tonight. Remember to email us your political questions you want answered or a fact check you want to see. ThePulse@Fox.com, or you can scan the QR code on your screen. I'm Roop Raj. As always, it was good to be with you.
Headaches? Gardner, White, and Seeley bring you the all-new...
Hello, everybody. I am meteorologist Eric Kevra, and we've got lots to talk about weather-wise as we start heading into the weekend. We've got some heat, and not just, some heat. We've got some real dangerous heat. So extreme heat on the way here. As we head into the weekend, it's going to stick around, unfortunately, for a while. Over the next 7 days, we're going to be running significantly above average. So if you are wondering, is it a heat wave? It is officially a heat wave. Heat wave is kind of vaguely defined by the National Weather Service. It is defined as 3 days or more with temperatures above 90 or regionally temperatures significantly above average. Well, we're going to have that for 3 days. We're going to have that for probably more than 3 days. We'll have it for at least about a week. In fact, it'll probably be closer to 10 days before things start settling back down to what is more comfortable, because it is going to be uncomfortably hot for the next several days. On top of that, we have a window for some active weather as we head right into the weekend. So Saturday morning, we've got a little window between about 5 and 9 o'clock where we're going to see some showers and thunderstorms, and some of those storms could be on the stronger side. So we'll talk about that. And then, of course, the heat, and try to help get you through it and remind you to be safe. I know if you're like, I know we're all in the same boat. It's been raining this week, and we haven't gotten a chance to get out and cut the grass. And we said, oh, we'll deal with it over the weekend when it stops raining. And now the weekend is here, so we're like, oh, good, I'll get out and cut the grass. Well, it's going to be super hot, so we're just going to have to be smart about all this, all right? So we'll get into that. Okay, let's jump to this, show you some live shots from around the area. We're looking right here at Southfield, where as we move into the evening hours, we're still dealing with some clouds in the sky. You see those clouds up there. Downtown Detroit showing kind of a partly to mostly cloudy sky as well. And then Port Huron and downtown showing kind of a similar look. The headline as we head into the weekend is this. It's that heat advisory. So the details, heat advisories are different than extreme heat watches or extreme heat warnings, which we're probably going to get an extreme heat warning as we head into Sunday and Monday. But as far as Saturday goes, we're looking at this heat advisory, which begins at 2 p.m. and it goes until 8 a.m. on Sunday. So Saturday, all afternoon and evening into early Sunday morning, we're going to be dealing with that heat advisory where it will feel like 100 degrees. We're looking at temperatures that will probably be close to 95. Made like 94, 95, but with the heat index, with the humidity, it's going to feel a lot hotter than that. So that's what kicks in for tomorrow, for Saturday, with the extreme heat watch following that. But I suspect that extreme heat watch will be upgraded to an extreme heat warning for both Sunday and Monday. That's when it's going to feel like 105. So late in the weekend and into early next week, we're dealing with 105-degree heat indices. By the way, we have not been that hot in a long, long time, and we're going to get into the history of that in just a second. But yeah, it's been over a decade since we've seen temperatures at triple digits, and we very likely could, we could hit triple digits as we head into Sunday and Monday. Those are the two opportunities for that. And it's a reminder here for the dogs. So keep this in mind. When the air temperature is at 90 degrees, the ground feels a lot hotter than that. You got to remember the ground absorbs solar radiation. So the way heat works is when these surfaces all absorb the heat, especially if they're in the direct sunlight, and the concrete can feel like 140 and the asphalt can feel like 155. So the asphalt is like the black asphalt. That's even hotter still. So remember this when you let your dog out, it's that stretch before they make it to the grass, that stretch of concrete or that like deck area, it's going to be super hot. So if you have a hose, try to hose that down for them before you let them out. That'll make it a little bit more comfortable. And if you normally take your dog on a walk, remember that over the next couple of days, they're probably not going to want to walk as long. You may notice a significant decrease in how long they want to walk. It might be only like a quarter of the way they usually go. It might only be like to the end of the driveway and back. And frankly, if that's the case and they do their business, bring them back inside, because these dogs, it can be hot for them outside all day long. And certainly don't forget, if you let them out, don't forget to let them back in, especially in the heat of the afternoon. Them being outside for a long period of time, it's going to be unsafe for them. The dogs are going to get quickly dehydrated, and also the ground is going to get really hot really fast. So even if you do wet it and you forget, that sun is intense, so it's going to warm up the ground pretty quickly. So just some notes for you if you have some pets. Again, live outside right now. Now we'll see some cloudy conditions. As far as what we've been dealing with over the last several hours, we have seen some passing showers, and we've even seen some rumbles of thunder for our friends in Windsor. So our neighbors in Windsor dealt with some thunderstorms earlier today where those storms fired up. This was right around like 2:30, 3 p.m. We saw that happening. Since then, it's just been passing lighter showers and then continued cloud cover. But even at the very end of the loop, we're still dealing with a little bit of that lighter rain, and you see it there with that light green color showing up. Zooming the map all the way out, though, here's where my eyes are kind of located. This disturbance right here that's going to track through. When this happens, overnight tonight into early Saturday morning, the window is 5 a.m. to 9 a.m. we're probably going to see some pretty gusty thunderstorms, and some pretty powerful ones are possible as we keep an eye out for strong, maybe severe weather Saturday between like 5 and 9 a.m. So here's what the models are showing. The rest of the rain chances going to be fairly low as we move through the nighttime hours. Now you're looking right here at 6 a.m. Here's that line of thunderstorms, and when these fire up, the way the atmosphere is situated is we've been getting an influx of instability over the last 24 hours. I mean, it's way more humid now than it was 24 hours ago. So the atmosphere continues to get pumped full of instability. And as soon as these storms start to build, they really have the potential to balloon and get pretty robust pretty quickly. So this is 9:30, and you still see that cluster of thunderstorms over most of southeast Michigan. So by early Saturday morning, we could be seeing some powerful thunderstorms with a few different things. Gusty winds of over 50 miles an hour. It looks like hail might be a bigger threat this go around. So moderate to large-sized hail is a possibility. And then on top of that, some really heavy rainfall rates at like a real short window. So it could be raining very heavy, very quickly. Most of those storms will wrap up after 10 a.m. So even if we extended the window from 5 a.m. to like 10 a.m. Beyond that, we should be much drier, but the first part of the day does look like it has the potential for some severe risk. So again, we talked about the threat of hail out there. It is at a moderate level. High winds of 50 miles an hour is at a moderate level. And then those heavy downpours are at a moderate level as well. So that's what we're looking at as we move through the early hours on Saturday. With the potential for a spin up of a tornado looks slightly less likely because the rotation doesn't appear to be there as much as the gusty winds and the moderate to large size hail. So something to watch out for by early Saturday morning. Okay, let's get around the state as we see some of these temperatures. Hold on. Trevor said that's not right. Hold on. Let's see some of these numbers. Yeah, these aren't showing up accurate. Hold on. We're going to skip through that. Temperatures across the state of Michigan are expected to be hot for everybody. So for some reason, actually, wait, hold on. Let's go back. Let's see if, okay, good. Okay. We'll go back around the state. Traverse City on Saturday. If anybody's going up north this weekend, high temperatures being near 91 degrees on Saturday. These were the lows down here at about 67. So up north in the Traverse City area, high temperatures on Saturday get to 91. Houghton Lake also near 91. Looking ahead towards Mackinac City, temperatures will be a little bit more subdued because of the water and the wind, but still near 83 degrees. And then East Tawas with a higher chance for that rain, especially earlier in the day. We're looking at numbers near 90 degrees. Okay, some other spots. You know, this is the time of the year a lot of people go up north. So showing you spots like South Haven at 90, Glen Arbor getting to 84. Chance of rain for a lot of these areas is confined to the morning, but some of these more northern spots, it may linger a little bit later in the day. Way up north into the UP, Saturday's high temperature for Tequamanet Falls, still 91 degrees. And you got to remember, in all of these spots, that heat is going to be high, but also that humidity is going to be really high, too. So Saturday, a 38% chance of rain in Alpena, but that high temperature getting to 88 feels more like 94 as we move through the afternoon. That heat is all down here, and it's all filling in and moving in our direction. So here's the last little bubble of cooler air, and this cooler air is exiting the area as this warmer air comes on in. And we know it's not just about the warmer air, it's also about how the humidity plays a role into it, and we call that the heat index this time of the year. Also called, referred to as the feels like. What does it feel like outside? Well, here's tomorrow. And you got this. By noon, it's feeling like 86 degrees, so already pretty darn hot, even early in the day. So if you needed to get outside and cut the grass, and I'm speaking because I do have to get outside and cut the grass. So if you're trying to get out and do that, I would say earlier is better before it gets really, really hot. But no matter what, even early in the day, it's going to be pretty muggy. So no matter how you slice it, it's going to be hot out there through tomorrow. But if you wait till later, say you're like, oh, I'll get to it around 2 to 4 o'clock, your heat index is already at 96, 97. So that is dangerously hot. So that's when we start getting into the window where dehydration sets in early, even heat stroke or heat-related issues start popping up. When you start seeing the heat index is high and the humidity this thick, because humidity is going to be thick, our bodies can't release the heat as well or as efficient as we can when it's drier out, because our bodies release heat by sweating. Well, when it's really, really hot out there, that moisture almost acts as like a bit of a suppressant to allowing our bodies to cool off. So that's why the heat index matters. Not just that, but also potentially setting some records for just how hot it gets. Saturday's forecast high is 94. Now, the record is 96. So we might not be setting a record on Saturday, but we'll be dang close. Sunday, we could tie it, and then Monday, we could break it if we see 98 and 98. And the other thing is when you see 98, you say, well, what are the odds we're going to get to 100? And the odds are higher than you would probably want. I think there's a decent chance that we do get to 100. Now, here's the thing. If we do get to 100 degrees, we have not been officially triple digits in Detroit since July 17th of 2012. So it's been 13 years since we've hit 100 degrees. And there's that possibility that we might as we move through Sunday and Monday. So those are the two hottest days. But you're going to see the 7-day forecast in a second. It is going to remain hot even beyond that hot stretch. So we see our extreme heat stretch Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday with those temperatures in the middle 90s. And the heat index of triple digits. So we see a heat index of 100 degrees on Saturday, 105 on Sunday, 105 on Monday, and probably like 101 on Tuesday. So the heat index is hot all of those days. And then following that, the temperatures drop a little bit, but even an 8-degree temperature drop from Tuesday through Friday, you see that number fall from 95 to 87. By Friday of next week, 87 will still feel like 93 to 94. So it's still going to remain on that extreme heat zone all the way through the end of the 7-day forecast and likely beyond that as well. So we're going to be in this heat for a while. So prepare to sweat over the next 7 to 10 days and probably longer than that. I think we're going to see some real stretches of some hot air around here. Just a reminder to those folks, if you're just catching this, there is a heat advisory that kicks in tomorrow. This starts at 2 p.m. Heat advisory goes until 8 a.m. on Sunday. And then it's very likely on Sunday we're going to see that extreme heat watch get upgraded to an extreme heat warning. Extreme heat warning, the criteria is 105-degree heat index, which we're expecting Sunday and Monday. And that's what makes an extreme heat warning more extreme, but more intense and more notable than a heat advisory. So the likely extreme heat warning, probably going to happen on Sunday and Monday. This is a reminder, guys, that just definitely listen to your bodies and listen if you're starting to feel dehydrated, you're already dehydrated. If you're starting to feel a little fuzzy, you're probably dehydrated at the very least, but you could be entering some of those heat stroke or heat-related issues. Take a break. I'm not saying don't go outside over the next 4 days. I'm saying just make sure you limit the amount of time. So if you wanted to go on a walk, okay, fine, but make sure you're close enough to a car or a house where you can go inside. Maybe make that walk a little bit shorter. If you're going to a park and you want to do it anyway, make sure you have a lot of water with you. Make sure that your car is close enough by and you can start that and take a break in the air-conditioned car, all things like that. Of course, we did talk about the animals. We talked about the dogs, and we talked about how any animal outside, when the ground is that hot, when the temperature is that hot, the ground is significantly hotter. And of course, that's true for inside your car as well. And so this is a dangerous situation and dangerous setup for people that, or for kids that could be in cars, or for pets that are in cars. And even sometimes if your car has one of those pet features, it's still, it's not necessarily something you want to lean on if you plan on being in the store for a long period of time, because who knows what could happen if that feature times out or something like that. So all of this to say, be careful over the next several days with that 7-day forecast showing that extreme heat happening tomorrow, heat advisory in effect for Saturday, a likely extreme heat warning in effect for Sunday and Monday, and possible record-setting or record-breaking, and maybe even the hottest temperature we've seen in 13 years around here. If one of those days does get to 100 degrees Sunday or Monday, that would be the first triple-digit temperature that we have had since July 17th of 2012. So, all right, stay safe, everybody, and just keep it here locked into Fox 2, and make sure you have that Fox 2 weather app downloaded and handy on your phone, because as these alerts start coming in, or if you want to check the hourly forecast, or even those strong to possibly severe thunderstorms that we're expecting tomorrow morning, you'll get all of that sent right to your phone. So this week is a week you're going to want to be plugged in to that Fox 2 weather app. Have a good weekend, everybody.
video here highlights a wild 24 hours across Metro Detroit. You got winds whipping through a lot as the tornado moved through Fraser. You also had streets that were flooded in St. Clair Shores. It looks like you could drive a gondola through there. Well, as long as no one drives through that, right? Oh no. Turn around, don't drown, right? Well, join me and my Fox 2 colleagues as we look back at this and other must-see videos of the week. Welcome. I am Brandon Hudson, and this is The Rundown. I feel like I haven't been able to say that for a while now, but we want to introduce our panel. First, she has been really on a hiatus for quite a while. You've been doing other things. Ronya Shimona. So it's good to have you back. How you doing?
I feel great. I've missed you all.
Yeah. You know, when you go away, we don't have the show apparently.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready to turn.
I'm glad that you're back.
Let's turn things up.
I'm back. Okay. And the next two guys, I'm actually going to introduce both because apparently there's an arm wrestling rivalry that I just learned about a few minutes before we started taping this show. We got Jack Nissen from Fox Digital. We got Aaron Jordan from the producer. So this is you got Magic Bird, you got Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield, you got Aaron Jordan and Jack Nissen.
This is lasting longer than I thought it would.
Who's had the best of this rivalry here?
So we can't count the first time because
Aaron has had the best of
it was dominant hand versus non-dominant hand.
Okay.
Also, we're doing this in chairs, so it's really difficult. But this stems from one of the rundowns when we showed the video of Marielle Liu and Dina Senefani arm wrestling during the 9. And Jack and I decided to randomly try it, and that was the last time we were on together. So,
all right, well, here
rematch.
A rivalry renewed, and so we're gonna get a championship belt. We're gonna put this. We gotta put this on pay-per-view at some point.
Yes.
So
Jack,
there you go.
You dropped your notebook.
Oh, yeah,
I know. Yeah. I'm gonna just freewheel it this time.
Are you sure?
Okay.
We got time, man.
Got a little intense there for a second.
All right, so look, in case you have stayed in a bunker on Wednesday, we had a couple of rounds of storms that moved through the area, followed 3 days of humid, hot, Florida-type weather. So you knew the storms were on the way. Where were you all when this severe weather hit?
I was sitting at my desk.
Yeah?
And actually, it was so weird. Our assignment editor, Connie,
As you're looking at Jack, you're looking at the video here. This is Fraser. That has now been confirmed, a tornado that moved through Fraser. This was, around lunchtime?
Yeah. It was weird. So she just shouts out, there's a tornado warning in Macomb County. And we're like, wait, what happened? And then I think it disappeared as quickly as it appeared. But by then, you see all the destruction that happened. And it was a wacky day for weather.
And so it was about 15 minutes after I got in for the day and Connie said that. And it was right after the noon got over, paged to get the crew back into the studio, and maybe within 10-15 minutes, not even of us going on the air, it was over because Ronya and I were both in there boothing the coverage yesterday.
I have to chime in. You all of a sudden teleported yourself into our control room, and you said, we have breaking news, we have weather, let's roll. And I'm like, wait, who's this guy? What happened here?
He's the clown of the group. What's
and
happening
all
here?
of a sudden we're reporting on storms and we're taking live shots, and I said, how fast does weather happen? No, how fast does Fox 2 happen? That's the best part.
There you go.
So great job.
Sounds like a promo you're making there.
I know.
How fast does Fox 2 happen? Maybe talk to creative services about that.
That's our new slogan.
Yeah. From Mother Nature wreaking havoc to a story that really just plain reeks. What's the craziest thing you've ever seen someone do in a store?
Oh boy.
Swim.
Swim? Was this a pool?
Swim. No, in the street, a flooded street.
Oh. All right, well, look, I want you to take a look at this video here. This is at Foreman Mills. Hopefully, maybe none of them were as crazy as this. A visitor to Foreman Mills drops his pants in the shoe aisle, goes number 2 on the floor. This is on Detroit's east side. If you want to see this full story, Camila Miri worked on this. You can watch the full version at fox2detroit.com. What would any of you do if you saw someone just go number 2 in the middle of a store?
Run.
Run.
Clean up on aisle. Oh my gosh.
Right.
When we did this story on digital, I had nothing then, and I have nothing now. It's still just mind blowing to me that someone would even do that.
Well, was this a retaliation of some sort? Is that what led to this? I saw a partial story here, but then I didn't read on further. Did he have a reason why he did this?
There's a lot of facts that need to be flushed out here.
Pun intended. All right, I think we
like I said, you can watch the full story on foxnewsdetroit.com. And we're going to move on to something a little less stinky. And there's no real reason, no real way to transition this story. So I'm just going to say this. The giant slide is back open. Now, when we last told you about the giant slide at Belle Isle, it was closed to undergo some safety improvements. Now the summer attraction is back. It's 40 feet of a slide. Early reviews are a bit mixed. Riders made it down safely, but there were still some starts and stops. Now, this was old video before.
I could watch this all day.
People look, and for people who don't know, you're maybe new to the area, you weren't around for the giant slide in its heyday. This thing was a big summer attraction in the way back when. They brought it back several years ago, and the video that you saw, people really like getting airborne, sliding up and down. That's why they had to close it the first time. And then
they polished it.
Right, then they polished it.
Yeah.
And then it really didn't, like, I don't think the slide will be perfect, but I think at least it's going out there to make a memory at this point.
It's a giant liability.
It is a giant liability.
I want to try it just to say I'm a true Metro Detroiter. Yeah. But just watching that makes my lower back hurt.
I think we all need to go down at the same time one day. We'll do the rundown from there.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Awesome,
Slide down.
right?
We can do that.
Slide down, yeah. And, you know, this gained national attention. You know, I was at Saturday Night Live when G-Mac Cash went there.
No, he was at Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, there you go. So
yeah, he told me. So we had a roundabout with G-Mac Cash recently. He said he didn't like the song, but someone told him to put it out. He put it out, and it became a national hit, national treasure. He was on Jimmy Kimmel.
Why didn't he like the song?
He just felt it was a little goofy.
Yeah.
I get it. I know. You don't even have to say less, man. You don't have to say. I get it. But hey, look, he said that song changed his life.
Yeah.
And
I think it changed all our lives, honestly.
Yeah, it really helped continue to put Detroit on the
I feel
map.
like we need an update on this. Like, are there any urgent cares or doctors or health professionals?
What's the safety report?
Yeah. Fill us in.
How many chiropractic visits have been made?
Exactly.
I have to FOIA you all that information.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I guess HIPAA rules will. All right, moving along.
Well, anyway, we're going to move to some unreal rescue video in Oakland County. Sheriff's Office shared video of officers freeing a blue heron from a fishing line in the water. Tanisha Cordell worked on this. You can see that story, again, on fox2detroit.com. And we don't have the sound here, but when you watch the video, you can hear the blue heron screeching as it's being held. It almost sounds like it was a dinosaur from Jurassic Park, but it was stuck on a fishing line, and it shows that, you know, a sheriff's office, the folks that go in the water, they don't just help look for people and help people out. They also help some of our feathered friends as well.
It's just an important reminder, too, like for people fishing or people just on the river in general. Watch what you discard, because these animals can really get caught up in it, and it can cause some serious damage to them or worse. So, like, fortunately, that heron was able to be rescued, but just a really, really stark reminder.
And there could be other wildlife that could get hurt too. I mean, you always talk about, you know, watching what you recycle and making sure, especially if you're having a 6-pack and you cut through the plastic so that way it doesn't get caught for ducks and other, you know, wildlife wherever it may get dumped. So again, great point, Aaron. This is another great reminder to watch what you recycle.
Yeah.
All right. Before we go, did you want to say something?
No, it's just, well, I'll save it for next week, but I do want to talk about your dancing skills on TikTok.
We'll save that for next week.
Yeah, I have some videos.
I need to see this.
No, we don't need to see this. So look, we're going to stick with the animals here before we go. This one has the makings of a future Disney or DreamWorks animated movie. I want you to check this out. Home security camera in California shows a dog walking around the house, sees a shadow, followed by a bear.
Oh no, I have not seen this.
After exchanging some pleasantries, they kind of go snout to snout. The dog seems to have had enough of the visitor at that point, and the dog just leaves. Bear follows. Apparently, this bear had a tracking device on it, so it had been known to have broken into a home before.
Repeat offender.
Right.
Bear bandit.
So I did read the story. You know how old that dog is?
How old?
17 years old.
Really? Wow.
17.
Wow.
It doesn't look like a 17-year-old dog.
No, the way it was reacting, it looked like a puppy almost.
Right, I know, it was almost excited.
Yeah.
Also, I think that was a black bear. Had that been a grizzly bear, it might have been a different kind of surveillance footage. But black bears are typically a bit more timid, I think, among the bear species. So I think it probably was the best case scenario.
The black bear almost seemed like it was just sitting there like, oh hey, a new friend.
Yeah.
Right? And they're like almost
nice
startled by the dog barking at it when that bear is like infinitely bigger than the dog.
So when you ever do come across a black bear, you got to make yourself as big and as loud as possible, or I guess bark as loud as
Can you show us how?
Yeah.
Woof. Like Brandon's dancing skills, we'll leave it at that.
Right. Yeah, it's like this maybe.
Jack had the coolest woof to go along with that denim jacket there.
Yeah.
No, it reminded me of a story real quick before we wrap up here. It reminded me of a story of when we had that little Chihuahua and we went to Assateague Island. So if you don't know, it's over in Ocean City, Maryland. It has horses on the island. So you go with wild horses. So we were with a couple friends with our dog. I was taking a nap. Next thing I know, my wife is like, oh my God, it's a horse. And so the horse is like, I'm like here, the horse is like behind me trying to get something to eat. And then our dog, who's like this big, a long-haired Chihuahua, is just, arr, 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 arr. And so the horse is just like, whatever, I'm trying to get something to eat. And then it sees we don't have anything to eat. And then it goes to the next family and goes, it was the wildest thing.
Was it a wild horse?
It was a wild horse.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't mess with those
things.
things.
They just walk on the island. It's pretty incredible.
Can you imagine waking up to that?
I have video. I'm going to try to show it. Maybe next time or the week after. It's incredible video of these horses, and if you go to Assateague Island, you'll see that they just roam free.
It's just a sign, though, too, that dogs have no concept of size either. Because my dog Cooper, mini Australian Shepherd, 40 pounds. We have a neighbor across the street who has giant Bernese Mountain Dog, and Cooper will bark like crazy at that guy. It's like, and Bernese Mountain dog's name's Roman, really mellow guy, but we're sitting there going, Cooper, that dog could eat you for lunch if it really wanted to. You have no sense right now.
Hey, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog.
Amen.
There it is. All right, so that is this week's rundown for Brandon Hudson, for Ronya Shimona, Jack Nissen, Aaron Jordan. We're going to see you next time. Thanks for joining us.
When I have the video of me dancing to TikTok.
Okay, all right.
wherever the need arises. In addition to Mr. Doherty's assistance, District Attorney John Walsh of the Denver District Attorney's Office has committed to providing me with appellate guidance during the case proceedings. So today I have with me Chaffee County Sheriff Andy Rorick. I stand united with Sheriff Rorick and Under Sheriff Alex Walker. I stand united in announcing this indictment. Through this process, I have seen firsthand how deeply Sheriff Rorick and Under Sheriff Alex Walker and the entire Sheriff's Department in Chaffee County cares about this case. I am proud and appreciative of our cross-jurisdictional partnership and their hard and excellent work. I also stand with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who has never wavered in its commitment to this investigation, providing essential intelligence and investigative resources and expertise through the years. I also recognize and appreciate our continued partnership with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation has done incredible work, and their CBI agents and analysts have worked very, very hard to advance the goal of finding answers in this investigation. Here representing the CBI is Agent in Charge Chris Adams with CBI's Pueblo office. I also stand with Saguache County Sheriff Dan Warwick, who is here with me as well. He and his office immediately answered the call to action when Suzanne's remains were found in the county he represents. Sheriff Warwick and his deputies are an essential part of this team, responding to the recovery of Suzanne's remains with the highest level of dignity and professionalism. I also want to continue to recognize what I have come to expect in my years as a prosecutor, and that is multi-jurisdictional and multi-state cooperation and partnership. I want to recognize the Arizona Department of Public Safety, who immediately responded to our team's request for assistance in locating and arresting Barry Morphew in the Phoenix area. Mr. Morphew will be held by Arizona authorities pending extradition proceedings in that state. And upon conclusion of those proceedings, Mr. Morphew will be transported to Alamosa County to stand trial on the indictment. This indictment has been unsealed upon the arrest of Mr. Morphew. I asked for this briefing to provide you with an update and provide information to the community. Me and my team recognize the importance of being laser focused on the prosecution and to speak with one voice. And so for that reason, all of the agencies that have been involved in getting us to this place, as well as the prosecutors that have been willing to assist me in this investigation and prosecution, they have all been instructed to send any media requests to my office, and so that's what I'd ask of you. In an effort to be transparent, I'd like to thank the the Office of the Judicial District in this district for making the indictment immediately available, and so you can get a copy of that indictment on the State Judicial's website. It is linked on a page labeled Cases of Interest, and it's under Alamosa. Barry Morphew is presumed innocent in this case and that presumption remains with him unless and until he is convicted at trial. And so once again, thank you for allowing me to provide an update to the community on this very important case. And I can take a couple of questions if you have them. Yes, sir.
What was Barry doing in the Phoenix area?
And thank you for the question. The question was, what was Barry doing in the Phoenix area? I appreciate the question, and that information was still being gathered. We have been working very, very hard to make sure that we run down anything we can with respect to this investigation, and our law enforcement officers will certainly be following that. Yes, sir.
In the indictment, you noted a pharmacology expert testified that BAM would render the recipient unable to resist any constrictions to the recipient's ability to breathe. Do you believe the dosage of BAM was so great it killed her, or that she was so incapacitated she was strangled herself?
And thank you for that question. I am looking forward to having our team present all of those facts in a court of law. Obviously, I would like to be able to provide my comments, but my ethical obligations will not allow me to. However, I am very appreciative of the Judicial Department for making that indictment available, and I look forward to having our team present this case in court. Yes, ma'am.
Why now?
That's a great question. And so we, as prosecutors in Colorado and law enforcement in Colorado, we are very dedicated to making sure that we don't forget the victims of cold case homicides. But we also understand that it is so important to make sure that we have done everything we can to bring a case to court. And we are proud of the work that we've done. Every victim of homicide, murder in Colorado deserves that kind of attention, deserves that kind of work from law enforcement. And I would say that having the opportunity to work on these cases and to bring justice for these victims has been very important to me. Yes? Yeah, let me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was Morphew surprised at all when he was taken to hospital? Was he expecting this?
And thank you for that question. The question is whether or not Morphew, what Mr. Morphew's reaction was. And I can tell you that that's going to be part of the case, and we look forward to presenting that in front of a jury.
So the male DNA was found in Suzanne's car. Are you guys moving forward? Are you guys using that evidence for his trial? Tell us more about that.
And thank you for that question. The indictment has a wealth of information about that particular topic, as well as the probable cause that supports the arrest in this case. And obviously, we are going to do everything we can to make sure that justice is done for Suzanne, and that includes being as thorough as we can about the facts of the case.
Another question. When you arrest Barry in Arizona, so that's still investigating right now with Arizona law enforcement?
So the Arizona Department of Public Safety has been an incredible partner for us. They organized immediately when we asked them to respond when we received the indictment. So I very much want to thank the Arizona Department of Safety. What about you, sir?
What will be the biggest difference between the prosecution of this case and the time versus back in 2021?
And the question is, what would be the difference between the prosecution of this case and other prosecutions? You know, justice for cold case homicide victims remains a priority in the state of Colorado, both for prosecutors and for law enforcement. And that's despite any challenges that we may have had in the history of any particular case. That remains a priority for us. And so we have worked very hard to move forward in the case. This case is a different case, and I would refer you back to the indictment in this case. And we've worked very hard to move forward. Yes, sir.
On an emotional level or on a personal level, and it's okay if you repeat yourself, can you talk about the journey, your journey from the day this was dismissed until today? Just broad strokes. Just tell us that story.
Well, thank you for that question. The question is, what has this process looked like, essentially? What has this process been like for the family, for the community, for our law enforcement partners? And I can tell you that it has been a long road. It has been a long road, and the families of the victim have been so patient. The community has been so patient. But I can tell you that our law enforcement officers have never forgot, have never given up, and they have been working so hard to get to the place where we are today. And so it is never enough to say we're just going to forget about it because it's too hard. And so that has been the process for me. And I'll take maybe one more question here in the front.
Can you elaborate further on where Suzanne's remains were found in relation to Moffett? I know it was undisclosed, but can you provide more detail about where she was found?
So it was in and around the town of Moffett, and that raises an important question that I want to address. And so the remains of Suzanne Morphew were found in Saguache County, and that's obviously a county in my jurisdiction. And so jurisdiction in this county is appropriate. I can tell you that I have reached out to and contacted my friend and colleague, elected District Attorney Jeff Lindsay, who currently covers Chaffee County. He is in full support of our efforts to prosecute this case here and has committed to providing any resources that we need to prosecute this case.
How did you know Morphew was in Arizona?
And the question is I'm sorry, can you say that again?
How did you know Barry was in Arizona?
And I appreciate that question. We obviously have never given up on this investigation. And so working with our law enforcement partners, we were able to make that determination.
Could anyone else possibly face charges?
So right now we have the indictment in front of us, and we're committed to working hard to get that done. So, and this will be the last question. Thank you so much.
Just one last question. From a community perspective, this community's been through a lot with the district attorney's office, and we've watched you take it over and repair it, stand here with law enforcement, something this community might not have seen in the past. We've watched you build a staff. Now we're at the point where we've got all kinds of television cameras here because you've done what you've done in this particular case. Speak to what kind of satisfaction you have and gotten here, and is the job done with your staff, and can you now move forward?
Well, and thank you. The question relates to the status of our district attorney's office and how where we've been in the last 3 years. And thank you for the question. The effort that we undertook to come to the San Luis Valley, that I undertook to come to the San Luis Valley and build the district attorney's office was quite tremendous. But I can tell you that the collaboration of prosecutors across the state to assist me, to assist my staff, to assist law enforcement has been absolutely tremendous. It is a testament to how strong our law enforcement community is and how united the prosecutors in the state of Colorado are. And so assisting me in building the office in the San Luis Valley, that is a testament to the assistance that I've received across the state. So thank you for the question.
Thank you for what you've done.
One last question, and when do you expect Barry Morphew to show up in court?
Thank you. So he's currently being held by the authorities in Arizona. He will go through a process of extradition, and when that process concludes, he will be then transported back to Colorado. So thank you so much.
Okay, so bringing you this story, if you aren't familiar with it, you got a sense of what just transpired. This is a story that spans 2 states. You heard there Barry Morphew. He was indicted today there in Colorado, but he was arrested in Arizona. And I want to put his photo up. He's been charged with first-degree murder in the death of his wife, Suzanne. So you were just listening there to Ann Kelly. She is the district attorney for the 12th Judicial District in Colorado. This is in Alamosa, Colorado. Well, that very district, a grand jury was called. They returned an indictment charging Barry Morphew with first-degree murder of his wife, Suzanne. Morphew was taken into custody today in Arizona, Gilbert, Arizona. Now, the 12th Judicial DA's office in Colorado will seek to extradite him back to the San Luis Valley. And you heard her asked a question about that, when that will transpire. She couldn't give a definite date. And so we're learning that this investigation seemingly now concluded, the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Suzanne Morphew. It had been ongoing both before and after her remains were discovered near the town of Moffett in Saguache County, Colorado. That investigation team consisted of law enforcement officers from the Chaffee County Sheriff's Office, the Saguache County Sheriff's Office, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the FBI. The Arizona Department of Public Safety assisted the investigation team by apprehending Morphew today in Gilbert, Arizona. So if you've been following this case, maybe you haven't, now seemingly some type of resolution. We'll hopefully check in with some of our Fox 10 Phoenix colleagues. We're at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30. So in lieu of going to a quick commercial break, we got yet another live event on deck for you. LA Mayor Karen Bass, she is speaking now from her offices. Let's listen to what she has to say.
lies and utter nonsense in an attempt to provoke division and conflict in our city. This is consistent with the provocation from Washington that began 2 weeks ago when our city was calm and millions of Angelenos were going about working and contributing to our city. The provocation has resulted in lives disrupted, terror and fear spread throughout our city. I spent the day today meeting with businesses. We met on Sunday, and businesses were empty, owners were suffering, and describing this situation as worse than COVID. Just think for a minute how profound that is. Workers who are too afraid to come into work, and customers who feel they can't go outside their house. I also met with mothers who do not know where their husbands are and their sons. They told me about their children who spent Father's Day wondering why their fathers did not come home. And I just want you to know that that's a trauma to a child that child will always carry with them. Unfortunately, the Vice President did not take time to learn about our city and understand that our city is a city of immigrants from every country and continent on the planet. But then again, he did need to justify the hundreds of millions of wasted taxpayers' dollars that were wasted in the performance of a stunt and an experiment in this city, and using men and women of our armed services whose mission it is to protect our country. He accused state leaders and myself as mayor of this city of encouraging violence, of sicking mobs on ICE officers. But let me just tell you, like yesterday, what happened at the Dodgers, we're not sure who these armed men are. They show up without uniforms. They show up completely masked. They refuse to give ID. They're driving regular cars with tinted windows, and in some cases, out-of-state license plates. Who are these people? And frankly, the vests that they have on look like they ordered them from Amazon. Are they bounty hunters? Are they vigilantes? If they're federal officials, why is it that they do not identify themselves? You can imagine the fear and the terror that has created in our city. When you have cars driving around, people jumping out of those cars with guns and rifles and pulling people off the street. How dare you say that city officials encourage violence? We kept the peace. You know that the federal officials that were here protected a federal building. They were not involved in crowd control. Crowd control was handled most aptly by the Los Angeles Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, and local law enforcement. We were able to handle the violence and the vandalism that occurred. We put a curfew in place. We've lifted that curfew. Our streets have been peaceful, and even when there was vandalism at its height, you are talking about a couple of hundred people who were not necessarily associated with any of the peaceful protests. And for those of you who are watching outside of Los Angeles, I will say it over and over again. Los Angeles is a city that is 500 square miles. And any of the disruption that took place in about 2 square miles in our city. The most, over 100 people were arrested. We are a city of 3.8 million people. And finally, Mr. Vice President, how dare you disrespect our senator? You don't know his name, but yet you served with him before you were vice president, and you continue to serve with him today, because the last time I checked, the Vice President of the United States is the President of the U.S. Senate. You serve with him today, and how dare you disrespect him and call him Jose? But I guess he just looked like anybody to you. Well, he's not just anybody to us. He is our senator. And you fly in, you parachute in the city. I don't know if you've ever been here before. You parachute in the city, you pass all kinds of judgment, and then you leave. And you add to the provocation, you add to the division, or you attempt to create division in our city. But I just want you to know that our city is standing together. We are united. You might attempt to create division, but you are united. Standing with me today are families, business owners, community leaders, representatives, and nothing you can do will divide us. Thank you.
Any questions? Mayor, obviously, the president and vice president have repeatedly described Los Angeles as burning to the ground.
Right.
Around the country, this is the city, the rioting is still happening. Can you give a description to folks maybe outside the city of how you describe the city, even during the last 2 weekends here?
I would describe the city. I mean, you might know our city after a major sporting event, and people come out, and it's called melee. We had peaceful protests. At the end of those protests, when you have the people that are scragglers or who intervene at the last minute, and it reached maybe 100 people, and they graffitied up buildings. And let me tell you, I'm not underestimating how serious that was, the vandalism all throughout the downtown area, okay? There was one day where there was a looting of businesses. There were windows that were broken, but it was a very small couple of blocks in our city, a handful of people. It is an absolute lie to say the city of 500 square miles, when maybe 2 square miles, there were problems that lasted a few hours that we were perfectly capable of handling. That's how I would describe what is going on in our city. And you can look at the streets today. Our streets have been peaceful. This is Friday. There have not been any problems in our city since the protests that happened on Saturday, period.
Mayor Bass, the Dodgers announced today $1 million donation in partnership with the city to go towards immigrant communities.
Yes.
How exactly do you anticipate that money to be spent?
Well, we're working that out, but basically our people need cash. People need to pay groceries. The woman that I met with today, who is now the sole provider in her family, her rent is $2,100. She doesn't have a means to pay for that. She's not going to work because she doesn't know if she's going to come home, and she has children at home. This is what has happened when you create this type of terror. And mind you, there was nothing happening here. The administration started off talking about gang members, drug dealers, violent people. There's no violent people up here, and the people up here have been impacted by this. I don't think people who are day laborers just trying to survive from day to day, people who are on bus stops, people who are going to church, people who are in a park, how does that go along with what the administration said they were trying to do? Thank you. Thank you.
Real quick, because you had touched on briefly about how the Vice President described your actions as potentially aiding on rioters and saying it's open season on law enforcement. Can you talk about your relationship with the police chief and sheriff, and you guys have a conversation where comments were made about everything that's gone on?
Well, no, I mean, the comments were made just a couple of hours ago, but let me just tell you that I talk to the police chief multiple times a day. I usually start my mornings out by talking to the police chief. I selected him. We hired him in this city. I'm very close with him. I work very well with law enforcement. I go out and meet with law enforcement regularly. That is the thing that is that is such a problem in what the vice president is doing. To come and just openly lie. But I know, unfortunately, this is not new of this administration. It's not unusual to say that today is Sunday when everybody in the world knows it's Friday, and then insist on it. So how does that help the nation's second largest city to come out and paint a picture that is completely false? You damage the economy of our city. Our city, we have entire sectors of our economy that is dependent on immigrant labor. We need to get the city rebuilt. We need to prepare the city for the upcoming events. And this is not contributing to that at all. But let me just take a minute. Do you mind if I put you on the spot? Would you please talk about your restaurant?
Sure.
And the Sunday, Father's Day, I spent in your restaurant.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon.
The food was great.
Yeah.
I took a lot of
My name's Antonio Gallo. I'm one of the owners of Casa Fina restaurant in Boyle Heights. It's been a staple in the area of Boyle Heights. Normally on Father's Day, we were packed. We have people waiting about 20 minutes on that Sunday. I mean, it was just, there was nobody there, right? Folks were afraid to come out, and now we have to consider about what do we do with our employees, right? We have no money coming in. It's just the raids in the city, and it's scaring our folks. It's scaring our people, and it has to stop, or a lot of folks are going to lose their jobs. I could. Yeah, buenas tardes, mi nombre es Antonio Gallo. Soy uno de los dueños de Casa Fina en Boyle Heights. Hemos estado ahí por muchos años. Normalmente los domingos, que es el Día del Padres, estamos llenos, ¿verdad? Esperando a gente que llegue. La gente está esperando 30 minutos. Ese domingo los fue muy feo, muy despacio. Fue algo muy triste. No está llegando ingresos.
Okay, so as this does go into Spanish now, we're going to step away from this. But as you can hear, and you just heard there, the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, directly responding to Vice President J.D. Vance, who visited Los Angeles today. Vance meeting with Marines in the area, remember, who were deployed and dispatched to quell some of the rioting, some of the unrest going on for these anti-ICE demonstrations. Remember, they have not been used just yet, but Mayor Bass, especially going after the fact that J.D. Vance had somewhat of a slip of tongue today and accidentally referred to the Democratic Senator from California, Alex Padilla, as Jose Padilla. Mayor Bass saying to Vance, how dare you? So she's speaking back. Actually, let's keep listening here.
We did the curfew. We didn't need the curfew to happen from Washington, just like we didn't need the troops. And so the business community requested it. We put it in place. We lifted it in terms of reducing the hours. And then when we felt the city was safe, the area was safe, we lifted it. So the curfew hasn't been in place since Tuesday. Of course, it's taking them a while to come back, but that's not the main reason. The main reason is because people are afraid. People are afraid to patronize the business. People are afraid to go to work. So that is the main reason. And so you asked me, what are we going to do to help the businesses? Just like you heard about the gift from the Dodgers, and we are going to work to make sure that that becomes resources that are distributed to individuals. And you should know that this is similar to resources that were provided during COVID. And so this morning, I started off my morning on a Zoom call with over 20 foundations from around the country and also local to look at how we can provide support, not just for individuals and for families, but also for businesses. We want to make sure our restaurants succeed. And then what I would just encourage everyone to do, please patronize these restaurants. Please go to the restaurants because people are struggling. And it's just really sad when our economy, I mean, obviously we've had the issues in the city, and to have this unenforced error. I mean, there was just no need for this to happen. And unfortunately, the last 2 weeks, you've seen a huge dip in different sectors of our economy for this unnecessary experiment and unnecessary stunt. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so in this press conference that I don't believe was on Mayor Bass's schedule at the beginning of the day, though she felt the need that she had to respond directly to the vice president's visit to Los Angeles today, essentially saying, how dare you? She accused him of stoking division, of stoking a lot of some of the resistance that we have seen there from the Trump administration. She says the actions of the Trump administration have just provoked all of this. Those are Mayor Bass's words. You just heard her say that there. And so she said, lifted the curfew mere days ago. There's no more curfew in place due to some of these anti-ICE demonstrations that we have seen over the last few weeks there. And if you've been watching us here on Live Now, you have seen how some of those have gone. They've gone very tense. Some, yes, have been peaceful. Some, she even noted there and acknowledged, vandalism and violence did occur. Many arrests have been made at the federal level and state level as well. We've heard from the U.S. Attorney. We've heard from the District Attorney in Los Angeles. But Mayor Bass taking the Vice President directly to task over what she was essentially saying and calling some type of political stunt, saying that Los Angeles, California, does not need Marines, does not need the federalization of the National Guard, although, you know, we reported this last night that the appellate court in the Ninth Circuit upheld the Trump administration's view that they could bypass Governor Gavin Newsom and use the California National Guard and federalize it for these purposes here. So that was a major win for the Trump administration in court last night. But Mayor Bass there with some strong rhetoric, strong words going after the Trump administration, especially Vice President Vance's visit today. So had to get all of that in there. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. You watch all of these live events from all across the political spectrum, and we're going to keep doing it. In the meantime here, 5:45 on the West Coast, 8:45 on the East Coast. Remember, we're still waiting for Senator Bernie Sanders to address the crowd there at his Fighting Oligarchy tour. This is in McAllen, Texas, and he is picking it back up right where he left off. Remember, some of the more progressive members of the U.S. House in the so-called squad were joining him on this tour, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and now you see there the Democrat from Texas, Greg Kasar, on hand with Senator Sanders. So it looks like he's warming up the crowd there in McAllen. We'll get to that after the commercial break. We also want to squeeze in yet another conversation this hour on the Iran-Israel conflict. We'll have that for you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We still have our live vantage point there over the skyline of Tel Aviv as it approaches on a very early Saturday morning there. Well, want to talk and focus our efforts as we continue to cover this conflict with the talks that were taking place in Geneva, Switzerland today. The Wall Street Journal says those talks with top European officials failed to move Iran any closer to the concessions it would need to make to halt the fighting over its nuclear program as the Trump administration weighs whether to join Israel's attacks. Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin with more details.
Israel and Iran are still exchanging strikes as the conflict enters its second week. And while President Trump considers U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, a big push is underway to get both sides back to the bargaining table. The head of the International Atomic Energy Agency tells Fox News he's been in touch with the Iranians and President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff. He's stressing that there's no proof Iran is in the process of building a nuclear weapon and a diplomatic solution is still possible.
There is a way to take this danger or this concern out of the table in a negotiated way.
Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister meeting with his European counterparts in Geneva on Friday, hoping to come to consensus on the nuclear issue. But he's also claiming Iran rejected the idea of peace talks until the Israeli airstrikes stop.
We are not seeking negotiations. It is the Americans who want talks, but we made it explicitly clear to them that as long as this aggression continues, there is absolutely no room for diplomacy.
And with President Trump saying he'll make a decision within the next 2 weeks, diplomats from the West are trying to make it clear to Iran this could be the final round of diplomacy before those bunker buster bombs start falling.
President Trump is giving them one last chance before really hitting pedal to the metal here.
And while most Iranian missiles are shot down, one made its way through Israeli air defenses on Friday, hitting the town of Beersheba. No injuries reported. In Tel Aviv, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
Mike, thanks so much. More on the talks today in Geneva. The Wall Street Journal reports this: Britain and France joining the Trump administration in demanding that Iran halt enrichment of nuclear fuel, raising the pressure on Tehran to agree to terms it has rejected during the same nuclear talks this year. So, in the wake of some of these talks in Geneva today, the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, he made a statement in English with what transpired in those talks. Remember, it was Iran, Germany, France, and Britain here. And this is what he had to say. This is brief, about 2 minutes. Let's listen.
Associated Press right here, sir. No. Don't push. Can you please take the microphone? Please take the microphone.
Well, I met today with the foreign ministers of E3 and the High Representative of the European Union here in Geneva, and we had a serious but respectful discussion. I expressed Iran's serious
Move, please. Please.
On non-action of E3 and EU to condemn Israeli regime aggression against Iran, and stress that Iran will continue exercising its legitimate right of self-defense against the regime, and will continue to do so as long as the atrocities continue, and the regime would stop the aggression and ensuring its non-reoccurrence. Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and has always been under the IAEA safeguards and monitoring. Hence, armed attacks against safeguarded nuclear facilities by a regime which is not a party to any WMD treaties is a serious crime and violation of international law. In this context, I express grave concern on non-condemnation of these heinous attacks by E3 and EU. Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, and once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this regard, I made it crystal clear that Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable. We support continuation of discussion with E3 and EU and expressed our readiness to meet again in the near future.
So you don't talk to the U.S.? You don't talk to the U.S.?
Okay, so very brief remarks there, a statement in English from the Iranian foreign minister. Let's break it down right now there with someone new to the program here, Sina Azodi with the George Washington University. He joins me. Sina, good to see you here. So I just want to get your thoughts. You heard there from the Iranian foreign minister that Iran has a right to self-defense. They're going to continue to do that, that they've been in compliance with the IAEA. What in that statement is true and not true, did you hear?
Well, good to be with you, Andrew. Well, it is true that Iran's nuclear program is under safeguard agreement. It is also true that attacks on nuclear facilities that are under the safeguards agreement are a violation of international law, specifically the additional protocol of the Geneva Convention. This is a true statement. But it is also, well, half true, half false to suggest that Iran remains committed, or I should say is in full compliance with its NPT obligations, because the IAEA just announced a few days ago, maybe perhaps last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, that they're not. They've been asking Iranians questions that the Iranians have not answered. There are questions regarding 3 locations that the Iranians have refused to provide answers to. And so, again, one of them is a true statement and one of them is not.
Also, part of the statement there that IAEA inspectors have come in and monitored all of this, half true as well, right?
Well, no, that is a true statement, because IAEA inspectors still go to Iran. What Iran has refused and rejected is anything beyond its safeguard agreement. Iran was implementing the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, but after President Trump withdrew in 2018, Iranians slowly breached the terms of the agreement and slowly reduced the inspection mechanism that was envisioned under the JCPOA. And at times, they made it difficult for Western inspectors to enter Iran, because their argument, not mine, is that they are not trustworthy and they commit espionage on behalf of foreign governments. Again, that's their argument, not mine.
Okay. Sina, I want to ask you this. This was between Iran, Germany, France, and Great Britain today in Geneva. The United States was not represented there. So is this all for naught? Is this much ado about nothing? Is anything that's going to happen vis-a-vis Israel, Iran, have to happen with the United States at the table? They're the ultimate kind of arbiter, mediator here. So what was the point today in Geneva?
Well, I agree that President Trump has every power to bring an end to this conflict. And Europeans are, in my perspective, and I think that the overall perspective is that the Europeans are simply irrelevant in this case specifically. And this is something that Iranians have actually pointed out, that President Trump can just make a phone call and bring an end to this. I believe that in his heart, President Trump does not want to get involved. His base of support does not want the United States to get involved. I just saw former Congressman Matt Gaetz a few hours ago. He had suggested that President Trump could win a Nobel Peace Prize by bringing an end to this conflict. I also saw MGT suggesting that the U.S. should not get involved into yet another war in the U.S. That is not our business. So these are the suggestions. These are the views of President Trump's base. I think his instinct is true, is right, that he shouldn't get involved. But I'm concerned that events are now leading him. Okay. And he could lose his grip on the events. He still has an opportunity, but that's my biggest concern.
So the message from the White House, though, over the last couple of days has been to trust him. Trust Trump. He'll make the right decision. He's giving himself more time. He said within a 2-week time frame, he'll ultimately make a decision. That could be at the tail end of 2 weeks, could be in 3 to 4 days. We just don't know here. But you're right. There are some fractures going on in his coalition about whether or not to directly strike targets in Iran using U.S. assets. But he has maintained all along, as has many people that have worked with him, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and a nuclear weapons program. So I have to ask you this. Can you only get Iran to give up nuclear weapons with regime change?
Well, just for clarification purposes, Iran does not have nuclear weapons. But I believe that President Trump still can get a deal with Iranians, even with the conditions that Iranians have. I believe that a sustainable agreement is an agreement that keeps everybody to some extent happy and to some extent unhappy. President Trump can actually get Iranians to sign an agreement that prevents them from getting a bomb ever. For example, Iranians had offered a concession where the United States actually can get involved with American personnel on the ground, or even the United States selling reactors to Iran, and those reactors could not be used for weapons purposes. But I don't believe, and I speak to you as someone who has been working on the Iranian nuclear program for the past 14 years. I don't believe that even with the regime change, Iran will change its nuclear ambitions. Because when we go back to the Shah's time in 1970s, and if you may remember, those years were the best years of U.S.-Iranian relations. The Shah was a close friend of President Nixon, President Ford, all Republican and Democratic presidents. Even then, Iran and the United States had issues over Iran, what Iran viewed as its NPT rights, and the United States rejected them. So my conclusion is that even in the future, the United States will have issues with Iran over its nuclear ambitions.
So your conclusion is that, say, whatever transpires in the Middle East over the next weeks, months, years, that if there is some type of new governing structure, any governing structure would still maintain, support, and pursue a nuclear program?
You just summarized.
I know that's a hypothetical, but I just want your thoughts on that.
No, absolutely. And I do want to point out that you just summarized my PhD dissertation and the book that I'm writing on it. Yes, okay. Absolutely. That's exactly what I've always argued.
Okay, so what about this premise here, that Israel is, through its strikes, degrading for now some of the nuclear capabilities that Iran has been pursuing with the strikes on these facilities, these reactors, killing nuclear scientists. But what about those efforts? Is that not just a Band-Aid? Can't they, at some later point down the road, restart them up again? Don't know when, but they could, right?
Absolutely. As in any game of chess, when one side makes a move, the other side also gets to make a move. You can, as you correctly pointed out, you can put a Band-Aid on it, but you're not curing the issue. Iran has the capacity, the know-how, and industrial knowledge of reconstituting the program at any point that it wants. And what would be the response from the United States? Every once in a while, every 6 months, every year, start a bombing campaign to make sure that Iran cannot advance its nuclear program. My concern specifically is that we might have a North Korean problem case where Iran says, well, I am a member of NPT, but I'm not getting anything out of this, so I might just withdraw from the NPT. And that would be a catastrophic scenario for the United States, for the international non-proliferation regime, because then you have two cases that withdrew from the non-proliferation treaty, and Iran then would be free to do anything it wants, and there are no legal obligations that would prevent Iran from going for the bomb.
So I have to ask this. It seems like there are two questions playing out at the same time. Should Iran have a nuclear weapon, and can it and will it obtain a nuclear weapon? Those are all the same questions, aren't they not?
Well, should Iran get a weapon? This is the questions that Iranians have to answer. But I would tell you what they're thinking, what they have been thinking, and based on historical evidence, we know now that the Shah of Iran was also pursuing nuclear weapons. There were studies that had been conducted under his regime, and which tells us one thing, that regardless of the leadership, Iranians believe that they are alone in the region. Nobody likes them. And we have to keep in mind, Iran is a Shia Persian state, right, whereas the rest of the region are Sunni Arabs. They believe that if other countries in the region have an opportunity, they will not treat Iran well. And unfortunately, and we just saw the case again, that international law has not protected Iranians historically. Iran is a country that has been invaded 3 times in a century: World War I, World War II, and Iran-Iraq War. Right. And none of these cases, international law protected it. So just to conclude, Iranian leadership might think at some point that, look, nobody likes us, nobody comes to our help, international law is not there, so the only solution is to get the bomb, which is the ultimate defensive weapon.
Okay, but just to follow up on that, the Shah of Iran and his supporters, though, they weren't chanting death to Israel and death to America. And that seems to be dividing line here, the difference and the rationale, especially for Israel and for some here in the United States, for why Iran should never have a weapon?
Well, I didn't say that Iran should have a weapon, but I was trying to explain the strategic thinking and the rationale behind the program. My comments should, not be mistaken me saying that Iran should get a weapon. But even then, it is very interesting that some of the comments that the Shah made to the Americans, including President Ford, was that the U.S. should stop treating Iran like a second-class citizen when it came to the NPT. Because Iranian view was the U.S. demands from Iran were a violation of the NPT, and Iran, the Shah was suggesting that Iran is being treated unfairly. This is what he told President Ford. This is what he told President Carter, that we should enjoy our rights under the NPT. Okay. Now, but again, this is a much broader discussion.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make is that, and I agree with you, the Shah was not chanting death to America. He was a very close friend of the United States, rather. But he still thought that a nuclear option is necessary for Iran.
Okay. And I'm sure, Sina, you've heard over the last couple of days messages coming from a lot of people here stateside to the Iranian people to, take to the streets, rise up. This is your moment for self-determination. I haven't seen that. Have you seen that? Is that some type of kind of naive fantasy that that's just going to organically happen in the wake of this? Why are people saying that?
Well, I will point out to you first the case of Yugoslavia and Iraq in 1990s. They were bombed from the air. NATO attacked Yugoslavia. There was no regime change back in Yugoslavia. Iraq was also bombed in 1990s. There was no regime change. Nobody came to the streets. And it's also, as you correctly pointed out, a lot of people told us, the interventionists rather, not the supporters of President Trump, they argued that if we bomb Iran, the people of Iran will come to the streets and they topple the regime.
Right. There was that kind of like logical line,
right.
One point here, the other point here, and it would just kind of follow as course. We haven't seen that.
No, we have not. It's been a week since the war started, and we have not seen people chanting. People are fearful for their lives.
Okay.
People have fled Tehran and other cities that have been under attack, and I have yet to see anyone trying to topple the regime.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it at that. I know that was an extended discussion. We do thank you for your time. Hope you have a good weekend. Talk soon.
You too. Good to be with you.
Okay, in the meantime here, we're in a new hour. It's a little past 6 o'clock here on the West Coast. Let's take our first commercial break. Still so much more to get to on this Friday night when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Friday night. We have a live event going on right now. We were previewing this for you. Senator Bernie Sanders, the progressive from Vermont, speaking live in McAllen, Texas, in yet another stop on his Fighting Oligarchy tour. Let's keep listening.
He is going after law firms because they represented clients he didn't like. And now, right now, in McAllen and other parts of this country, we're seeing what authoritarianism is about in its ugliest way. We're seeing people being stopped on the street, being picked up at their workplace, thrown into vans and taken God knows where without due process. Grabbing people, throwing them into a van is what takes place in dictatorships. Maybe it takes place in Russia or North Korea, but it's not supposed to happen in America, and we are going to fight back on that. A major point that I want to make is that the overwhelming majority of the American people do not support Trumpism. They do not believe that we should have a government run by billionaires. Some of you may recall a speech Abraham Lincoln gave on the Gettysburg battlefield in 1863. You know what he said? He looked out on this battlefield where a terrible battle had taken place in the fight against slavery. And he looked out there and he said, what we owe these men, and thousands died on that day. Many were wounded and died later. He said, we owe them a vision which says that America will have a government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's what we believe. Now, this country has gone through difficult times in the past. Fight over slavery, the abolitionists in the 1840s, the 1850s, that struggle. We've gone through the terrible Depression in the 1920s, where 1930s, where unemployment was like 25%. Got into World War II. We were totally unprepared to fight two wars, one in Europe and one in Asia. We have struggled for decades to fight for women's rights, to fight for civil rights, to end discrimination against the gay community, to create a nation in which all people could live together with justice. And we have had some good successes over the years. But where we have not succeeded is in the economic struggle. I want all of you never to forget not only that you are living in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, but with so much new technology out there, the truth of the matter is that all people in America should have a decent standard of living. We live right now with a corrupt campaign finance system, and the implications of that system is that Congress, day after day, does things that the American people doesn't want it to do and doesn't do what we want it to do. And the reason for that is you have these billionaires out there. You got Musk saying to the Republicans, if you vote against my tax breaks for billionaires, we're going to primary you, we're going to throw you out of office. And on the Democratic Party, you got big fundraisers who say, if you stand up and vote for ending funding for Netanyahu's horrible war in Gaza, we are going to primary you. And right now, you're seeing cowardly members of Congress who are refusing to stand firm and say, no, we are not going to go to another war in Iran. We got 800,000 Americans sleeping out on the street. People can't afford food. They can't afford health care. We do not have to spend billions more fighting a war in Iran. But what that means is the most important political issue. It's not a sexy issue, but it is enormously important. We have got to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision. It is not a democracy when billionaires buy elections. And instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, which is what Trump wants, our demand is that when the rich have never had it so good, they're going to start paying their fair share of taxes. There are millions of workers in this country who are trying to make it on 12, 13, 14 bucks an hour. And I don't care where you live, you can't make it on those starvation wages. We're going to raise that minimum wage to at least 17 bucks an hour. And what workers increasingly understand is they're not going to be able to negotiate for decent wages, decent benefits, decent working conditions without a trade union. And that's why we got to make it easier for workers to join unions. There are a number of Republicans who want to cut, if you can believe it, cut Social Security. Do you know what? This is, again, an unbelievable fact. Some 22% of seniors today in America are living on $15,000 a year or less. Can anybody explain to me how anybody in America, let alone a senior, can make it on $15,000 a year? Nobody can. Nobody can. So we're not going to cut Social Security. Our demand must be to expand Social Security benefits by lifting the cap on taxable income. And many years ago, well, not so many years ago, workers had what was called defined benefit pension plans. You know what that is? What that means is you go to, I know the younger people don't even know what this is about, but it means that workers in large corporations, part of, their wage benefits and everything else was a guaranteed that when you retired, you left the company, you would get a pension. You knew exactly what it was. It was a defined benefit pension plan. And that is exactly what we have got to do right now. We've got to strengthen Social Security, but we have to make sure that every worker in America has the kind of pension that he or she deserves. The United States of America today is the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people. Do you know that? One country. Love you to visit us. I live in Burlington, Vermont, 50 miles away from the Canadian border. Somehow, in Canada and in countries all over the world, they have determined that health care is a human right, not a privilege. The function of today's broken and cruel healthcare system is not to provide quality care to all. It is to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies. And our job, and this is not a radical idea, it's not just Canada, it's all over Europe, it's in countries in Latin America. Our job is to make sure that we have a healthcare system that provides quality care to every man, woman, and child as a human right. And there's another issue coming down the pike which is going to be a huge issue, and that is the explosion of robotics and artificial intelligence. The reality is that most of the jobs that you guys have that exist in America are not going to be there in 10 or 15 years. They're going to be radically changed. And right now we're beginning to see the kinds of layoffs that I fear will happen. Now, technology and artificial intelligence and robotics are not bad unto themselves. If you're doing dangerous work or dirty work, and a machine comes in and can do that work for you, there's nothing wrong with that. The issue that we have got to resolve is who benefits from this new technology. If worker productivity goes up because of this technology, it must be workers who benefit, not just the owners of the corporations. And this is a huge issue that we're working on right now. Well, let me just wind down my remarks, and then I want to take some questions or comments and just say this. These are tough times for our country. And we are taking on, when I call them oligarchs, these are people who have more wealth than you could imagine. I mean, they're not billionaires, they're multi-billionaires. They have tens of billions of dollars. And I think what we have to understand, we are facing in this country, as all of you know, serious problem in Vermont, I'm sure it's here as well, addiction, drug addiction problems, problem right here, overdoses and all that. You have people who are addicted to drugs, we have people addicted to alcohol, etc., etc. What these people are addicted to on top, and I mean this seriously, they are addicted to it. They are addicted to greed. They want more and more. Everybody wants to live comfortably. Everybody wants to make money. But for these people, there is no end in sight. They're prepared to destroy Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, in order to get even more wealth and more power. And the only way we stop them, what they got is incredible power, unlimited resources, they own the media, etc., etc. But we have one thing that they don't have. We have the people. But that doesn't mean anything if we are not organized. What Trumpism is about, by the way, and this is true of demagogues historically and all over the world right now. You know how they flourish? Do you think Trump and his friends are going to go around and say, vote for us so we can give massive tax breaks to billionaires and cut Medicaid? That ain't what they're talking about. All right, what they do is come up with quote-unquote enemies. Often people who have very little political power who are minorities. This goes on all over the world. It's always gone historically. 40, 50 years ago, there were candidates running for office who says, okay, white folks, those black people are going to take your jobs. Folks, those gay people are taking over your school system. Jews are doing this. Latinos are doing that. They always pick on a minority group. Our job is to break through that, to bring our people together. And when we stand together, we can win. But that is what demagoguery is. Instead of saying, well, you know what, maybe the problem with America is the fact that you have billionaires with uncontrollable greed who are prepared to destroy working people to become even richer. That's not what these guys are going to tell you. They're going to say, oh, the problem with America is all these undocumented people, and we got to get rid of them, blah, 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 blah. All right? And we've got to bring our people to understand, among other things, that during COVID, you know who was picking the food and processing the meat and are working in nursing homes? It was undocumented people. And the answer is not to have ICE agents picking people up off the streets. The answer is comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. So these are tough times. They're tough times in so many ways. But I believe from the bottom of my heart that if we stand together, if we do not let Trump and his friends divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, if we stand together, we can not only defeat Trumpism, we can in fact create the kind of nation that the working families of this country deserve. All right, I want to ask you a question right now, and I'd like somebody to raise their hand, maybe come up here. Let's talk about immigration. Let's talk about what's going on in McAllen. Who wants to come on up here and say a few words on that, or raise their hands at least? Got a mic? All right. Who wants to talk about that? Danny? Okay, right here? All right, we got a mic for you. 1 second. Okay. Hold the mic in your hand. Okay. Right, tell me what's happening. Hold it. You gotta hold it.
Okay, so it does look like there's going to be some audience testimonials here about the issue of illegal immigration, especially in McAllen. McAllen, you might not know, you may know, it's a border town there in southeast Texas. Senator Bernie Sanders taking his fighting oligarchy tour there. We're going to step away from this. I know it's live, but we have some more top headlines to get to in the bottom of the hour as we approach. Want to highlight, though, on what Senator Sanders was saying with regard to the Israel-Iran conflict here. Got to go back to Capitol Hill in Washington. Live picture there outside the U.S. Capitol. Want to put this up. This is from House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. A statement, he says, on recent developments in the Middle East. I think this is interesting. This is something we've talked about earlier in the week about what Congress's role is here on whether or not they have to constitutionally authorize a president to take action against a foreign power, i.e., go to war. Jeffrey says this: Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States that can never be permitted to become a nuclear-capable power. Israel has a right to defend itself against escalating Iranian aggression, and our commitment to Israel's security remains ironclad. The authority to declare war belongs solely to the United States Congress. President Trump and his administration must refrain from engaging in offensive military action in Iran without the explicit approval of the House of Representatives and the Senate. Aggressive diplomacy resulting in a longer and stronger agreement that permanently halts Iran's nuclear aspirations is the most appropriate course of action at this time. So, House Minority Leader, the Democrat from New York, Hakeem Jeffries, saying if the president wants to do any action in Iran, i.e. striking targets in Iran using U.S. assets, he's going to need permission, authorization from Congress here. Well, many lawmakers, they're going to be briefed in a classified setting on the conflict, Chad Pergram says. That Fox has confirmed a classified briefing on Iran will happen Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Among the briefers that include DNI Tulsi Gabbard, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, the Joint Chiefs Chairman John Kane, the Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau, and also the Deputy Defense Secretary. So, calling all the high-powered officials within the government to brief lawmakers in a classified setting on the Iranian nuclear threat, but also the ongoing kinetic action Israel is taking in Iran and vice versa. You see there, Gabbard, Ratcliffe, and others, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, John Kane, will be on hand for this briefing to lawmakers. All right, we're at the bottom of the hour. We do have a few more headlines to get to. We're going to get to them. Some of them are a little more lighthearted. Of course, if you're a big movie buff like I am, you may know already. Today marks the 50th anniversary since the release of the blockbuster film Jaws. We'll be talking about why this film is so impactful in the culture, the staying power of it, when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Got to get back, though, to Capitol Hill. I want to follow up on a story we brought you yesterday about this very same time regarding Republican of Ohio, Representative Max Miller. Remember, in a video, he said he was run off the road by a Palestinian activist in his district, the 7th Congressional District of Ohio. His family was in the car with him. Remember, this was what he said, what he witnessed, what he experienced. I want to play this video yet again for you because, like you see there in the banner, a suspect has been arrested. We'll update you in just a moment.
Let's make something abundantly clear to anyone who needs to see this, which apparently is a lot of people. If you have an issue with a legislator, your city councilman, your mayor, anyone like that, the appropriate thing to do is to reach out to them for a phone call to set up a meeting at one of our district offices. What is not okay is to assault anyone, whether you're a member of Congress or anybody else within our district, while you are driving to work. Ohio 7, this morning, as I was driving to work, some unhinged, deranged man decided to lay on his horn and run me off the road when he couldn't get my attention to show me a Palestinian flag. Not to mention death to Israel, death to me, that he wanted to kill me and my family. Thank God my daughter was not in my vehicle or anybody else at the time. We know exactly who you are. I have gone about my day. I have carried on my meetings, and we will not hide. And I will continue to fight against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all other forms of hate. You have an issue? Take it to our office. You want to run me off the road? That's a different story. We know who you are, young man, and the police are going to be paying you a visit. And I hope what you did this morning is worth it to you and anyone else who plans on doing this to anybody within our district, state, or country.
Back on live there to the U.S. Capitol, hearing from many of his Republican colleagues on the Hill, including House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. He said what happened to Representative Max Miller is horrifying and absolutely unacceptable. Political violence has no place in this country, and the person responsible must face the full consequences of the law. There can be no tolerance for this kind of violence. So I want to put up on the screen for you a statement from U.S. Capitol Police, obtained there by our colleague, Chad Pergram. So, Capitol Police, they say this, that after receiving notification about a threat towards a member of Congress in Ohio, U.S. Capitol Police special agents immediately deployed to the region where they worked with local and federal agencies relentlessly to locate 36-year-old Firas Hamdan of Ohio. He was arrested on charges of aggravated menacing. The investigation is still unfolding, but the U.S. Capitol Police would like to thank our partners in this investigation for their information sharing and collaboration, saying in less than 24 hours, the USCP received notification of a threat against a member of Congress, had boots on the ground, collaborated with the local police department, and the suspect in the case was arrested that same evening. This case is a prime example of the USCP's stance towards threats against our elected officials. We will continue to have a zero-tolerance policy. So a person now being charged with aggravated menacing, that's 36-year-old Firas Hamdan of Ohio. Wanted to get that in there as well. Okay, in the meantime, let's move off Capitol Hill just briefly. I have to revisit, though, yet another update to the story we brought you earlier this afternoon, that federal judge ruling that pro-Palestinian former Columbia graduate student, his name, Mahmoud Khalil, who, remember, has been in ICE detention since March the 8th, a federal judge ruling that he can be released today. And yes, he was released today. And we have some sound, that's what we call it, as Khalil was released from this ICE detention facility in Jena, Louisiana. Here's what he had to say walking out. Let's watch.
Thank you so much for coming. I'm not gonna give much comments here. My priority now is to get to my, although justice prevailed, but it's long, very long overdue, and this shouldn't have taken 3 months. I leave some incredible men behind me, over 1,000 people behind me, in a place where they shouldn't have been, in that place, in the first place. I hope the next time that I will be in Jena is to actually visit this museum that's a testimony on America's racist policies against immigrants. The hundreds of men who I left behind me shouldn't be there in the first place. The Trump administration are doing their best to dehumanize everyone here. Whether you are a U.S. citizen, an immigrant, or just a person on this land, doesn't mean that you are less of a human. Trump and his administration, they chose the wrong person for this. That doesn't mean that there is a right person for this. There's no right person who should be detained for actually protesting a genocide, for protesting their university, Columbia University, that is investing in the genocide of the Palestinian people. So this is my message.
Okay, so wanted you to listen to that comments from Mahmoud Khalil. I just want to read a little bit more about what transpired today. So this is what we know. That Judge Michael Farbiarz made the ruling from the bench. This was in federal court in New Jersey. Lawyers for Khalil had asked the judge to immediately release him on bail from a Louisiana jail or else transfer him to New Jersey where he can be closer to his wife and his newborn son. The same judge had ruled earlier that the government can continue to detain the legal U.S. resident based on allegations he lied on his green card application. Khalil disputes the accusations. He was not forthcoming on the application. The judge previously determined Khalil could not continue being held based on Secretary of State Rubio's determination that he could harm American foreign policy. So in reaching his decision, the judge said Khalil is likely not a flight risk and is, quote, not a danger to the community, period, full stop. The judge noted he is married to a U.S. citizen and has a newborn son who is also a U.S. citizen. He said Khalil is now clearly a public figure given his prominence during the campus protests and since his detainment. Now, remember, he's been detained since March the 8th. You just heard him there, leaving that facility in Louisiana. And now I also have a statement in front of me from his wife, Dr. Noor Abdallah. She says after more than 3 months, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief and know Mahmoud is on his way home to me and Dean, who never should have been separated from his father. She goes on to say, we know this ruling does not begin to address the injustices the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others the government is trying to silence for speaking out against Israel's ongoing genocide against Palestinians. She says, but today we are celebrating Mahmoud coming back to New York to be reunited with our little family and the community that has supported us since the day he was unjustly taken for speaking out for Palestinian freedom. Khalil himself saying that this is long overdue. All right, in the meantime here, had to get all of those top headlines in. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and you know, here on some of these nights, we like to end my time on the desk with a little bit more of lighthearted fare, talking about sports, culture, entertainment, and the like here. So if you don't know it by now, today, June 20th, marks the 50th anniversary of the release of the iconic blockbuster film, Jaws. And we want to just take a moment to recognize and acknowledge how momentous of occasion this was, not only in film history, but also in U.S. history, the cultural impact it had 50 years ago today. The menacing shark from Jaws first emerged there onto movie screens across the world. We want to bring into the conversation right now critic and writer Todd Gilchrist, a member of the Los Angeles Film Critics Association, to talk about this anniversary, and Todd joins me. Todd, thanks so much for being with us here. 50 years ago today, Jaws kind of went up onto the big screen, and it's had such a cultural staying power ever since. Why do you think that is? Why was it so big?
I mean, it was, you talk about it being a blockbuster. It was the first blockbuster. I mean, before that, the only movie that had grossed even anywhere close to as much money as this one had was The Godfather, and that was, just a couple of years before that. But this movie was really the first film. It was the first film to gross $100 million, and it took, it kind of started what we think of as like the race of how much movies could make. And it was the highest grossing film of all time until Star Wars 2 years later. But at the time, it was just this, project that Steven Spielberg was looking to make after he had made two very small but well-received films. And you know, and it has obviously gone on from there to become this, you know, cultural cornerstone, quite frankly.
Yeah, you know, Todd, some of these cultural cornerstones, to your point, it takes a while for them to be recognized as such, sometimes decades. That wasn't the case with Jaws, right? Amongst audiences and critics alike. It was almost immediate, was it not? The reception?
Yeah. I mean, it opened in around 400 theaters and it grossed, I think, a record $7 million on its opening weekend, and grossed, I think it was 21 million in its first 10 days, which both of those numbers were records for it. And, you know, it's a film, you know, I mean, just to talk about the filmmaking, I mean, it's virtuoso blockbuster filmmaking. I mean, it is the template by which, you know, every blockbuster movie would try to be after that. And even now when we watch it, we think of it and it just feels like a perfect movie. I mean, Quentin Tarantino himself, you know, was on, I don't know if it was a late night talk show talking about how there are very few perfect films. And he described it as one of the few of them.
I mean, for